Hey, welcome. David here. Ask the Rabbi number 8, conversion to Judaism. A lot to cover today. This might go for multiple hours, could even go for 5, 6 hours, maybe longer. I'm sure at least 3 or 4 hours, assuming God gives me the strength to speak. There's a lot of material to cover. I've been doing research for a long time, for over 2 months on this issue. And if there's other people who join in the chat, I'll be willing to cover uh, basic questions, yielding generic questions that anyone may have no one better than David to ask. So let's jump right in. So conversion to Judaism is an extremely complicated topic. There's no necessary consensus among the Jewish people. There's schools of thought that say you can't convert. Judaism is a purely lineage-based religion. There's easy conversion. There's Israeli law. There's history. There's understanding of the history. I have a lot of research, a lot of trying to understand the current Israeli law, the history of the Halakhah for those who try to follow the Orthodox understanding based on biblical law. What do the prophets say? What did the early sages say? What was the practice before the destruction of the temple, after the temple? And how did that practice change throughout history till the practice today in the various different schools and sects of Judaism? Plus, I have a lot of statistical data, how many people convert to Judaism. So let's jump right in. I'm going to enter screen share. And if people have questions, like at the Rabbi for Duvid, just do an @Duvid. Even if it's not related to conversion, if they're quick, I'll try to answer them. I put the link to my Discord here for people who want more in-depth conversation. So I'm going to enter a screen share. I have a lot of data. I'm going to do the quicker ones first. And the last Ask the Rabbi after Adam Green, I had guests on and even people very skeptical of Judaism. And this one will probably be more presentation, but we'll see who pops in, who shows up. So let's jump right in. Just going to make sure my audio is working. Thank you, J.M. Ritticelli, for joining. If you have questions or comment, please be active. I'm going to be in screen share. I'll check back the chat every once in a while. So just the first quick, Chabad.org, pretty generic, the largest organization of synagogues, rabbis in the world. How do you convert to Judaism? So Chabad will tell you the most important thing. Conversion to Judaism is a lifelong commitment. It's a decision that you keep with you the rest of your life. It's a one-way street. Once you convert to Judaism, you're a full Jew forever. Although we'll discuss this, and actually there's different schools of thought on that, whether a conversion could be reneged upon, or even a person no longer desires to keep the Jewish law, whether they're considered a Jew forever. But so just read the most basic Chabad answer. According to Chabad, it has to be done by an authentic Beis Din Jewish court. You're made up of 3 God-fearing, fully observant rabbis. And the actual conversion to Judaism, according to Chabad, and we're going to cover this more in depth, has 4 basic elements. The acceptance of the yoke of the commandments. When a person converts to Judaism, they must verbalize a commitment to live in accordance with all the Torah's commandments as they are explained in Torah law. It is not enough to commit to some or even most of the precepts. A convert must commit to every single one of them. Also, this needs to be done out of sincere desire to serve God as a Jew, not because of any other motive, such as a desire to marry a Jewish man or woman. Immersion in the mikveh. Mikveh is a pool of natural water, usually rainwater. A person will dunk into this bath. It's that moment the person has to accept Torah, and that's a definitive moment of dunking, similar to a baptism, where the official conversion takes hold. Circumcision, if a person's a male, they need to be circumcised. If they're circumcised as a baby, a symbolic drawing of blood. And when the temple stood in Jerusalem, a convert would bring a special sacrifice to the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. When the temple is rebuilt, maybe speedily in our days, converts will again bring sacrifice. So there's a few more questions. I'm going to drop this in the chat because I really have a lot to cover. So, okay, Kate, thanks for joining. Coming from last night. Last night was a philosophical share. So if you have questions related to kind of like basic questions of Judaism, you can ask me. But I'm specifically trying to discuss kind conversion to Judaism. How does one become a Jew? And the various history in school. And it's going to be a long research. I have a lot of articles and presentation material. Although if there's enough interest in the chat, I'll take a break to directly speak with the chat and possibly even invite someone on the show. So conversion comes from biblical law. You could look into it: circumcision, immersion, sacrifice. The Bezdin, you have a spiritual note. The sages say a convert is someone who has always had a Jewish soul. This is according to Chabad that spiritually a convert returns to Judaism because they were born with a Jewish soul or they acquire a Jewish soul. That's a matter of mystical interpretation. What happens when a person converts? Like I had argued with Christopher on the Adam Green show about the 3 levels of a soul. And presumably, according to Chabad, when a person converts, they gain the 3rd level, or for whatever reason, they had a 3rd level for whatever reason. And hence why they had a inclination to convert, which may more apply to free will. Here's an interesting channel. It's called the Giyyur Media. This channel has hundreds of interviews with various converts to Judaism from all over, African Americans, the Prince Gemedza, former pastors, former neo-Nazis, hundreds of interviews. Luke Ford was never interviewed for this. I've seen them in Luke Ford's chat trying to get him to do an interview. But this has many famous converts, and we'll see there's quite a few converts. In Israel, it's estimated that over 100,000 people have converted to Judaism since the founding of Israel, and that would mean about 2 or 3% of the population of Israel is converts. So it's not a huge, it's a chunk, 100,000, 2% of the population is a sizable number, but it's a vast minority of the overall Jewish people. But if someone's interested, Japanese converts and Indian from all over the world. So if people have a desire to know more about just some anecdotal stories, I encourage people to watch some of the videos on this. Here's just something in the news. Maybe people have heard this, and we'll talk more about the politics. Peyton's asking in the chat about the 10 spheros. So no, I mean, generally you don't have to accept the Kabbalah. You have to accept the mitzvahs. It might be accepted to accept the Torah and the Zohar as being authentic as part of a conversion. You'd have to ask your local convert about the role of Kabbalah in becoming a Jew, but more likely it's just an acceptance of the Hebrew prophets Moses and to follow the Jewish law referred to as the Halakhah. So here, for example, the Israeli Religious Conversion Authority has said that applications by Palestinians to join Jewish faith will automatically be dismissed on grounds of ethnicity. So currently in Israel, foreigners cannot convert if they're foreign workers, infiltrators, Palestinian, or illegally in the country. It said in 2014 there were 400 applications. We'll see overall that there's more applications than that, but through the Conversion Authority, 400 applications for conversion. Half of those were rejected because they were foreign workers, infiltrators, illegal stayers, and Palestinians. So it's in Israel, conversion to Judaism could be somewhat of an immigration status issue that being an illegal immigrant, so to say, that conversion is a form of immigration to the state of Israel. Okay, so I'm not going to be talking too much about Jesus or interfaith between Christianity and Judaism. It's possible we could arrange a stream at a different time to talk about the Jewish views of Jesus. I've done that in different times. I encourage people to ask the Rabbi number 8 to look at some of the other ones. Maybe if there's a quick question, we could address that, or join my Discord for more in-depth discussion. Here's a quick list of Wikipedia of converts to Judaism. There's whole nations and tribes that have converted from India and Africa and Europe to forced conversions, Idumeans, and there's the Khazars, a long history of conversion to Judaism. And there's a lot of famous people, so Wikipedia has a pretty long list going back through history. Marilyn Monroe and her kind of a conservative conversion to Judaism. I'll show some documents of that. It's a little bit interesting. Pamela Anderson, I think, Elizabeth Taylor, a lot of actors. Ivanka Trump is probably the most famous convert to Judaism in this era. Possibly Ivanka Trump is the most famous convert to Judaism in all of history. You could make the argument, considering the oversized personality of President Trump and the role that Ivanka Trump is playing in current world politics, that Ivanka Trump is not only the most important convert to Judaism in this generation, that she may be the most important convert to Judaism in the history of the world. And, just some quick documentation. Marilyn Monroe, who converted, conservative to Judaism. She married the screenwriter Arthur Miller. And, if people are looking contemporary America, generally Israel would probably reject the conversion of Marilyn Monroe today. For example, this was her prayer book that sold at auction for $21,000. And, here's a little story of the conversion of Norma Jean, known as Marilyn Monroe, to her husband, Arthur Miller. And this was considered a conversion for marriage. And here's the Rabbi Jacob Rader Marcus. Arthur said that Marilyn was interested in becoming Jewish and that they would like me to perform their wedding ceremony. He made it clear to me that in no way did he make the demand on Marilyn. I met Marilyn with Arthur at her apartment in New York. I don't remember what I expected, but I was struck by her personal sweetness and charm. She seemed very shy. She said that she had no religious training other than some memories of fundamentalist Protestantism, which she had long rejected. She indicated that she was attracted to Judaism by being very impressed with Jewish people that she knew, especially Mr. Miller. She said that she was aware of the great character the Jewish people had produced and that she had read sections of Albert Einstein's Out of My Later Years. She indicated that she was impressed by the rationalism of Judaism, its ethical and prophetic ideals, and the concept of close family life. After the meeting, we met a number of times, and she read a few books that I gave her. These included What is a Jew by Morris Kurtzner, Satcher's History of the Jews, Milton Steinberg's A Partisan Guide to the Jewish Problem, and a conversion manual of the CCAR. We discussed the contents of these books, and I attempted to answer her questions. Marilyn was not an intellectual person, but she was sincere in her desire to learn. It was also clear her ability to concentrate over a large period of time was limited. However, I did feel that she understood and accepted the basic principles of Judaism. The place of the wedding was the home of Arthur's agent, Kay Brown. And before the wedding ceremony, he performed the ritual of the basic statements of Ruth that we'll say later. Your people would be my people. I'll go where you go. I'll be buried where you're buried, so on and so on. So just 1 second. So that's just a contemporary anecdote. There's always been converts to Judaism. Here's a list of so to say 18 famous converts to Judaism. You have Batya, Pharaoh's daughter. This is according to the Talmud. It doesn't actually say that explicitly in verse. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law. Rahab, God forbid, the prostitute that helps Joshua in taking over Jericho. Ruth, who becomes King David. Jesus Christ, the Lubavitch Rebbe, are descendants of the convert Ruth. Avadia, a prophet. Even though he was a convert, he reached the status of prophecy. Ben Bagbag in the Talmud, one of my favorite verses. Ben Bagbag, Oimer. People could see my series on Perky Avos. Here's Queen Helena. It was an interesting remnant of the Greek rulers. I'll put a whole research paper about Queen Helena. I have so much stuff, I'm not going to be able to cover it all. So, people who want to learn more about it. Queen Helena in the ancient era. It's an interesting story. I don't have enough time to cover all of this. And but that was very applicable in Roman times. And, more, a lot of these stories. Unclus, one of the most famous converts ever. Possibly he was the nephew of Hadrian. It's unclear exactly who he was. He was definitely a high-ranking noble Roman, and he wrote the translation into Aramaic of the Hebrew text that's still read till today, imprinted in most standard versions of Hebrew prophets. Encourage people to look more about it. The Khuzaris, people look at the Khazar kingdom. Some people want to know more about that. Who are the Khazars? Their conversion to Judaism. And I'm not going to have time to cover that in depth. If there's questions, I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. There's an Avadia who was in southern Italy. There's another Avadia that has correspondence with Maimonides. So on and so on. There's a lot. Lord George Gordon was in England about the time of the American Revolution, and he suffers partly due to his conversion to Judaism. It's an interesting story. 1751, he's in prison and his conversion to Judaism. That's also interesting. I don't have time to cover that. Abraham ben Abraham. So there's a lot of people. As I said, conversion is pretty common. I'm going to give you some exact numbers and how many people actually convert. But conversion's pretty common. Let me look at the chat real quick, and then I have I'll go into more of the standard Orthodox model of how conversion works. So let's read the chat real quick. Oswald, thanks for joining. Melche, Esther 8:17. Let me Google that real quick. In every province and every city, wherever the king's edict was decreed reached, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, where feasting was celebrated. Many of the people of the land themselves became Jews because the fear of Jews had fallen upon them. Yes, that's we'll talk about that later, where God forbid, at the end of the Purim story, where the people who had plotted against the Jews, the king reversed the edict and allowed the Jews to kill their enemies, and some of those people became Jews. And actually, some of the descendants of Haman himself became famous rabbis, and that's mentioned in the Talmud. Some of the descendants of Haman, in fact, of that story, converted after their plot to destroy the Jews failed. So there's converts throughout the history. It's within the Bible. There's not too many converts listed in the Bible. Seen studies that there's only tens of them, of converts listed by name in the Bible. But they're there going back many stories. Converting out of fear. It's possible, to look at like a Pilpul type attitude. Can you convert out of fear? Can you convert to get out of your crimes? There's other stories like that also, God forbid, that maybe we'll have time to deal with more. So let me do this general overview from Orthodox perspective. What does it take to convert to Judaism in an Orthodox manner? And this I found from a rabbi in Israel, who's this is a nice overview of some pictures. Conversion Judaism to and proselytes in the context of Halakhah and Jewish history. So I'll be reading some of this. Here you got Yisro, priest of Midian. Moses' father-in-law heard all that God had done for Moses and for his people, and Yisro said, "Blessed be God, he who has rescued you from the hand of Egypt and from the hand of Pharaoh, who has rescued the people from the yoke of the hand of Egypt. Now he realized that God is greater than all the gods." The Medrash Tikkun comments on this verse that Yisro was truly convinced and converted. So it's not directly clear from the verse in Exodus that Yisro converts, but the rabbinic commentary claims that he does. So according to this rabbi who wrote this article, put this on the chat for people who want contemporary understanding of how you convert to Judaism in Israel. Cade has mentioned Tuvia Singer. He's a popular Jewish preacher and talks with Christians and interfaith. I'm not directly familiar with him, but I know he's a popular evangelical or interfaither. So it's possible in principle for every human to become Jewish. Judaism is open to all people, irrespective of background, although we noted that in Israel right now it's forbidden for African migrants, economic migrants, or Palestinians to convert. But in theory, anyone could convert to Judaism. Interested candidate must bear witness to much perseverance and sincere motivation. Ancestors Abraham and Sarah occupied themselves with proclaiming the faith in one God. The word ger for a male or giyyeret for a female derives from the letters of the Hebrew word gimel, vav, resh, meaning to dwell, reside in Hebrew. Someone who converts to Judaism wants to dwell, live with the Jewish people. The commandment to love the stranger is a direct consequence of the Jewish people being strangers in Egypt. The command occurs some 42 times in the Bible, even in the main silent prayer that people pray 3 times a day. Pray for well-being and true and sincere proselytes. Some outstanding biblical personalities were themselves converts. Among them were the daughter of Pharaoh, the famous princess who saved the life of Moses, and according to the rabbis, converted to Judaism and departed with the children of Israel to the land of Israel. In gratitude for her courageous act of saving a human life, God gave her the name Batia, which means the daughter of God. So, so and more on the most of Yisro, Pinchas, the zealot in the Bible, is a descendant of Yisro and is upgraded to become a priest. Most well-known Giyyur, however, is Ruth. She is the maternal ancestor of the Davidic kingship. According to the Midrash, Ruth herself was a Moabite of royal descent. When the wheel of fortune turned and the whole family of her mother-in-law, Naomi, died in Moab, Ruth remained loyal to Naomi. Ruth was responsible for the famous slogan, which can be found on every website of her rabbinic court, for wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people are my people, and your God is my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus may Hashem do to me, and thus may he do more, for only death will separate me and between you. This is the essence, the best and shortest definition of becoming a Jew. And generally that passage might even be said by converts when they go and convert. Isaiah declares, as the foreigners who attach themselves to the Lord to minister to him and to love the name of the Lord by his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it, and who hold fast to my covenant, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. For Jewish history, we know the time of Ezra. Many converts joined the Jewish people when they returned to Zion. According to Nehemiah, the most important point in their Ger process was the abandonment of idolatry and associating themselves with the God of Israel. Read in the book of Esther that Haman, the archenemy of the people of Israel and descendant of the people of Moloch, the symbol of hatred of the Jews, wanted to destroy all the Jews of the Persian Empire from India to Ethiopia on the 13th of Adar. We see this model in our so-called modern times at the turn of the plot with the hanging of Haman and the permission of King Ahasuerus, the Jews to defend themselves in the battle of the 13th of Adar, as we read Esther 8:17. And many of those people in the land became Jewish for fear the Jews had fallen upon them. The Hashmonaim were great heroes who, together with the Maccabees, drove the Hellenists from Judea, Jerusalem, and the Temple, and established 200 years of independence. This is one of the reasons we celebrate Hanukkah every year. However, the Hashmonaim established a royal dynasty which was against the wishes of the rabbis. The dynasty was corrupt and assimilated through and through. Some of the Hashmonaim kings wanted political and territorial expansions and forced the local populations to convert to Judaism. We'll be discussing this at length. I have many research papers on the forced conversion of the Idumeans, including circumcision for the men. The rabbis did not approve of the policy of Jewification of the Hashmonaim. We know from history that those forced to convert to Judaism were regressive in the end and left Judaism. The most well-known among them was King Herod, whose father Antipater was a forced convert. We know Herod as one of the most brutal despots in history, who murdered the entire Hashmonaim dynasty, as well as many rabbis, and who was in fact a vassal of the Romans. He's responsible for the fact that after his death, Rome became the ruler in Judea, culminating in the great uprising against the Romans in 70 CE, with the dramatic end of exile to Europe and the destruction of the Second Temple. In the Mishnah and Talmudic times, we can find important rabbinic Mishnah and Talmudic sages who were descendants of converts, Shammai and Avlatan among them. Rav Akiva ben Yosef, the greatest and most well-known of the Mishnah sage, was the son of converts. Even descendants of Haman learned Torah in the city of Bnei Brak. Hillel, the prince, gave a ger who challenged him to teach the whole Torah while standing on one leg. The answer in the so-called golden rule, do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself. Unclus was the cousin of Titus, became a Jew according to the Talmud. Thanks to him, we have the Aramaic translation of the Torah, which is still consulted up to this day. According to the history of Judeo-Christians, the Essenians were responsible for the fiasco of the uprising of Bar Kokhba 135. Those converts who joined not by conviction abandoned Judaism in great number during crisis. They became regressive and returned to their former pagan faith. Jews as well as Christians profited on a large scale from the decadent pagan lifestyle in ancient Rome. Many patricians and madonnas converted to Judaism at that time. This large movement towards Judaism halted with the rise of Christianity. 335, Emperor Constantine, together with Pope Sylvester, turned the Christian religion into a state religion. Converting to Judaism was forbidden under threat of death penalty. This line of action predominated throughout the Middle Ages, with only a few exceptions. One of the exceptions was Rav Avram Hager, a famous Tosfos from the school of Rashi in the 12th and 13th centuries. Another was the famous student and follower of Maimonides, Rav Obadia Hager. Rav Avram Hager was one of the most striking scholars from the famous Tosfos school from the Middle Ages. The school wrote during a period of 200 years the most famous Tosfos commentary on the complete Babylonian Talmud. About 300 eminent scholars worked on this project. It may be important to write about this famous proselyte because he gives an explanation for the ambivalent Talmudic statement that proselytes are a burden for the Jewish people. This, on the surface, uncomplimentary assessment of proselytes by the Talmud is explained by Rav Avram Hager as follows: converts to Judaism are burdensome for the Jewish people because they are more meticulous and accurate in their observance of the mitzvahs. In this way, they act as a sort of accuser of the Jewish people, who are often not particular with the Torah. It is as if Hashem is sending to the Jewish people a reprimand. Look, the newcomers are more observant than you, who are a direct descendant of the patriarchs, and who have also made a covenant with Hashem. Rav Obadia Hager was a favorite student of Maimonides. Among his many works is a famous letter by Maimonides to Obadia Hager, which has come down to us. This letter is a testament to Maimonides' humanistic concern for converts and is a lesson for Jews who are not respectful to converts. Obadia Hager asked Maimonides a simple question: if he, who is not of Jewish descent, may say the Amida, our God, God of our forefathers, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, or may recite in the blessing after meals, we thank our God for the good, desire, and spacious land which he gave to our fathers. May he retain the original version, or should he delete the word God of our fathers? In some reason, there's the proselytes actually don't say God of our fathers. Maimonides answers him and says that he's not allowed to change anything in the prayers. He is of no less value than the rest of Israel. Avram is the father of all Gerim, and so the God of Abraham is also the God, and the God of the land God gave Abraham is also his land as a heritage. In fact, if one interprets Maimonides correctly, the proselyte is more esteemed before God because he is a direct descendant of Abraham Avinu. And we'll see in current law today that converts outside of Israel, if they go through a proper conversion, have the right of return. One of the greatest philosophical works of classical Judaism, the Kuzari by Rabbi Yehuda Levi. The work describes a theological debate between representatives of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The king of the Khazars wishes to choose one of these monotheistic religions for his people. Via the polemic discussion, he reaches an understanding of very important fundamental issues on faith. Among others, God, the prophets, the special qualities of the land of Israel, and the Hebrew language are discussed. The conversation ends with the king's conviction that for him and his people, Judaism is the right faith. Historically, we know that an area around the Caspian Sea, probably Georgia, was a Jewish monarchy around 800 to 1000, with many converts who lived a Jewish life together with their king. A letter written by Menachem ben Saruk, a sage of the court of Rav Hasdai ben Ibn Shaprut, minister of the Caliph of Cordoba, has been preserved. In the letter, the wish is described to visit the king of the Khazars and his people to get to know them. The fate of the Khazar state is, however, a sad one. The kingdom of the people of Khazars disappeared from history, probably through conquest by various Asiatic peoples. Still, it serves as a good example of a whole people accepting Judaism as their faith. One can well imagine that many pagans in Europe would have joined Judaism had not the church forbidden this, with the death penalty as the ultimate consequence. The Spanish Inquisition is a lively example of the inhumane and barbaric acts of which the Christian church is capable in the name of religion. The sad fate of the Marranos is witness to this. Impressive story of a proselyte is that of Avram ben Avram from the time of the Vilna Gaon. Avram ben Avram was also known as Count Valentin Pataki. He came from a very aristocratic family in Lithuania, Poland. As the only child, he enjoyed a bohemian lifestyle, so he traveled to Paris to enjoy more of the good life. Through various circumstances, he got to know the Jewish community and their rabbi there, and soon decided to convert to Judaism, which at the time was only possible in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Their freedom of religion could be found for all religions, including Judaism. Many converts traveled from all over Europe to the Netherlands, where they could where they did not have to fear the power of the church and its punitive expeditions with the death penalty as the ultimate consequence. Count Pataki also traveled to the Netherlands and became a Torah faithful Jew. On his return to Vilna, he learned with the Gaon of Vilna. Through betrayal, church spies found him and took him prisoner. He was given a public show trial in Inquisition style. He was sentenced to burning in public. The verdict was carried out on the second day of Shavuot. His ashes were collected by the students of the Gaon of Vilna and kept in the cemetery of Vilna. The Gaon of Vilna asked that a physical remains be buried next to the grave of this righteous Ger Avram ben Avram, as can be seen to this day. In Tsar's Russia, the Orthodox Christian Church exerted its power through the Tsar. It was strictly forbidden to convert to Judaism. One can find traces of this attitude in the Orach Shulchan, a halakhic work by the famous Rabbi Yechiel Michal Halevi Epstein. In the Halakhah on Giyyur, these Halakha remained theory only because they could not be brought into practice in Russia. In the French Revolution, the well-known slogan, liberty, fraternity, and equality became one of the countries that pioneered freedom of religion. The American Constitution also guarantees religious freedom for all its citizens, which also resulted in freedom of religion for every citizen in Western Europe. The Belgian and Dutch constitutions explicitly guarantee religious freedom for every citizen, and a strict separation between church and state is adhered to, as can be found in most European countries. An effect of this is that someone's faith may not be stated on identity papers. Misuse of this policy occurred during the Second World War in Belgium and the Netherlands, where Nazi policy forced the Jews to register in a separate register. This greatly facilitated the deportation of the Jews to concentration camps. Talmud explains that the Messianic era, no more proselytes will be accepted because conversion to faith of the people of Israel is only possible for altruistic motives. Conversion to the glory of the Messianic era would thus not be a legitimate convert. During the reign of King David and King Solomon, no proselytes were accepted either, because at that time the motivation of the Giyyur was the glory and good times during the reign of the royal house of David. The phenomenon of Giyyur converting to Judaism has shown a revival after the Shoah. Some good reasons can explain this phenomenon. The steadfastness and loyalty of the people of Israel towards Hashem, despite the terrible events of the Shoah, which in any other religion would be a liability, and which most probably have led to the end of that faith. The attitude of the Christian church towards the chosen people during the Shoah, with few exceptions both in Protestant and Catholic circles, the church has tried to play down the events of the Shoah. Many priests condoned Hitler's policy of the destruction of the Jews. The Vatican, with Pope Pius XI as a representative of Peter and being infallible according to Catholic theological doctrine, did not utter a word of protest for use of its moral influence to help the Jews in need. The convents of France, Poland, did not take in Jewish children. This was, however, only done with the aim of converting them to Christianity later, and with the refusal to return these children to the Jewish people as legitimate representatives of the victims. It is my heartfelt wish also on behalf of the Jewish people to thank those priests who did. Okay, we'll go on and on. The Messianic vision of Prophet Amos. With my experience as the reason for the large wave of Christian and non-Christians wanting to become part of the Jewish people, Amos speaks of a special hunger and thirst. The time is coming when I will send a famine upon the land, not a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but for hearing the words of God. We are now in Messianic times. The people of Israel have risen from the ashes like a phoenix and have returned to their original home. According to the prophecies of the classical prophets of Israel, the land of Israel would again become fertile and the cities would be rebuilt as part of the revival of the people of Israel. We can state with pleasure that a large part of the prophecies have been fulfilled. Compare Ezekiel chapter 37. Of course, many problems hang over the state, the people, and the faith of Israel. Examples of this are the reestablishment of the Sanhedrin, the intensification of Halakhah, the method of the decisions enacted in the laws of Israel, the decisions of the Israeli Supreme Court, which are not always in accordance with the teachings, morality, and ethics of our Torah, and of course the ingathering of the lost remnants of Israel. With the establishment of the state of Israel, a new problem has arisen. What is a convert according to Halakhah, Jewish law? Is it a feeling for Judaism, or is it a real religious act? Until the establishment of Israel, the guideline was clear. Only a religious act according to the precepts and explanations of the Shulchan Aruch sufficed. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister and founder of the state of Israel, asked 100 Jewish personalities who is a Jew in connection with the right of return to the Jews of the state of Israel. The Israeli constitution states that every Jewish human automatically has the right to Israeli citizenship. Of these selected 100 personalities, the vast majority wrote that becoming Jewish is only possible according to the Halakhah, which has been practiced for thousands of years. Halakhah prescribes that a child of a Jewish mother or one who has converted to Judaism according to Halakhah is a Jew. A mention should be made here of the fact that the mother and not the father decides the status of a Jew. Why is this so? Maternity cannot be questioned, but paternity can. Besides this, the mother influenced the child the most during the formative years. So what is a convert according to the Talmud and the Jewish law and the Shulchan Aruch? In general, the Halakhah shows a reserved attitude towards conversion and does not favor doing missionary work. According to the Shulchan Aruch, the request of a potential conversion candidate must be turned down 3 times by a rabbi, so the candidate will think carefully if he or she should not go through life as a Noachide. Noachides are only obligated to perform 7 mitzvah, while a Jew has to fulfill theoretically 613 commandments and prohibitions. According the Shulchan Aruch, the candidate must also understand that conversion is irreversible attachment to the Jewish people and the bad and difficult positions of the Jews and exiles. We have often had to face persecution. There is indeed a phobia for Jews. We can state 3 things concerning conversion. In general, the Talmud and the Halakhah notes that we have a duty to make the mitzvah known. It is clear that one does not have to learn the complete corpus of Halakhah before admission to Judaism can take place. Making known some mitzvah is in fact an introduction to Judaism to practice and grow in these and other mitzvahs later. After admission, some more heavy mitzvahs, which are mentioned in the Talmud, are, for example, Shabbos and Kashrus. A more light mitzvah that the Talmud describes is the example to give to the poor. For the Talmud, it is clear that the preparation for Giyyur is a starting point and certainly not the finishing line. The Giyyur candidate will later immerse him or himself in the specialized further commandments. 2, in effect, every Torah observant rabbinic court these days sets its own standard of expectations, which for some rabbinic courts concerns only observation and little attention for the halakhically funded knowledge of the Shulchan Aruch. Others emphasize the Giyyur candidate's very detailed knowledge of Halakhah and emphasize the philosophy of Judaism much less. Later, most Halakhah authorities expanded the elementary condition of making known the mitzvah with the concept of Kabbalist mitzvahs, namely that the Giyyur candidate must accept the complete corpus of mitzvahs on conversion without any reservation. During the questioning, the acceptance of all the mitzvahs is again examined, and the immersion in the mikveh, which is the final step of conversion to Judaism. This question is again raised, besides the repetition of the 13 principles of faith of Maimonides, and with emphasis of the fact that a conversion is irreversible, so that from the standpoint of Judaism, conversion will never be able to exit. So we mentioned this earlier, the circumcision, ritual bath, and court of law. So people could read this on their own. This rabbi's got some examples. So what comprises a legitimate rabbinic court? The rabbinic court is to ascertain whether a candidate is well prepared to be integrated and taken up into Judaism. To be able to function as a rabbi or dayan these days, one needs an ordination as a rabbi or dayan from a renowned institute of a well-known and respected rabbi who has received the authority for this. Examples: Moshe Feinstein, Rav Ovadia Yosef, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik. It's questionable today, whether you have actual smicha. Originally, smicha or rabbinic ordination goes back to Moses, who, according to tradition, ordained the Sanhedrin and his trusted pupil and servant Joshua at the command of Hashem to function as judges and religious leaders of the Jewish people. Joshua, in his turn, again ordained the elders to continue the chain of ordinal tradition. The golden age of this institution was towards the end of the Second Temple era. Despite the destruction of the Jewish state, the Second Temple, the Sanhedrin, remained in function until about 300 CE. The Sanhedrin thus still existed for a time despite the destruction of the temple. Because of the hostile attitude of the Romans, the Sanhedrin was moved constantly, at least 10 different locations in Israel. From the period of the Second Temple onward, the highest office was, besides the Nasi, the head of the chairman. The authority consisted in establishing the calendar and giving an authoritative, definitive ruling on all important Halakhic religious questions. They also, in theory, had the authority to carry out the death penalty. This was more of a theory because the Romans continually restricted the authority of the Sanhedrin. The famous rabbis from this long period had the authority to ordain students who, according to them, fulfilled the expectations and criteria to be able to function as religious leaders in Israel. In Israel, these rabbis were called rabbi. Outside of Israel, especially in Babylon, they were called rav. One could obtain a higher qualification if one met the expectations and specializations concerning what was permitted and what was forbidden. From the 3rd century CE, the Sanhedrin stopped functioning because of the constant oppression of the Jews in Israel, and thus the ordination of rabbis was halted. During the 3rd to 16th centuries, all rabbis served as laymen. Despite being appointed by a famous rabbi or acknowledged yeshiva leader, they were permitted to use their title rabbi and had the authority to make decisions on all matter of Halakhah, but strictly speaking, they remained laymen simply because the tradition of ordination had been broken due to persecution of Romans. An interesting story about Rav Yaakov Bereya and the Sfat. I talked with Charles Moskowitz on his channel, the recreation of Smicha and the attempt to recreate Smicha later, which goes into, can there be conversion? Are there legitimate rabbis today? Does rabbi have to be, and we'll skip this documentation. And then this rabbi goes on to disavow secular conversions. Okay, so that was a pretty long one. Let me check the chat, see what's going on here, see if I could be of assistance and answer anything directly to anyone's comments. Sorry, 1 second. Catch my breath also. I got a lot of talking to do. Okay, so I'm sorry, just catch my breath, and I'm going to answer questions directly from the chat. So anyone has direct questions from the chat, now's your best time to ask them. Because as I said, there's a lot of material. I'm just trying to fix a few things here. So I apologize for the dead time. I just need to catch my breath. Okay, so reading the chat. Diastrablo, can a paraplegic with an IQ of 65 convert to Judaism? There's an intellectual or physical limit. It's possible. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask your local rabbinic court. It would be at their discretion if they're mentally capable of following Jewish law. I'm not sure. Are there different emanations of God in the Torah? That's a more deep theological question. Peyton, you're in my Discord, so let's discuss that differently. Aaron never understood why anyone would want Duvid to read PDFs to them. Okay, it's your free will to be here in my chat. Any favorite commentaries of mine, Peyton? I have a lot of favorite commentaries. People generally recommend Rashi, Or Chaim. There's a lot of good ones. So you're in my Discord, so we could you'll join one of my chat rooms and we could discuss this at length. Are there any famous rabbis who are converts in Judaism? Yes, Ben Noach, I mentioned that. Avadia, who becomes a prophet, was a convert. Unclus is a convert. Their descendants of converts, like Akiva was a descendant of converts. So I'd have to look in Shammai and Avitan. I'm not sure if they were descendants of converts or converts themselves, but yes, I've mentioned that earlier. I'll link my Discord again. I put it earlier, but if people are just joining, I thought you were. Okay, so here's my Discord. Okay, so let's continue. Let me take a little bit of a drink. Appreciate everyone joining. There's a lot of material to cover here, so let's just keep it going. Anyone has a question, let's just do an @Duvid. I'm going to re-enter screen share, and that was largely just the introduction. So I've been going at it 45 minutes. Now I have a lot of scholarly papers, a lot more reading, and we're going to get more into the real deeper understanding of what it means to convert to Judaism in some of the scholarly history and various aspects of conversion to Judaism. So let's jump right into the Talmud. This is from the Talmud Yevamos, which is the Levirate marriage, where it's called a little small section on conversion to Judaism. There's only a few pages, so it's interesting. The section of the Talmud that deals with conversion is within the Masechta Yevamos on Levirate marriage, and there's a few pages. I'll look at articles later that cover more this section, but let's just look here at and there's also a lot dealing with slave law, because presumably there was a method where certain forms of slaves that lived within the community had to be circumcised, and when they were freed, they became Jews. And the question of conversion as a religious practice, if that changed over past the Second Temple, and how many converts were freed slaves, or the Idumeans, whether they've been slaves of a different nature, or to try to fathom what it was like in ancient Israel, where being a slave to a Jew was a process to becoming a Jew. And that's actually explicitly laid out in Scripture and discussed here in the Talmud. Maybe we'll try to deal more with God forbid, the history of slave law. But let's read here. If one comes to convert nowadays, we ask him, why do you want to convert? Do you know that Israel are depressed, pushed around, humbled, and afflicted? If he says, I know, if only I was worthy to share their affliction, we accept him immediately in form of some light mitzvahs, some severe mitzvahs, the sin of not giving agricultural gifts to the poor, and the punishment of mitzvahs. We tell him before converting, you did not get chorus for eating chaylev or stone for chil Shabbos. Now you are chayiv chorus for eating chaylev and stone for chil Shabbos. Just like we inform of the punishment of mitzvahs, we also tell them of their reward. The reward to come is only for tzaddikim, the righteous. Israel at this time cannot receive too much good nor too much punishment. Some deep concepts in the Talmudic period, where possibly the rabbinic courts issued the death penalty, and there were a lot of ritualistic laws that, God forbid, conceivably could have been punished before by death for a Jew, as where they wouldn't have been punishable at all for a non-Jew. So we did not frighten him too much, nor are we exacting with him. If he still wants to convert, we circumcise him immediately. If he stands, remains. If there's something that invalidates the circumcision, you have to do the circumcision again. When he heals, we immerse him into the mikveh. Two wise men stand over him and inform him of some light and some severe commandments. After immersing, he is a full Jew. For a female convert, women see that she enters the water unto her neck. Two chachamim, wise men, stand over her and inform her of some light and severe mitzvahs. The law for a freed slave is the same as for a convert. Whenever a nida may immerse, a convert or freed slave may immerse. Any interruption that invalidates the immersion invalidates the convert, freed slave, or menstrual woman. So when do we mention the difficulties of Israel and inform him of some of the mitzvahs? Perhaps this will deter him from converting if he is insincere. The Revold, like we'd say, converts are problematic for Israel as leprosy. We inform him of the sin of agricultural gifts to the poor. This is because a ben Noach is killed for stealing less than a pruta, and the theft cannot be corrected by returning the object. We want him to know that the poor are entitled to these gifts. Alternatively, Goyim are adamant about small amounts of money. Perhaps hearing the punishment for not leaving these gifts will cause them to retract. So on and so on and so on. And so what is required for a conversion? A court, two wise men. Rabbi Yochanan says 3. Indeed, Rabbi Yochanan said that the correct text of the Bryce, it's 3. After merging, he's a full Israel. Okay, so that's the Talmud. We could go more into it. It's interesting if people want the source of conversion, the Talmud, these are some of the passages, and look at the biblical verses, and we're going to get into some more scholarly articles about conversion to Israel. So let me look at the chat. Diastrablo Orakaim translates Proverbs 12:10, showing compassion to the wicked is cruelty. Does wicked include idolaters like Christian or Hindus? Generally, probably not. I've been asked about this Proverbs 12:10. Even with Luke Ford, I had a whole shows with him on this concept, and showing compassion to people who don't have the tribute of compassion themselves. So the idea here is generally what they call in Hebrew mida keneged mida, that characteristic opposite its characteristic. So here, compassion for the wicked, meaning the wicked is someone who has no compassion, and so someone who is not compassionate, it does not pay to treat them with compassion. Zupater, in your opinion, are converts accepted fully by the Jewish community? Are there some pockets residual reservation towards new converts? Yes, in general, the Talmud mentions even Shaye and Avitan, some of the most leading rabbis of their time, that the high priest and other people made fun of them for being converts. I think there's a statement in the Talmud or Medrash that says Rabbi Akiva was derided by some for being the descendant of converts his whole life. Certainly, there's a bias against converts. It's one of those works for you, works against you. Some people will be scrupulous in the law and will go out of their way to be nice to converts, and other people will be skeptical. And, so if you go with the balance 50-50 type rule, it could be very difficult for converts, but it could also be very beneficial for conversion, for converts. Muslims a higher priority to conversion? I don't think there's a priority to conversion based on where a convert comes from. It doesn't matter where converts come from. You could be any background and convert to Judaism. The key thing is the intention of what they're going to do with the rest of their life, not what they did with the beginning of their life. Root of the word punish is punic. Okay. So let's go some more. So this is going to be kind of interesting. Some little scholarship here on the origins of conversion. Is it possible that in ancient, biblical times, you didn't really have conversion, and then in the period of the Greeks, the concept of conversion arose? So this is University of California kind of scholarly research into conversion as opposed to Halakhah. So Gottwald's tribe of Yahweh, I'll put this in the chat for anyone who wants to read along. We get more scholarly approach to conversion. So the tribes of Yahweh is a milestone in the history of research of the formation of Israel. It applies the tools perfected in the social sciences to the sparse and times ambiguous data culled from the archaeological and literary remains of the ancient Near East. The result is a systematic, carefully reasoned substantiation of the hypothesis first proposed by Mendenhall that Israel was composed mainly of native Canaanites who revolted against their city-state overlords, sparked by invaders from the desert, with their rabid adherence to the deliverer God. It is not my purpose to examine any of the arguments and conclusions of this important work. A great deal of scholarly energy will surely be expended in this direction during the coming decade. My objective is to probe one of its tacit assumptions. This task, I believe, assumes priority for any fault in its assumptions will be transmitted and aggrandized in its conclusions. The Mendenhall-Gottwald hypothesis presupposes the phenomenon of religious conversion. Let me state my conclusion in advance. Religious conversion is neither attested nor possible in ancient Israel before the Second Temple period. Why Kaufman offered this opinion over 50 years ago, but it has been totally ignored. Part of the fault lies with Kaufman himself, his reference to the subject and fragmentary and spread over his multi-volume history of the religion of Israel. It is more systemically handled in his earlier sociological work, Exile and Alienation, which unfortunately has yet to be translated, yet here too his treatment is uncritical. It consists in the main of a list of biblical citations showing that non-Israelite individuals and groups continued to retain their ethnic labels, but this is no proof. The Doeg was an Edomite, Uri a Hittite, and Itti a Gittite, though they all worshiped the God of Israel. Does not necessarily mean that they were not considered as Israelites. A sounder approach is to determine the actual legal status of non-Israelites during this period, and this we shall now attempt by examining the direct testimony of P and the indirect inferential evidence of D. I guess this is referring to classical biblical criticism, and this is more a heretical study. The aliens who take residence in the land of Israel is called a ger, such as the term's exclusive meaning in P. The scholarly consensus is nearly unanimous that P's ger is a proselyte and hence a full Israelite. A different opinion is voiced in Avram ibn Ezra, recently supported by Moshe Weinfeld, that a ger and Israelite are not to be equated because the ger is only obliged to obey the laws that affect the purity of the congregation or land. Submit that Ibn Ezra and Weinfeld are correct in pointing to the notion of purity behind the discrete status of the ger. What is yet to be determined is the underlying legal postulate. First, the distinctions in P between the ger and Israelite do not exist in civil law, which holds that they are of equal status, but in religious law, the ger, for example, is under no requirement to observe the festivals. Participation in the Pesach is declared voluntarily for the ger, whereas the Israelite abstains from the sacrifice at the pain of Korah. The ger may observe it, provided he is circumcised. This injunction to dwell in a sukkah is explicitly directed to the Israelite citizen. Ezra, a term which excludes the ger. Similarly, a ger may offer voluntary sacrifices if he follows their proper prescriptions, but the participation is not mandatory. The injunction, there shall be one law for you and for the ger, should not be misconstrued. It applies only to the case given in the context. It is not a generalization. Why these exemptions for the ger in religious law? Their underlying postulate is this: the ger is bound by a prohibitive commandments and not by the performative ones. The violation of prohibitive commandment requires an act. According to B, an act forbidden by God generates impurity, which impinges upon God's sanctity and land. For example, sexual offenses and homicide pollute the land, where Moloch worship and corpse contamination pollute the sanctuary. It therefore makes no difference whether the polluter is Israelite or non-Israelite. Anyone in residence of the Lord's land is capable of polluting it or his sanctuary. Thus, the individual ger, as well as citizen, is required to bring a purification offering for the inadvertent violation of the prohibitive commandment and is subject to court if the violation was presumptuous. Moreover, a purification offering must be brought by the entire community to expiate not only for the Israelites, but for the gerim as well. Performative commandments, on the other hand, are violated by refraining or neglecting to do them. From the Hebrew, to stay put and do nothing. Such violations are not sins of commission, but omission. They too can lead to dire consequences, but only for the Israelite who is enjoined to observe them. The ger, however, is not so obligated. Sins of omission, of non-observance, generate no pollution either to the land or sanctuary. Thus, the ger, the resident non-Israelite, does not jeopardize the welfare of his Israelite neighbor by not complying with the performative commandments. Consequently, he need not, for example, observe the Pesach, but if he so desires, he must be circumcised and be in a state of ritual purity. However, under no circumstances may possess leaven during the festival, a prohibitive commandment. Another illuminating example is Yom Kippur. The ger is required to refrain from work on this day, but he need not fast. Thus, the priestly code makes a precise legal distinction between the ger and the Israelite, implying that a ger was indeed distinguishable from the Israelite. He possessed his own ethnic identity. Though he may have worshipped Israel's God and was required to bring purification offerings to the sanctuary for polluting it by his inadvertent wrongs, he was not obliged to follow all the religious prescriptions incumbent upon the Israelite neighbors. He was neither an Ezra nor part of the Kahal, but a ger. The nature of the ger is further illuminated by inferential evidence from D, particularly in the law of Harem. The Harem is not a D's innovation, but there can be no doubt that D was the first to impose it on the Autochthonous inhabitants of Canaan. Its rationale is still a mystery. The question remains, why should a document of the 8th or 7th century a time when the Canaanites pose no threat whatsoever, demand their extinction. The vantage point of the Ger, I submit, will allow us to view the question in a new light. The main harem law in D is coupled with a prohibition against intermarriage with Canaanites. This prohibition, however, is restricted only to the 7 listed nations. It does not apply to any other people. For example, the law of the captive woman presumes that intermarriage is permitted with people outside of Canaan. Moreover, D's harem is clearly a product of its fear that intermarriage with the Canaanites will lead to apostasy. D is alarmed not because Canaanite practice Israel's religion, but the reverse reason: intermarriage with them will lead to the abandonment of Israel's religion. According to the claim of the Deuteronomists, the process actually was attested. The Israelites settled among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They took their daughters to wife and gave their own daughters to their sons, and they worshiped their gods. The implication is clear. Dean's anxiety over intermarriage with Canaanites implies that the Canaanites abound in Israel at the end of the monarchy in large enough numbers to give ethnic-centered circles such as D grave concern. Thus, D declares intermarriage with alien populations in Canaan a cardinal sin. Had they been wiped out at the time of the conquest, as God commanded to Moses, there would be no apostasy in Israel. Having set forth the motivation for D's harem against Canaanites, we also see its cited rationale in a new light. You shall not intermarry with them, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God. Israel is an kudos, another Deuteronomic innovation. Now it becomes possible to point to the main reason for its invention. Since every Israelite is inherently holy, he or she should not be contaminated by intermarriage. There can be no doubt that harem lies the base upon which Ezra constructed his Halakhah Midrash banning all intermarriage among the returnees to Zion. In any event, Z's law of harem and its concomitant ban on intermarriage presumes that Canaanites continued to thrive at least into the 8th century. Furthermore, by positing with many scholars that the origin of D lied in the 8th century northern Israel, the thesis receives additional support for the great urban blocks of Canaanites to judge by the list of city-states that Israel could not conquer are all located with the exception of Jerusalem in the north. It was these Canaanite enclaves assimilating at such an alarming rate, not through conversion, but through intermarriage, which gave rise to the intermarriage apostasy, harem, holy people sequence in the harem law of D. One further consideration should be noted: a mass conversion of Canaanites during Israel's formative period would not have been ignored by Deuteronomy. This book, to say the least, would have duplicated its rationale for conceding the profane slaughter of animals, to wit, though Canaanites are now permitted to convert, this policy shall not obtain when the Lord your God brings you into the land. The fact that D offers no apology whatsoever for this alleged change can only mean that no such change occurred. D's obsession with intermarriage can also illuminate long-standing crux in Deuteronomy, the list of those denied admissions to the Kahal until the 3rd generation, or not even till the 10th generation. The standard interpretation of these ordinals, both traditional and modern, is that they refer to the term of residence in the land of Israel. Cohen himself cites Ruth and the captive women of Deuteronomy 21 as instances where residency determines status. However, the objection can be raised that in both cases the woman was married to an Israelite, had either settled among Israelites as an unattached person. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God, would have fallen on deaf ears. She would have acquired the status of a ger, not an Israelite. The only way to complete assimilation is that proposed by Hamor and the Shechemites to Jacob and his sons: intermarry with us, give us your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourself. Then you will dwell among us, and the land will be open before you. Once it is accepted that intermarriage is the tacit assumption of D's law of the Kahal, its purpose becomes apparent. It is a northern Israelite polemic against Judah, in particular against the Davidites. Let us first note that the group whose descendants are predominantly barred from the Kahal comprise the Mamzer, Moabite, and Ammonite. The constellation is no accident. According to the old tradition, Moabites and Ammonites are descendants of incestuous union, and hence are inherently Mamzerim. Furthermore, only 2 intermarriages are recorded which affect the Davidic line, and both fit into this law. David is a descendant of a Moabite, and Rehoboam, the founder of the Judean monarchy, is a son of an Ammonite. Thus, what D is saying rings loud and clear. Every occupant of the throne of Judah is a bastard to the second power. This hypothesis can be buttressed by geopolitical considerations. Moab and Ammon, excluded from the Kahal, fell within the sphere of influence of northern Israel. Edom and Egypt admitted into the Kahal, where the south were to the south and were interest primary to Judah, and could be deduced from the biblical data and the Moabite stone. Northern Israel and Moab were in perennial conflict through their joint existence. Though evidence is not at hand for Ammon, the identical situation must have prevailed. Thus, hatred in northern Israel for the Moabite and Ammonite would have been grounded in political reality, and it found its expression in their permanent exclusion from Diz Kahal. However, the same animus would not have obtained against the Edomite and the Egyptian, who did not dwell on northern Israel's borders, and consequently their Gerim would have elicited a more tolerant attitude. In sum, the legal status of Ger in P and the Harem and Kahal laws in D imply that throughout the pre-exilic period, the Ger retained a discrete status that kept him apart from the Israelite. Even though he fully accepted and practiced Israelite values and norms, he achieved complete assimilation only generations later through intermarriage. In any case, religious conversion was no factor at all in gaining admission to the Israelite people. Thus, the assumption of the revolt model that the national entity of Israel was formed by mass conversion to its conventional faith is totally without warrant. Finally, mention must be made of Gottwald's attempt to shore up his conversion assumption. He cites 4 pieces of evidence: the Amorite song of Heshbon, which he claims could only have been brought into Israel by Amorite converts, the family of Rahab, and the Bethel informer who assimilated into Israel, presumably by conversion, so on and so on. So in conclusion, that religious conversion was a viable means of entering into Israel during its early history must be denied. All the more unattainable is the assumption of mass conversion as the chief mechanism of the formation of Israel. It is an anachronism, a gap of 1,000 years. Conversion of individuals is not attested until the post-exilic age, and the phenomenon of mass conversion not until the Hashmonaim and the advent of Christianity. For Mendenhall, this flaw is fatal. For Gottwald, it is less so, since he has provided himself with an escape hatch. He also presumes that some important Canaanite enclaves did not convert, but either remained intact or effected an alliance with Israel. I would suggest that for Gottwald, it is a second vehicle of absorption into Israel, in reality primary and indeed exclusive. The remaining Canaanites were effectively neutralized by the Israelites and ultimately assimilated by intermarriage. Thus, to be viable, the revolt model must posit the ethnic unity of Israel from its beginning in Canaan, which assimilated residents, aliens, only through intermarriage. But if so, in what sense will it be possible to ascribe the formation of Israel to a revolt? So it's kind of long-winded here. Hope some people enjoyed that reading. And so the point there was to show some scholarly attitudes towards conversion to Israel. Thanks, Ed Des, for popping in. If you could book some streams, I appreciate that. Pleasure to work together with you in streaming. So we're talking about this complicated process of conversion to Israel, and the claim that the current Orthodox understanding is ahistorical, and the historical evidence would show that in ancient Israel there was in fact no mechanism to convert to Israel. It was purely a bloodline, and the only way to join Israel was through intermarriage with the Jewish people. And we'll see the conflict between the Jewish scholars and the Orthodox scholars, the current state of Jewish scholarship, Israeli scholarship, and the law by the sages. So that's going to be a common theme throughout some of these, although I am going to cover in detail the Orthodox perspective and the Halakha and the dispute among the Halakha, but I wanted the understanding of the historical understanding of what it meant to convert, and possibly that conversion was a post-temple invention of the rabbis. So let's do one more article. This guy, Shaye Cohen, also a famous Israeli scholar, who will also argue a similar thing, that there was no such thing as conversion in ancient Israel. Conversion, from the Latin converte, means spiritual reorientation, a change in direction in one's spirituality and religious way of life. The convert, realizing the inadequacy, even sinfulness of its previous life, turns a new system of piety and belief in order to relieve himself of his feelings of inadequacy and sin. Conversion then consists of denial and affirmation, a denial of one's past and affirmation for the future. A spiritual shift within a religion can be an act of conversion. In medieval Latin, conversio means monasticism, and conversi is one of the standard terms for monks. By joining a monastery, a monk abandons the sinfulness of the contemporary world and dedicates himself to a life of the spirit. In contemporary American Christians who are born again and Jews who are Bali Tshuva are converts. They recognize the sinfulness of their previous lives and through a spiritual about-face assume new identities. In this symposium, we're interested in the conversions, which entail the crossing of the boundary for some other religions to Judaism. The Jews of antiquity had different names for the process and for the persons who went through it. Greek-speaking Jews spoke of proselytes or epilytes, those who have come in or come towards the true faith. The Hebrew Bible refers to Gentiles who accompany the Lord to serve him and who separate themselves from the nations of the land to the teachings of God. Rabbinic Jews use the term ger, sojourner, or resident, although it did not denote religious change. This colorless term was preferred by the rabbis because it allowed them to find the institution of conversion in the Bible. Occasionally, the rabbis spoke of conversion to Judaism as tshuva, returning or repentance, just as Greek-speaking Jews occasionally spoke of it as metania, change of mind, or repentance, but these terms generally applied only to inter-Jewish conversions, acts of repentance. But the multiplicity of terms should not obscure the crucial point. As Knock observed, Judaism and Christianity were only the ancient religions to have the notion of conversions. Polytheism, by definition, was incapable of the idea of denying all gods but one. One did not convert from the cult of Apollo to that of Zeus, or from Drusha to Baal Shaman, from Mithras to Isis. You might decide to devote your cultic energies to a single favorite god, especially if you believe that the god had done something special for you, but your devotion and affirmation was rarely accompanied by the denial part of conversion, the rejection of your spiritual past, the denial of the gods previously worshipped, and a feeling of sin or inadequacy as a result of your previous way of life. Only Judaism and its offshoot Christianity had these features, and therefore only Judaism had conversion. Conversion to Judaism has a national aspect in addition to the religious. By accepting the faith of Abraham and the law of Moses, the convert also became part of the people and history of Israel. This shift in national identity was unusual in antiquity because most ancient societies like modern Switzerland and Liechtenstein were loath to share their citizenship and gods with outsiders. Citizenship normally was exclusive. One could not be the citizen of two cities simultaneously. Citizenship was determined by birth and was not easily obtained otherwise. Aliens might be allowed to participate in some of the civic festivals, but in principle they were outside the established religious, social, and political structures, and they never could gain entry unless by special grant. For how can an Ammonite become an Edomite? How can an Athenian become a Corinthian? Can an Ethiopian change his skin or a leopard his spots? It took the genius of the Romans and the Jews to create citizenship which could embrace the entire world from Syria to Spain and from England to Egypt. Roman citizenship could be held in tandem with the citizenship of other cities. Jewish citizenship excluded all other modes of religious identification, but was open to all nationalities. Philo and Josephus explicitly describe conversion to Judaism as the acquisition of new citizenship, polis, in contrast to the openness of the Jewish citizenship with the restrictiveness of others. The national aspect of conversion explains why it is not until the 6th century BCE that the Jews began to develop the idea of conversion, and why even after the ideology and institution of conversion were firmly established, converts held an ambiguous status in Judaism. As long as Israel was a collection of tribes living on its own land with its own government and worshiping its ancestral god, tribal and cultic status were determined by birth, and the idea of conversion could not develop. How could a non-Israelite become an Israelite? Israelite citizen was restrictive as that of any other ancient people. Consequently, the pre-exilic portion of the Bible are unfamiliar with the idea of conversion and have no term for convert. Once, however, the Israelites ceased to be a nation like the other nations. Once the temple was destroyed, the Jews exiled, political independence lost, and the tribal structure was destroyed. Once these things happened, the religious component of Israelite identity became paramount, and the idea of conversion could begin to take hold. Israelites became Jews, and Israelite religion became Judaism. A Gentile could not become an Israelite, but he could become a Jew. But even after the 6th century BCE, Judaism did not lose its national component, and the extent to which nationhood remained and remains part of the Jewish identity is the extent to which converts were removed from full equality with the native born. The ambiguity of the convert status is clear in rabbinic legislation. The rabbis declare that a proselyte is a Jew in all respects, but this ideology cannot mask the fact that the proselyte remains, in some matters at least, a non-Israelite. In rabbinic matrimonial law, there are four congregations: priests, Levites, Israelites, and proselytes. A convert does not have a share in the land of Israel. When he brings first fruits of the Mishnah forbids him to say, "From the land which thou hast sworn unto our fathers to give us." In synagogue, he should not say, according to the Mishnah, "Our God, a God of our fathers." When confronted by the common Pentateuchal phrase, "the Lord your God," rabbinic exegete often said, "How do we know that this includes a proselyte? In sum, a convert is not an Israelite, but he is a Jew." The pre-exilic period. In biblical Hebrew, ger means resident alien. Israelites are commanded to love the ger because you were gerim in the land of Egypt. Since the resident alien is at the low end of the socioeconomic ladder, he is mentioned alongside widows, orphans, and the local Levites, other powerless groups in society who need protection and assistance. The ger belongs to no tribe and owns no land. The priestly portion of the Pentateuch frequently indicates that a given law applies also to the ger who dwells in your midst. Without this special clause, the ger as an outsider obviously would not have been included. Ger then does not mean convert. At no point must the ger renounce his pagan past and accept the truth of the God of Israel. No rituals are ever imposed upon the ger, with one exception: if he wishes to partake in the Paschal lamb, he must be circumcised. Perhaps because one apropaic ritual deserved another. No other law or ceremony required circumcision as a precondition for performance. In biblical law, the ger is unassimilable. He is of inferior status in all matters except those where the legislator specifically grants him equality through creative exegesis and eisegesis, reinterpretation, and misinterpretation. The rabbis reversed the meaning and intent of Scripture. The ger is a convert, a Gentile, who is fully assimilated with the people of Israel. He is at equal status in all matters except those where the rabbis specifically legislate otherwise. A Gentile does not become a ger unless and until he is circumcised. All of this is rabbinic law retrojected upon the Torah. None of it is really of Pentateuchal origin. The pre-exilic portion of the Bible do not have a word for convert because the notion of conversion did not yet exist. Pious pagans like Jethro and Rahab might be so imposed with the power of God of Israel that they sing his praises, but they do not convert. The polytheistically recognize Israel's God, affirming his ability to do wonders, but they do not deny the pagan gods. There is only one seemingly exception to this pattern. Naaman, the leprous general of Aram, is healed of his illness by immersion in the Jordan River. Overwhelmed by the miracle, he declares, "Now I know that there is no God in the whole world except in Israel, for I will never again offer burnt offering or sacrifices to any god except the Lord." Naaman apparently denies the reality of all other gods and reaffirms exclusive loyalty to God, while nearly exclusive loyalty is still willing to worship in the temple of Rimmon. Even so, it is difficult to call Naaman a convert. Perhaps Naaman underwent a conversion experience, or perhaps he believed that he discovered the true God, but there is no indication that either Naaman himself or his Israelite contemporaries believed that the Aramean general had changed his identity. The national component is completely missing from this conversion. Naaman the Aramean remains Naaman the Aramean. Naaman even needs to transport back to Aram 2 mule loads of the soil of Israel so that he can worship the God of Israel on his sacred earth. The link between God, land, and nation is still determinative in the story. As long as the link remained intact and the institution of conversion could not yet develop, Naaman was one of those exuberant pagans who could accept Israel's God, but who could never become part of the people of Israel. Even in cases of intermarriage, conversion is not mentioned. Judah marries a Canaanite, Joseph an Egyptian, Moses a Midianite, an Ethiopian, David a Philistine, Solomon women of every description, but not in a single instance does the foreign spouse convert. In this period, foreign assimilation into the body politic of Israel by assimilating into the body matrimonial. By marrying Israelite men, foreign women would automatically adopt the clan, tribe, nation, and consequently religion of their husbands. Some of the more observant, obstreperous ones might bring along their ancestral deities and cause theological downfall of their husbands, but the principle is clear. Obviously, the Bible knows nothing of the rabbinic view that children of mixed marriages follow the status of the mother. A resident alien might try to have himself adopted by an Israelite family through marriage with an Israelite wife, and in time he or at least his children and grandchildren might be accepted by society. Conversion in the pre-exilic period is marriage with an Israelite spouse. From the exile to the Persian period in the 6th century BC, the diaspora becomes a permanent feature of Jewish existence. The God of Israel becomes no longer just the God of a nation and of a land, but also the God of a nation and a religion. Israelite religion, the cult and theology of a nation living on its land were gradually replaced by post-biblical Judaism, the cult and theology of a people living throughout the world, the old prophetic emphasis upon a collective wickedness and punishment, piety and restoration was gradually replaced by an eschatological and theodicy which emphasized the role of the individual Jew. The priesthood and aristocracy based on birth was gradually replaced by the rabbinate, a lay aristocracy based on scholarship. The temple was gradually replaced by the synagogue and the academy, the sacrifices by prayer and Torah study. These developments were not the work of a single person, generation, or century. They spanned the entire Second Temple period. The process had certainly begun by the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. It was Judaism, not the religion of biblical Israel, which prohibited intermarriage with all foreigners, but which permitted their conversion. No longer blocked by tribal structure and national existence, the path was now open for outsiders to enter the portals of Judaism. In the Persian period, converts were called Nilvim, those who have attached themselves to the Lord to serve him, or Nivdalim, those who have separated themselves from the nations of the land for the Torah of God. Their status was at first uncertain. Ezra refused even to consider the possibility of conversion when confronted by over 100 foreign women who had married priests and other notables of Jerusalem. Ezra either had not yet heard of the idea or was insufficiently convinced of its efficacy to apply it in a very delicate situation with enormous political overtones. The anonymous prophet who wrote the 56th chapter of the book Isaiah reassures the Nivlim that their place in God's salvation is secure and that they will have a share in the temple to be built in the eschatological future. Unfortunately, the prophet did not tell us who these converts were, what impelled them to separate themselves from paganism to attach themselves to the Lord, and which ritual act, if any, symbolized the receipt of a new identity. The latter point, at least, is resolved by the time we get back to the book of Judith, a work dated by some to the Persians, by others to the Maccabean period. The Ammonite general, impressed by the wondrous deliverance of the Jews from the wicked Holofernes and recognized the mighty works of God of Israel, believed ardently in him, and accepting circumcision was incorporated in the house of Israel forever. Here we clearly see conversion for the first time, belief in the true God accompanied by circumcision and change in identity. From the Maccabees to 70 CE, the last centuries of the Second Temple period witnesses two remarkable developments. First, the Jews were eager to exploit the possibilities with the institutions of conversions offered. On 3 occasions, the Maccabees compelled the Gentile inhabitants of recently conquered areas to adopt the ways of the Jews and to be circumcised. Since the alternative was death or expulsion, the natives complied, becoming loyal Jews in the process. The descendants of the Idumeans, converted by John Hyrcanus, came to the aid of their fellow Jews in the war against the Romans. The first historical record we have of the Jews in Rome concerns their expulsion in 139 BCE because their attempts to transmit their sacred rights to the Romans. They were expelled again in the 1st century CE for the same reasons. Horace refers to the Jews, particularly of seeking non-Jews to join their crowd. Jesus castigates the Pharisees for traveling about the entire world just to make one proselyte. The best illustration of the Jewish eagerness to gain converts is the Josephine story about the royal house of Aberdeen, a petty kingdom of the northern reaches of the Tigris River. The women of the house and the crown prince, were converted to Judaism by a traveling salesman. The queen mother was converted by another Jew, perhaps another traveling salesman. The point of the story is told by Josephus. The rulers of Aberdeen were protected by God and granted success because of their conversion to Judaism. The motivation of the mission to the Gentiles are obscure. The Maccabees presumably were attempting to ensure that only God's people lived on God's land, and if we wish to ascribe to them more mundane motives to increase the citizens' body for future military conscriptions, perhaps the other missionaries too were motivated by the mixture of practical and the ideal. The practical to increase the political power of the Jews by increasing their numbers, the ideal to hasten the arrival of the end of days when, as many prophets predicted, the Gentiles would stream to Jerusalem bearing gifts for God and God's people. Perhaps the Jews believed that they were saving souls, convinced that righteous Gentiles would not have the share in the world to come unless they clung to the bosom of Abraham. We do not know. During these centuries, then, the Jews were eager, for whatever reasons, to sell their spiritual wares. No less remarkable is the fact that Gentiles were eager to buy. In addition, the numerous proselytes just discussed, Judaism also these Gentiles did not convert. That is, they did not deny paganism, they did not assume a new identity, and they did not become circumcised. Instead, they venerated the God of the Jews and affected some of the ways of Judaism. Which commandments they observed was determined by the personal whim of social fasting. It was something of a fad in the first century CE for the members of the Roman upper class to follow Jewish customs. In Rome, Gentiles observed the Sabbath by abstaining from work, lighting lamps, and fasting. In Asia Minor, they attended synagogue on the Sabbath, especially eager to hear the sermon. Josephus and Philo boast that Gentiles of this type were very numerous, and their boast is confirmed by the classical writers who bewailed the fact that the conquered Jews had given their customs to their conquerors. So the matrilineal principle and the conversion of women. In spite of all the proselytizing activity, no major legal or ritual development can be ascribed with any certainty to this period. Aside from circumcision, no other ritual signaled the interest of the covenant to his new status. No pre-Tanaic text either describes or requires immersion and sacrifice as part of the conversion process. Before 70 CE, there is no formal ritual for conversion, no requirement for a court to supervise the procedure, no set catechisms, not even a requirement that a Jew perform the circumcisions. And since there is no ritual by which women who have converted can be clearly distinguished from those who are merely fearers of the Lord, immersion not yet being part of the conversion process, there is no matrilineal principle. The Mishnah explicitly declares that the offspring of a mixed marriage follows the status of mother. A Gentile mother and a Jewish father produce a Gentile child. A Jewish mother and a Gentile father produce a Jewish child, albeit a mamzer. This principle assumes that the Jewishness of the wife-mother is independent of the Jewishness of the husband-father. A Gentile woman married to a Jewish husband is not considered Jewish by virtue of her marriage, as was the case in biblical times, but remains a Gentile unless converted. The matrilineal principle therefore assumes the existence of immersion and the conversion ritual for women, and is no coincidence that Tanaic sources, the earliest extant text to enunciate the matrilineal principle, are also the earliest extant text to require immersion as an integral part of the conversion ritual for both men and women. Pre-rabbinic texts, however, either explicitly or implicitly deny both the requirement of immersion for women and the matrilineal principle. Shall briefly survey some of the evidence, reserving full discussion for another occasion, which I discussed in Ask the Rabbi number 6 on half-Jews, matrilineal, patrilineal descent, intermarriage. That was also articles from the same Shaye Cohen that I read. The earliest denial of immersion as a requirement for conversion is Numbers, which describes the Israelite treatment of the booty taken from the Midianites. The booty included cattle, utensils, and women and children. The Israelites are given detailed instructions on the disposition of each category of the loot. The utensils have to be purified either by fire or water, procedures which will be greatly elaborated in the rabbinic legislation concerning koshering. The male children and all non-virgin females are to be killed. God forbid. The virgins and the cattle did not require purification like the utensils. The Israelites had to offer the Lord a certain percentage of each, but could keep the remainder for themselves. The author of these verses knows that foreign utensils must be purified by water before being permitted for Israelite use, but does not know that foreign women too must be purified through water before becoming permitted for Israelite use. Since the pre-exilic portion of the Bible is unfamiliar with the notion of conversion, as I discussed above, it is also unfamiliar with rituals of conversion. The latest denials of immersion as a requirement for conversion are Josephus' account of the conversion of the princes of Abedin and the pseudo-piographic book Joseph and Asenath. Josephus describes in some detail Isaac's hesitation to submit to circumcision, but says nothing of his hesitation to be immersed. In fact, nowhere does Josephus or Philo or the New Testament or any of the Apocrypha works prescribe immersion as part of the conversion process. Joseph and Asenath was written in Egypt in the 1st century of our era. Its theme is conversion to Judaism of Asenath, the daughter of an Egyptian priest, in anticipation of her marriage to the handsome Joseph. She denies paganism, acknowledges the true God, and seeks atonement and purification for the sin she committed while pagan, but she does not immerse herself in water. Without a conversion ceremony for women, there can be no matrilineal principle, since there was no way to distinguish the female proselyte from the female God-fearer who is still a Gentile. In pre-rabbinic text, status is almost always determined by the father, not the mother. A Gentile woman converts to Judaism by marrying a Jewish husband. Numerous Israelite heroes and kings married foreign women, but it never occurred to anyone in biblical times to question the status of the children in those unions. No matrilineal theory here. Even Ruth, who becomes a rabbinic exegesis of the model of perfect proselyte, does not really convert when crossing the border between Moab and Israel. Her loyalty is to her mother-in-law, not to a new theology. Ruth becomes Ruth the Moabite, a Gentile who, living in the land of Israel, recognizes the God of the land of Israel. Her real act of conversion is her marriage to Boaz, an Israelite husband. Ezra was the only biblical figure to question the acceptability of marriages to foreign women. He expelled or attempted to expel. The success of his venture is not entirely clear. For Jerusalem, not only the foreign women married by various Israelite notables, but the children as well. Ezra wished to prevent the pollution of the holy seed by foreign admixture, but it's hard to deduce the prevalence of the matrilineal theory from the exceptional episode. No text of the Second Temple period, neither Josephus nor Philo, nor the New Testament, nor any books of the Apocrypha or Pseudo-Apocrypha, nor any of the Qumran scrolls is familiar with the matrilineal principle. The Book of Jubilees, written in the 2nd century BCE, bitterly denounces intermarriage. Given one's daughter to a Gentile is a much greater sin in this author's eye in the taking of a Gentile's daughter. Had the author known of the matrilineal principle, this judgment would have been the opposite. The attack upon Herod the Great as Idumean, this is a half Jew, depends on Herod's father, Idumean, not his mother, an Arab. What impelled the rabbis to depart from the previously accepted practice and to institute the matrilineal principle requires investigation. So, rabbinic period, proselytes and God-fearers. It is often said that rabbinic Judaism, in response to the catastrophes of 70, the fall of Jerusalem, the destruction of the temple, in 135 CE, the fall of Beitar and the defeat of Bar Kokhba, turned its back on the Gentile world, eschewing all contacts with Gentiles and Gentile culture. Modern scholarship, however, has demonstrated that this generalization is false and the result of retrojecting upon rabbinic antiquity a certainty type of medieval Jewish piety. The rabbis maintained an ambiguous stance towards the outside world, combining disdain with admiration, separation with openness. This ambiguity is evident with the rabbinic attitudes toward converts and conversion. Most Anoim and Amorim admired converts and had favorable attitudes towards them. Proselytes were blessed every day in the prayers. The rabbis emphasized the prohibition of abusing the proselytes or reminding him of his pagan past. Blessed are the proselytes is the opening phrase in numerous rabbinic homilies. The triadic rituals of conversion, circumcision, immersion, and sacrifice was derived by the rabbis from the verses describing Israel's acceptance of the Torah at Mount Sinai, indicating that the rabbis viewed even native Jews as the descendants of converts. That the convert is equal in all respects to the native born is a frequently repeated principle, even if the rabbis had some difficulty with its legal implementation. By contrast, there are a few rabbinic remarks which are hostile to converts, in which impugn their sincerity in Jewishness. This oft-repeated dictum, proselytes are as difficult for Israel as a sore, is hardly typical of the dominant rabbinic attitude. It is perhaps significant that rabbinic texts are the earliest Jewish sources to indicate any sort of opposition to converts and conversion, but this opposition is definitely the minority view. The rabbinic ambivalence then is demonstrated by the ambiguous status of the convert in rabbinic law, by the tension between the majority and minority attitudes toward conversion, and by the disparity between the majority attitude and the practice it engendered. In the pre-70 period, as we have seen, the Gentiles were eager to buy and the Jews were eager to sell. In the post-70 period, however, the Gentiles were still eager to buy, but the Jews were no longer eager to sell. That the left hand repel, but the right hand draw near is the rabbinic adage. Rabbinic literature of the period from 100 to 500 CE refers to at least 26 cases of conversion. Some of the cases involve more than one convert. Since we have little quantitative data which to compare this figure, we do not know how to interpret it. But whether high or low, the 26 cases prove that rabbinic Judaism was attractive to Gentiles and the rabbinic society was prepared to accept converts. In addition to the 26 cases which seem historical, rabbinic literature also refers to numerous cases which appear legendary. These rabbis are also acquainted with God-fearers who were called Yiras Shamayim, Yiras Adonai, and various other appellations. In spite of all this, however, in spite of the favorable attitude towards converts and conversion, in spite of the obvious attraction which Judaism still exerted on Gentiles, The rabbis made no attempts to missionize. Converts and potential converts came to rabbis. The rabbis never take the initiative and go to them. The usual explanation of this phenomenon invokes external circumstances. The catastrophes of 70 and 135 CE forced the rabbis to turn inward and neglect the outside world. Competition with Christianity was demoralizing since the Christians were obviously gaining more converts than the Jews. After the edicts of Antonius Pius and Septimus Severus, it was illegal to circumcise anyone other than a native-born Jew. As I indicated at the beginning of this section, modern scholarship questioned the premise upon which this explanation is based. Jews who were not part of rabbinic society were not afraid to proselytize. Why then were the rabbis? Perhaps then we should seek an explanation from internal rabbinic developments. The rabbis had ambivalent feelings about converts, as we have seen in their abstention from active proselytizing is testimony to the ambivalence. Furthermore, the rabbis had no ideological need to convert Gentiles to the true faith. Perhaps the Jews of the Second Temple period wished to save the sinful souls of the pagans, but the rabbis had the notion of 7 Noahide laws and the doctrine that religious Gentiles have a share in the world to come. Perhaps the Jews of the Second Temple period were trying to hasten the arrival of Messiah by bringing the whole world to the faith of Israel, but the rabbis eschewed active messianism. Whether these rabbinic ideas were the cause or the effect of the abstention from proselytizing is not clear, but at least the rabbis were consistent. The meager non-rabbinic evidence we have for this period confirms that Gentiles were still interested in the spiritual wares of Judaism, but implied that some Jews at least were still eager to gain converts. Judaism continued in Rome during the 2nd century, if not also in the 3rd, especially among the intellectuals. Numerous inscriptions and several authors referred to proselytes and God-fearers in spite of any prohibition which might have been enacted by the state. The growth and triumph of Christianity seemed to have fanned the Jewish eagerness in proselytes, especially from among the pagan converts to Judaism's daughter religion. Throughout the 4th and 5th century, Christian empires repeatedly forbade the Jews from circumcising anyone aside from their own sons, but the very repetition of the prohibition indicates the tenacity of the Jewish practice, especially with regard to Gentile slaves. The church fathers warned their flock to beware of the Jews who are eager to seduce and forsake Christ and accept Judaism. This evidence does not excel in either objectivity or reliability, but it does imply that some Jews were still actively seeking proselytes in the early Middle Ages. The rabbinic period, later innovations, the primary outlet for rabbinic creativity was, of course, law. To what extent rabbinic laws were traditional, that is, in pre-70 CE origin, and to what extent they were innovated by rabbis themselves is the subject of scholarly dispute. This uncertainty applies to the rabbinic laws concerning conversion, many of which, as we have already seen, are not attested in pre-70 sources. This list of possible innovations is long and impressive. The requirement of immersion, the matrilineal principle, the requirement of a sacrifice, the institution of a conversion ceremony, almost catechism, which must be performed publicly in front of either 2 witnesses or 3 judges. In addition, rabbinic texts contain the earliest extant discussion of the legal status of the convert. The net effect of all this legal activity was the formalization and standardization of a procedure which before 70 CE had been personal, spontaneous, and uncontrolled. The rabbinic desire to control the process of conversion probably stems not from desire to stifle the influx of proselytes, but from a passion to put the world in order. The rabbis were always eager to catalog, classify, and define. They were especially interested in mixtures and other objects that rest uneasily between 2 well-defined areas. The whole world was divided into Jews and Gentiles. The disorder created by the movement of someone from the latter category to the former demanded attention. Order had to be restored. The process had to be controlled. So, summary and conclusion, the Judaism of the rabbis is not the religion of the biblical Israel. The differences between them are numerous and crucial, and nowhere in these differences more evident than the attitudes and laws about conversion. Pre-exilic Israel did not have the institution of conversion because the people, land, and God of Israel were indissolubly bound together. A pagan might polytheistically recognize the might of Israel's God, or might, like Naaman, and go to the extreme of pledging cultic loyalty to no other God. But Israelite society had no mechanism by which an outsider could be amalgamated into the body polemic. Resident aliens, Gerim, in spite of their legal equality with the native born in many matters, always remained alien. Each nation had its own god and its own land, and national identity could not easily be changed. The Babylonian exile destroyed the old tribal structure. New ideas and institutions began to penetrate Israeli life. In Israel religion, ideas and institutions began to penetrate Israel life, and Israel religion was on its way to becoming post-biblical Judaism. With the dissolution or at least weakening of the bond between God, land, and nation, the idea of conversion could flourish. In the transition period, matters are unsettled. Ezra seeks to outlaw all intermarriage in consonant with post-biblical Judaism, but is still unaware of conversion. Like biblical Israel, by the time of the Maccabees, conversion, ritually defined as circumcision, is securely in place, not only to be questioned until the Middle Ages. The rabbis, the Tanaic and Amoraic period, generally had a positive attitude towards converts and conversion, but their legal rulings and their hesitation to actively seek proselytes bespeak an ambivalence which still characterized the attitude of many Jews. Post-biblical Jews believe that a Gentile could renounce his former God, accept the true God, and be accepted as a member of the house of Israel, but the legacy of a biblical Israel and national component of Jewish identity could not be totally undone. A Gentile could become a Jew by accepting God, but could also become an Israelite. It was impossible to give a simple affirmative answer when the Bible and ancient practice indicated the negative. Hence, an Israelite, but not an Israelite, equal but not equal, desired but not desired. Post-biblical Jews were willing to accept converts in spite of the impossibility for a Gentile to change his birth and nationality. Biblical Israel can now not accept converts precisely because of this impossibility. The story of the concept and laws of conversion to Judaism is important not only for the proper understanding of the issue of contemporary concern, but also for the proper understanding of contemporary Judaism itself. Alexander Mark once observed that we moderns are Talmud Jews, not Bible Jews. The development of the idea of conversion mirrors the development of biblical Israelite religion to post-biblical Israel. So that was quite a mouthful there. I'm glad I was able to read that all the way through. Thank God I still got over 1 million watching, so let me catch up with the chat. I apologize about these long rambles, but this is extremely important, and we're looking at the scholarly interpretation of Bible in Jewish history as opposed to the rabbinic interpretation, and Shaye Cohen's a famous Israeli scholar. So Jayam Ridshelly asking about the Mossad. So I'm not going to include Mossad in this Ask the Rabbi. People are wondering about that they join my Discord. Zupater asked me, up to me, what would I change about Jewish conversion? It's not up to me, so I'm not even going to think about it. Oliver D thinks it's genetic and religious. Okay, so enjoy the chat. Okay, so let's keep it going. Re-enter screen share. A lot of material to cover. So this is a really complicated subject. I wanted to give a good historical view of multiple facets from the academic historical. But what does Israel believe? So this is a pretty important paper. This is a Duke University thesis, Genealogy, Circumcision, and Conversion in Early Judaism and Christianity, Duke University, including the famous Christine Hayes. So I'll read a little bit of this. This is almost 400 pages. I'm just going to read a tiny bit of this. Let me put it in the chat. So we'll look at the role that circumcision played, and this is also more academic, that will take a critical approach that's different from the current rabbinic understanding. So an important work, The Beginnings of Jewishness, Shaye Cohen has argued that what it meant to be a Jew underwent considerable revision during the 2nd century. While previously a Jew was defined in terms of ethnicity, in the wake of Judaism's sustained encounter of Hellenism, the term Jew came to be defined as an ethno-religion. That is, one could choose to become a Jew. Nonetheless, the recent work of scholars such as Christine Hayes has demonstrated that there continued to exist in early Judaism a strain of thinking that, in theory at least, excluded the possibility that Gentiles could become Jews. This genealogical exclusion, found in works such as Jubilees, was highly indebted to the Holy See theology, evidenced by Ezra and Nehemiah theology, which define Jewishness in genealogical terms. This dissertation will attempt to contribute to a greater understanding of the different concepts of circumcision and early Judaism, one that more accurately describes the nature of Jewish thought with regard to Jewishness, circumcision, and conversion. In terms of methodology, the dissertation will combine historical criticism with a literary approach to the text under consideration. Dissertation will focus on the text of the Hebrew Bible as well as the Jewish text from the Second Temple period, as these writings provide windows into the various forms of Judaism from which the early Christian movement arose. Beginning with the Hebrew Bible, they'll argue that there is no evidence that circumcision was considered to be a rite of conversion to the Israelite religion. In fact, circumcision, particularly infant circumcision instantiated with Israelite in the early Jewish society, excludes from the covenant those not properly descended from Abraham. In the Second Temple period, many Jews did begin to conceive of Jewishness in terms which enabled Gentiles to become Jews. Nonetheless, some Jews found this definition of Jewishness problematic and defended the borders of Jewishness by reasserting a strictly genealogical conception of Jewish identity. Consequently, some Gentiles who underwent conversion to Judaism in this period faced criticism because of their suspect genealogy. Our sources regard such exclusions with regard to Herodians, Idumeans who converted to Judaism. Additionally, a more thorough examination of how circumcision and conversion were perceived by Jews in the Second Temple period will be instrumental in better understanding early Christianity. It is the argument of this dissertation that further attention to the definition of Jewishness that was based on genealogical descent has broader implications for understanding a variegated nature of early Christian mission to the Gentiles of the first century CE. So this, obviously, I'm just going to read a tiny part of this. This is over 300 pages and covers, huge period of time frame. People are more interested in it or want to go through extensive understanding of what's going on, conversion, the role circumcision played. I encourage you to read the whole thing. I at least skimmed through the whole part twice. So let me just skip to the conclusion. At the same time, it was completing the final chapter of the current work, stumbled across a fascinating article in the New York Times which demonstrated the question of Jewish identity is just as contentious in the 21st century as in the Second Temple period. It is not his intention to comment or adjudicate between different positions. One to comment, however, this is a certain case in the British court. The who is a Jew question is still as explosive today as it was then. The British court is fascinating. The assumption that religion and ethnicity are mutually exclusive categories. A religious school's admission criteria cannot depend upon family ties, but on faith, however defined. Yet many Jews define faith in part, at least in terms of genealogy. The court's ruling blithely disregards this fact. It has been a long-held tenet of Judaism in many of its varieties down through the centuries that admission into Jewish people almost universally required the appropriate genealogical descent. While many modern thinkers might find such a connection between religion and ethnicity offensive, Paul Friedrichsen argues that Jews may be one of few Western groups now for whom ethnicity and religion closely coincide, but antiquity, it was the least odd thing about them. Friedrichsen's statement requires that we reconsider the historical situatedness of our own conceptions of the category of religion. The word religion has a long history, but a number of scholars have argued that the definition of the term that we are most aware of, that is one in which religion is considered to be a set of beliefs and practices, is a product of Enlightenment thought. Similarly, in a recent book entitled Sons, Their Heirs, a study of kinship and ethnicity in the letters of Paul, Carolyn Hodge argues that antiquity, genealogical, and religious rite meshed to create kinship structure. The present study has confirmed this interconnection in ancient Judaism. According to many Jews, Jewishness consists of proper descent and proper ritual observance. While non-Jews could perform most Jewish practices, one rite which did not lend itself to Gentile observance was that of circumcision. Eighth-day circumcision functioned to weave together Jewish practices with proper genealogical descent. In theory, at least, only the male descendants of those who are themselves Jewish would be able to undergo this rite. The priestly rite of Genesis 17, the offered jubilees, and Luke stress infant circumcision in order to distinguish between Jews and Gentiles. Covenantal circumcision, non-covenantal circumcision, numerous passages in the Hebrew Bible distinguish between circumcised Israelites and other nations who practice circumcision. Not all circumcisions were created equal. Even in the Second Temple period, many Jews continued to define Jewishness in genealogical terms, refusing to view circumcisions as a ritual remedy for the deficits of Gentile identity. Consequently, Shaye, Cohen, and much secondary literature on early Judaism is incorrect to claim by the time of the Maccabees' conversion, ritually defined as circumcision is securely in place with Judaism, not to be questioned until the Middle Ages. Admittedly, most modern readers might find the definition of Jewishness to be unattractive. According to modern Western sensibility, those Jews in the 2nd century BCE who defined Jewishness in more permeable terms improved upon previously dominant views of Jewish identity. Again, according to modern values, it is better to define Jewish identity in terms of will, belief, and practices, not in terms of genealogical descent. How can it be appropriate for the author of Jubilees, for instance, to connect religion and genealogical descent in such a way that no Gentile can ever convert to Judaism? Of course, to raise these questions is to question most forms of modern Judaism, which, although they generally permit conversion to Judaism, still link religion with descent. As the Jewish philosopher Weiser Grutt writes, the trouble is that the election of Israel is an election of the seed of Abraham, which is the election of the flesh. To our human religious consciousness, an election by religious sensibility rather than by birth would seem more reasonable, but the divine election in its sovereignty is the people of flesh. If I think about ancient Israelite and earlier Jewish religion in the same way we think of modern religious movements, we inevitably recast it in our own image, and where we cannot do so, we are forced to condemn it as inferior. While a combination of religion and ethnicity might strike modern thinkers as repugnant and possibly dangerous, the studies of Friedrichsen and John Hodge remind us of our social location. In antiquity, religion and ethnicity were not separate categories. They were, in fact, integrally related, perhaps in no distinguishable form one another. Ancient gods were ethnic. Thus, while we might find offensive the thick connections between ethnicity and religion in early Judaism, most Jews and non-Jews in the Greco-Roman world would not have done so. So genealogy and conversion in rabbinic Judaism. But even in antiquity, there's evidence that some Jews wrestled with this connection between religion and ethnicity. One of the earliest rabbinic commentaries in the book of Genesis Rabbah, preserves a story in which Abraham's two sons, Isaac and Ishmael, argue over who God loves more. According to Ishmael, he is loved more because he underwent circumcision at the age of 13, but Isaac believes that God loves him more because he underwent circumcision at the age of 8, presumably because his circumcision fulfills the temporal requirement of Genesis. Ishmael's response to Isaac's claim points out the fact that Isaac was merely an infant and therefore unable to assent to his circumcision, where Ishmael was 13 and therefore could have protested but did not. To this, Isaac states that he would willingly sacrifice his life to demonstrate his commitment to God, something he subsequently does at the age of 37, according to rabbinic tradition. The Aggadic account wrestles with the reality that the Jewish circumcision, being infant circumcision, is the act performed upon the individual, not by him. Consequently, other forms of circumcision, such as practiced by Ishmael, could be viewed as significantly more meritorious. Wherever merit accrues to the circumcised Jewish infant is unrelated to his will, motives, or actions. The fulfillment of Jewish circumcision is something that the Jewish male virtually inherits, that is passed down to him by his parents in almost the same way they pass down their lineage. As Burnett argues, a sign of commitment to the set of obligations imposed upon a newborn male who is unable to dissent or consent, just as the commands and intended promises are imposed by God upon the Israelite collective, who are given no option of acceptance or rejection. Isaac responds as the story of enlightenment, for he concedes Ishmael's promise that to choose to undergo circumcision makes one worthier than to inherit it. Apparently, even the rabbis struggled with this fact, perhaps in part due to their interaction with early Christians' constructions of their own identity. Yet rabbinic Judaism did not reject the significance of ethnicity in its own construction of Jewishness. To be sure, rabbinic Judaism was significantly more open to the possibility of Gentile conversion than were the former forms of Judaism studied in the preceding chapters. But of this openness presumably stemmed from the fact that in the centuries following the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, the rabbis supplanted the priest as the elite within Jewish society. Since priestliness was not, a matter of descent, not a merit of choice, it was easy to see how Jewishness in a period of priestly hegemony would have been conceived in the genealogical terms as well. As Schwartz put it, if the question of who is a priest is answered necessarily and sufficiently by dissent, it follows that this criterion is important. Therefore, it is natural to apply it to the question who is a Jew as well, with the result that a Gentile cannot become a Jew no matter how dedicated to piety and sanctity he may be. In contrast, since the status of being a rabbi depended on the merit rather than genealogical descent, it seems natural that the rabbis would have conceived of Jewishness more and more in non-genealogical terms. After examining rabbinic laws, Christine Hayes concluded that there is a general trend towards leniency and an increasing discomfort with genealogical purity and the holy seed mentality that had so often bolstered or accompanied it among both Palestinian and Babylonian rabbis. Yet this increasing leniency did not result in a complete undermining of genealogical concerns and genealogical definitions of Jewishness. According to Halakhah, a person's Jewishness is unalterable fact. A Jew who renounces Judaism or joins another religion remains a Jew nevertheless in the eyes of Halakhah. Moreover, a Jewish converted out of the faith and then conceived and gave birth, her offspring all subsequent generations through the female line are Jews. In other words, being a Jew is not all dependent upon personal consciousness or commitment, whether a person regards herself as Jewish or observes the Jewish religion. Indeed, the converse is also true. If a non-Jewish acknowledges the Sinaitic revelation and observes the Jewish religion, he is not thereby considered a Jew according to Halakhah. It is thus apparent that Halakhah concerns for Jewishness is one of kinship. Any person whose mother was Jewish is once and for all a Jew. Following this logic, it would appear reasonable to assume that any person whose mother is not Jewish is once and for all a Gentile. In other words, conversion to Judaism should be impossible. In fact, of course, this is not so. It is quite possible for a non-Jew to become Jewish through a ritual outlined in Halakhic sources. After conversion, such a person is irrevocably Jewish, however she subsequently conducts herself. In the lengthy quotation of Avi Sagai and Tzvi Zohar accurately captures the tension with Rabbinic Judaism between a genealogical conception of Jewishness and the belief that Gentiles can become Jews. Rabbinic literature treats circumcision as an important rite of entry into the Jewish people. Surprisingly, openness to conversion did not undermine the genealogical definition of Jewishness, at least for some rabbis. In fact, the ritual of Giyyur, which includes the rites of circumcision and proselyte baptism, enables a Gentile to remove his or her Gentile identity in genealogy and fully take the Jewish identity in genealogy. This can be seen, for instance, in the Talmud, which likens the proselyte to a newborn child. Regarding this passage, the 13th century scholar Nachmanides argues that convert is like one born of Jewish seed. As Novak states, it is not so much that Israel converts to the covenant, but that a convert is born again. That is, a convert becomes a Jew analogously the way a Jew become a Jew by birth. Consequently, one could see the significance of genealogical conceptions of Jewishness at exactly that point where one would expect them to break down. That is, when considering the possibility of a Gentile becoming a Jew, even in rabbinic period, genealogically continues to matter. Although this is not the place for a further study of the dynamics of conversion in rabbinic Judaism, may uncover more fully the abiding significance of genealogical descent and ethnicity for religious identity within Judaism. Christianity, genealogy, and circumcision. As noted above, while many modern readers find the connection between ethnicity and religion offensive, and antiquity was considered natural since the Enlightenment, however, religion has come to be defined in terms of practices and belief categories which seemingly exclude ethnicity. Yet the Enlightenment itself was the product of Christianity in Western Europe, and thus was highly influenced by Christian self-definition and constructions of the other. As Hodge notes, Christianity is widely understood both by scholars and lay people to be separate and immune to differences related to kinship and ethnicity. Christianity is perceived as a universal religion, one that transcends ethnic and familiar particularities. Yet chapter 5 of the present work has argued that Luke's writings, Jews remain Jews and Gentiles remain Gentiles, and the Christ event does not alter those facts. Jewish descendants still matters for Luke. The way in which Jewish believers in Jesus relate to the God of Israel is still inextricably connected to their ancestry, just the way in which Gentile believers in Jesus relate to the God of Israel is connected to their non-Jewish ancestry. Religion does not dissolve ethnicity, nor is something distinct from ethnicity. No doubt some reader of the present study will think that it contains one gaping lacuna. Why is there no discussion of Paul's view on circumcision? Although the current work has not dealt with Paul's thought, this should not mean that I think it contains no implications for the interpretation of Paul's view of law, circumcision, and Jewish and Gentile identity. Rather, is hope that further work found herein may provide a solid foundation for which one can rethink Paul's position on the rite of circumcision. Scholars have almost universally understood Paul in light of a definition of Jewishness that permits the possibility of conversion. As this study has shown, however, this was not the only form of Jewishness which existed in Paul's time. Thus, Paul's views on circumcision need to be interpreted in relation to the form of Jewishness discussed herein, as well as the more inclusive forms of Jewishness. The existence of forms of Judaism discussed in the present work requires rethinking previous description of Jews who are open to the possibility of conversion. For instance, Pauline scholars, particularly those who advocate what is generally being referred to as new perspective on Paul, often describe Judaism, which requires the conversion of Gentiles to Judaism, as exclusivistic. Yet, in comparison to the definitions of Jewishness considered in the previous chapters, a Judaism which permits conversions is in many ways quite open and inclusive. In fact, Paul's opposition to Gentile Christians adopting Jewish customs and identity may be better understood as a variation of the genealogical exclusivism of contemporaneous forms of Judaism. If so, to describe Paul as inclusive and his opponents as exclusive is to greatly simplify their differing positions, a simplification which is suspect because it narrates Paul in a significantly more positive way than it does early Judaism. As Hodge argues with regard to Paul, and Buell demonstrates in regard to early Christianity in general, ethnic reasoning persisted in early Christian thinking despite claims to the contrary. Since descent still mattered, Paul needed to argue that through baptism, Gentile believers in Jesus entered in a line of descent from Jesus, but the details of Paul's views on Gentiles, Jews, and circumcision belong to another project. As included in chapter 5, Luke does not collapse the categories of Jew and Gentile into each other. People within the Christian movement retain these aspects of their identities. For Luke, this means that Jewish believers still allowed the law to order and direct their lives, while Gentile believers do not need to become Jews, and in fact cannot do so. Luke still believes that they need to reorient their lives in relation to the law, apostolic decree, so that they can participate in diversified unity with Jewish believers. Like Luke's new community is deeply Israel-centric. As such, its portrayal of the abiding significance of ethnicity for both Jews and Gentiles in the church finds resonance in the statements of modern Christian theologians. For example, Karl Barth says of Israel, with clear allusion to Paul's statements in Romans 11, without any doubt the Jews are to this very day the chosen people of God in the same sense as they have been from the beginning. According to the Old and New Testament, they have the promise of God. And if we Christians from among the Gentiles have it too, that is only as those chosen with them as guests in their house, as new wood grafted onto an old tree. It should come to no surprise to Christians then that Luke's vision of the early church does not erase or undermine the distinctive marks of Jewish identity. Jewish believers in Jesus continue to show their piety through rituals and circumcision. To give up the markers would not indicate a movement from particularity to universality, but from particular Jewish identity markers to particular Gentile ones, and Luke in no way advocates such a move. Conversely, Luke believes that Gentile identity cannot be overcome through the adoption of Jewish identity markers, because the impurity that Gentiles suffer is something inherent and fundamental to Gentile identity. Jewish rituals are ineffective in addressing the Gentile problem. Consequently, only an act of God purifies the Gentiles and endows them with the gift of the Holy Spirit can address Gentiles' need. Luke's portrayal of the surprise that these events elicit for the first Jewish believers is lost on most contemporary Christians, who take it for granted that Christianity is universal-minded and that it marginalizes the significance of ancestry. The earliest Christians, however, were astounded by the manifestations of the Holy Spirit amongst those formerly deemed to exist outside the realms of holiness as a result of their genealogy. The preceding pages have sought to give readers a sense of the importance genealogy continued to have in the early Christian movement, as well as a sense of surprise elicited by the movement of the Spirit across genealogical boundaries. So I said it's almost a 400-page paper. I think I still got a minion here. Daniel Korbowitz, thanks for joining. Reached out to me the other day. What about the forced conversion? Explaining Keat Seitzeh when you conquer a country. I think that's discussed in the Shaye Cohen. I'd have to look up the exact verses. If a woman, not a man, assume that's through marriage. You're saying that forced converge, meaning implying that the women are captured and married and bear children through marriage, not conversion. Mistopheles, thanks for joining. Thought you might enjoy the intense overview of circumcision. Okay, so let's keep it going. Okay, you got a few more articles just citing what I'm going to do next. I'm going to get into current Israeli law here too, so I'm trying to go in a more historical order. Okay, so let's look at an advanced analysis of the Talmud. So here is the Talmudic tractate within a tractate. There's a few pages that deal with circumcisions contained within the element of Levirate marriage, where, God forbid, if a woman dies without giving children, that she is supposed to marry the younger brother of that person, and if not, there's the Yibam ceremony to relinquish her of that obligation. And within there is the few pages that deal with circumcision, with the conversion. So, Tractate of Conversion by Moshe Levay, Israeli scholar. This also, to Orthodox Jews might be considered heretical. Tractate Yevamot, the Babylonian Talmud, contains a long unit devoted to procedures of conversion, 3 pages. Form analysis of this unit reveals it's designed as a tractate within a tractate. The unit is a collection of discussions of brisas. It follows various literary conventions, such as placing a full description of the procedure towards the end and concluding with a Haggadic material and a verse of comfort. A variety of methods are applied in order to identify the unique Babylonian tendencies documented in this unit. Synoptic comparison to Tanaic parallels demonstrate the growing stringency and institutionalization of the rabbinic conversion procedure. A common structural feature of each discussion is the ending with a memoric statement that reassure the halakhic validation of the stringent views. Stamatic comments of the overall literary structure of the unit also seem to confirm this tendency. The unit demonstrates Babylonian efforts to further reinforce the boundaries of Jewish identity. The traditions as preserved in this unit show that Babylonian proclivities were gradually attributed to earlier Palestinian authorities. The most prominent example is this institution of the court for conversion. This is a Babylonian construct systemically presented in places where it is missing in the Palestinian rabbinic sources. And our unit is also attributed to early Palestinian Amorim and even to Atana. Not only did the Babylonian sages change the model of conversion from witness circumcision to court-controlled procedure, they also projected their innovations onto earlier generations. So let's begin this essay with an anecdote from the Cairo Geniza. In the Bible as read and preached by Jacob Mann, published in the unusual list, it contained biblical verses and Tanaic quotations related to the weekly Torah readings. The list might be a skeleton of an unknown midrash or another reference for sermons or homilies. In particular, Tanaic text specified it might serve as a halakhic theme for the weekly sermon. All but 3 of the Tanaic quotations in the Geniza list are taken from the Mishnah. One of these exceptions is the text Ger Sheba Li's Gar, a proselyte who comes to convert. This quotation was correctly identified by Mann as referring to a Braitha describing the conversion procedure that appears in Tractate Yevamot of the Babylonian Talmud. How can we explain the inclusion of this external Tanaic text in a list consisting mainly of Mishnaic quotations? In the following pages, I will portray the nature of this Talmudic unit in which this bris is included. As we shall see, this unit is structured as a small tractate within a tractate organized around Braitha, including the one mentioned in the Geniza list. Hence, these brises are treated in the Talmud in the manner usually reserved for Mishnaic texts. This inclusion of the brisa in a list of mainly Mishnaic texts might imply that the unique character of our unit and the seeming Mishnaic importance granted to the brisa in it was also recognized by the compiler of the list. The recognition of this unique nature of this Talmudic unit as a tractate within a tractate is based upon an analysis of its structure. The portrayal of the structural aspects of the unit will serve as the opening, including layers of its analysis. I would propose that the composition of this well-structured unit is emblematic of the conceptual and practical developments recorded in its content. The unit demonstrates a Babylonian tendency towards the institutionalization of the conversion procedure and further stringencies concerning the acceptance of converts in additions to the structural aspects and to the developments in the perception and performance of the conversion procedure. I will discuss the question of dating and the textual and conceptual developments presented. As we shall see, the tendencies towards stringency and institutionalizing are documented in different parts of the Talmudic text presented and considered as reflecting different chronological layers. Unique Babylonian versions of the Tanaic Talmud attributed to the 2nd century, unique Babylonian versions of Aramaic text attributed to the 3rd and 4th centuries, and the authorial anonymous voice of the Talmud of the 5th and 6th centuries are all joined together to promote the same values and institutions. This picture raises severe doubt about the dating of the developments documented in our sugya. So, structure of the unit. As I suggested, the compiler of the Geniza list had a very good reason to refer to the Bryce as Mishnaic. The Bryce is included in a very long Talmudic unit discussing the procedure of conversion, namely Babylonian Talmud Yavamas, Levirate marriages, 46 to 48. The unit is presented in the form of a tractate. It consists of 6 Bryces on a theme with a Talmudic discussion on each of them. Ger Shemal Velo Tevel, a convert who was circumcised but did not immerse. If one came and stated, I was circumcised but did not immerse. One who came and stated, I am a convert and judge righteously. A proselyte who came to convert, and why converts suffer. Diversion of 2 related topics, the beautiful captive woman, the circumcision of slaves, stem from the discussion of the 5th Braitha. The nature of the text as an independent literary unit is evident from the concluding Tanaic text, which is an Agadic Raisa, and from the Talmud's comment on it, sealing the whole unit with a verse of comfort. The 5th Raisa consists of a detailed description of the conversion ceremony. It is the last bracelet to discuss the performance of the ceremony, which represents a common Mishnaic structure. At the end of the thematic unit, a full description of the ceremony under its discussion is provided. This unit can be seen as a tractate within a tractate. It demonstrates a remarkable structural unity, emphasized by a Amoric statement of Rahia ben Abba in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, which appear in the end of the Talmudic discussion in each of the 4 Breitzas. He is not a convert unless he's both circumcised and immersed. A convert requires the presence of 3 men, for law has been written in regard to him. The Halakhah, both in the land of Israel and abroad, is required to bring a proof. A minor does not actually mean a minor. These concluding statements seem to function as the summative voice of each discussion and thus create a stronger sense of unity in the redaction of the whole tractate. Our tractate is preceded by a tale and discussion about Rahia Abba and Rabbi Yochanan's rulings in 3 issues of identity boundaries, the status of the offspring of converts who have been circumcised but not immersed, wine touched by non-Jews, and food cooked by non-Jews. The story serves as a transition unit from the former discussion to our tractate. The appearance of the same sage in the preceding story and the concluding statement of each discussion is another expression of the unit's hermetic nature. The theme of the rabbinic procedure of conversion, as well as many of the texts included in the tractate, have been extensively studied by various scholars, and some aspects of my analysis have already been dealt with in their works. However, this discussion below will shed new light on the subject as it is based on new methodological considerations. I will apply combined methodological incorporating 2 common practices in contemporary Talmudic research, a synoptic comparison of parallels aimed at identifying the unique Babylonian Talmud version of the Tanaic and early Amoric materials, analysis of the internal layering in the Talmud in order to identify the contribution of anonymous layers, the voice of the redactors and transmitters of the Talmud, and the manner in which the layers cover up the original meanings of earlier material by its new conceptual blanket, woven out of interpretations and comments, and reading new legal institution views into the earlier sources. To these 2 methods, I will add an analysis of the rhetorical, the means by which the choice of words and aspects of structure and forms express tendencies and ideas. The contribution of my paper lies in this unique combination of reading and analysis of the Babylonian Talmud text as a complete literary unit, and in considering its implications for our understanding of both the history and the conversion procedure and the evolution of the Talmudic text. As the text is a collage of sources, text, and views, weaving a few Amoric statements into extensive anonymous discussion of the Tanaic material presented earlier, I shall start with examination of the 3 layers. The Tanaic text. A comparison of the Tanaic materials with parallel texts from other Talmudic compositions reveal additional stricter Tanaic views or attributions of stricter views to the majority of our tractate. In the first brisa, the stricter view demanding both immersion and circumcision is attributed to the sages, while Palestinian parallels attributed to Reb Joshua. So compare the Babylonian and Palestinian Talmuds. In the Babylonian, a convert who was circumcised but does not immerse, Rebbe Lezer said he is a convert, as we found that our fathers were circumcised but did not immerse. A convert who immersed but is not circumcised, Rebbe Yeshua said he is a convert, as we found the mothers immersed but were not circumcised. And the sages said immersed but not circumcised, or circumcised but did not immerse. He is not a convert unless he was both circumcised and immersed, as opposed to the Palestinian Talmud, a convert who was circumcised but did not immerse. All follow his circumcision. The words of Rebbe Lezer. Rebbe Yeshua said immersion is also indispensable. In the second brisa, Rabbi Yossi's view, which is in accordance with the demand for both circumcision and immersion, appear in the Babylonian Talmud, but not in its parallel. So Babylonian Talmud, the Palestinian Talmud, a convert who was circumcised but has not immersed and has children and says, I have been circumcised but have not immersed, is trustworthy, and they immerse him on the Sabbath. But in the Babylonian, if someone came and said, I've been circumcised but I've not immersed, they immerse him, and it does not matter. These are the words of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yossi says they do not immerse him, therefore they immerse a convert on the Sabbath. These are the words of Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yossi said they do not immerse him. And the third brisa, the majority view, insists that a person who claims he is a convert has to provide proof of his conversion both in the land of Israel and abroad. Again, this stricter view is lacking from the parallel in the Sifra, where only the lenient view is presented. So in the Palestinian, in the Sifra, if a man came and said to you, I am a convert, should you accept him? It was stated in the scriptures, with you only when he is well known to you. If witnesses came with him, from where do we know that his word is accepted? It was stated in scripture, and if a proselyte sojourns in your land, from this I know that the law is applicable within the land of Israel. From where do we know that is applicable abroad? It is stated in scripture, with you, wherever he is with you. If so, what is signified by the land? In the land of Israel, proof must be provided. Abroad, no such proof be needed. In the Babylonian Talmud, if a man came and stated, I am a convert, should we accept him? Was stated in the scripture, with you only when he is well known to you. If he came and had his witnesses with him, from where do we know that his word is accepted? It was stated in scripture, and if a proselyte sojourns in your land, from this I know only that the law is applicable within the land of Israel. From where do we know that it's also applicable abroad? It was stated in the scripture, with you, wherever he is with you. If so, why is it signified by the land? In the land of Israel, proof must be provided. Abroad, no such proof is needed. These are the words of Rabbi Yehuda, but the sages said both with the land of Israel and abroad, proof must be provided. The shared phenomenon of majority view added in the first and third brisa seems to be an intentional shaping of the text aimed at promoting the stringent legislation. As I will show below, the study of later layers of the text shed light on these unique Babylonian Tanaic sources. The fourth brisa also has no clear parallel in any rabbinic work. It is the only Tanaic text that explicitly mentions a court for conversion. And judge righteously between a man and his brother and the proselyte that is with him. From this text did Rabbi Yehuda deduce that a man who was converted in a court is a convert, but he who does not so privately is not a convert. It one happens that a man came before Rabbi Yehuda and told him, I've converted privately. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, have you witnesses? He said to him, no. Have you children? He said to him, yes. He said to him, you are trusted as far as your own disqualification is concerned, but you cannot be trusted to disqualify your children. The text includes two components. The first is phrased in a common formula of Halakhic midrash, presenting a verse as a source for what is presented as a known Tanaic Halakhah. The second describes a case in which serves as Halakha precedence. The two parts merge to produce one claim, as the verse serves as the authoritative source justifying the decision made by Rabbi Yehuda. In this case, there is something misleading in the structure of the brisa, as the institution of a court for conversion is only mentioned in the first part, when the case presented by Rabbi Yehuda only demands that conversion be witnessed. There's a strong case for suggesting that the formulation for the first part, based on a later understanding of Rabbi Yehuda's view as referring to court-controlled conversion and not to witness conversion, accompanied by an effort to relate this idea to a biblical verse, it seems that the brisa would also subject to the mechanism of reworking Tanaic materials to promote a stricter and more institutionalized model of conversion. Parallels to the 5th and 6th Tanaic text are found only in the minor tractate Gerim. The question of the dating and origin of Gerim is of great importance for assessing the finding presented in this paper. It is crucial for a satisfactory reconstruction of the evolution of conversion procedure, since Gerim is the only text except for the BT to present a full Tanaic account of this. Cohen summed up his discussion in the 5th brisa by noting, in Gerim, the ceremony is becoming less of a vehicle to ensure the compliance of legal norms and more of an initiation ritual. I would like to point here to one minor yet significant addition to the BT's 5th brisa describing the ritual conversion. The BT version added, not only does the text stress a definitive function of immersion, it also introduces the language a status change. Only our text offering the last phrase, like Israel in all matters, as a general statement about the status of the convert. In the Mishnah, similar phrases used in a local context denoting the equality of a convert to a native-born Jew in specific list of laws. I will not try to determine here whether Gerim is earlier to our text in the case or vice versa, tending towards the first option. In any case, the text presented in the Babylonian Talmud is closer to its tendencies in what we already identified in other brises in our tractate. Our survey of Tanaic materials in the Babylonian Talmud tractate of conversion suggests that most of them should be identified as Babylonian brisos. Friedman defined this phenomenon in the existence of a unique BT version, which might have originated in any phase of transmission, somehow at the point in time during the transmission from the land of Israel to Babylon, or from one generation to another during the process of arranging the material and placing it in the Talmud. The following discussion of the Amharic statements and the anonymous strata might supply us with some clues for the time and place which our brisa were shaped. So, Amharic statements. The comparison of Tanaic sources with their Palestinian parallels yields a consistent emphasis on stricter views. A survey of the concluding Amharic statements of Rav Hia ben Abba of Rav Yehuda offers similar observation. The first and third text, the statements are in agreement with the stringent view of the majority in the Tanaic text. So he's not a convert until he is immersed and circumcised. The statement has no parallel in the Palestinian Talmudic literature, yet this view of Rabbi Yochanan is present in the story of the Palestinian Talmud and in the Babylonian Talmud preceding our tractate. Rabbi Yehuda encountered a convert who was not circumcised, and Rabbi Yochanan criticized this practice. It is possible that Rabbi Yochanan's statement derived from the story, as in the case where the Talmud declares it was not stated explicitly, rather deduced from an implied statement or act. In the Halakhah, both in the land of Israel and abroad, is required to bring proof. This is another striking verbatim agreement with the Tanaic views attributed to the majority of the Babylonian Talmud brisa and lacking in the Palestinian works. As such, it raises the same doubts about the relationship between the Amharic statement and the final wording of the Tanaic materials. Are we witnessing a case in which the views attributed to the Amorim reflect their ruling in favor of the stringent Tanaic view of the majority, or vice versa, the stringent Tanaic view was attributed to the majority as a reflection of its acceptance by the Amorim? In these two cases, the very same stringent views which were attributed to the majority in the brises are not documented in the Palestinian Tanaic parallels are presented here in the views that conclude the discussion. The second and the fourth Amharic concluding statements are not similar to the views recorded in the brisa, but they are also serve as a summative comment tending to a stricter and more institutionalized procedure of conversion. Following the second brisa, the Talmud discussion explains Rabbi Yossi's view as originating the demand for both circumcision and immersion. In support of this view, a case is brought in Rav Hia, but Rabbi asked the man who had not immersed to wait until the next day for immersion. The case leads to the conclusion that both immersion and circumcision are needed, and that 3 people are needed to oversee the act of conversion. And the discussion is concluded once again with the statement, a convert needs 3 people, as law has been regarded with him. Again, such a statement does not appear in the Palestinian sources. At first glance, it seems the Talmud introduces a new theme here, a theme that will be developed in the next part of the sugya, namely the court of conversion. However, the demand for the 3 individuals a court for conversion is not a mere addition of a novel theme to the brisa. It can be seen as a conclusion based on the idea that was hinted as the source of the Talmudic discussion, where the idea of conversion procedure is implied by one significant word before us. This word implies the presence of a judicial instance responsible for conducting the conversion procedure and leading to the idea of a court-controlled conversion explicitly mentioned in the final statement. Once again, the statement can be read as a summative conclusion of the discussion based on the stringent view of interpretation of the Tanaic text in discussion. The fourth statement of Rav Hiya ben Abba, or Rav Yehuda, is also documented in the Babylonian Talmud through a parallel unit in the Palestinian Talmud. A similar view is attributed to Razair in a dispute between Rav Abu and the name of Rabbi Yochanan. Throughout the impossible to provide a detailed reconstruction of the development of the two discussions with their differences, this still contains sufficient parallel components to suggest that they have a shared origin in terms of the statement's function in the Babylonian Talmud. Its agreement with the most stringent view expressed in the discussion of the Tanaic text shows that it was also intended to provide a stringent halakhic conclusion to a unit of our tractate. The section discusses the statutes of the offspring of a person who did not undergo an adequate conversion. While Rabbi Yehuda stated the brisa that his offspring are considered Jews, the later Mora Ravina limited the granting of Jewish status only to his grandsons. This view is then supported by another brisa in the name of Rabbi Yehuda and its interpretation offered in the concluding statements of the discussion. This creates another match between the brisa under discussion, and here, in that sense, the product for our discussion is very similar to that of the first and third units of the tractate. The concluding statements is similar to the stringent view expressed or derived from the brisa. The discussion of the fifth brisa is not concluded by a statement, yet one important emendation of the text is attributed to Rabbi Yochanan. Well, the Tanaic text demanded the presence of two sages during immersion. The Talmud presents Rabbi Yochanan emendation to increase the number to 3, the stricter standard number needed for a court. This amendment created accordance between this brisa and the second statement, a convert needs 3. I suggest that this case the Talmud documented or imagined the process which led to the surprising agreement of the statements with stringent Tanaic views. It is as if the Talmud is attesting to a process of early Amoraic reworking of Tanaic materials. Our tractate documents this process in its fifth discussion. It claims that Rabbi Yochanan amended the text. However, the first and third discussions, our tractate only suggests the fruit of a similar process in the form of new, stricter versions of Tanaic material. These Tanaic materials are verbatim agreement with Amoraic views, and the fourth discussion and agreement it's proposed between the Tanaic text as interpreted by the Talmud and the Amoraic statement. If the fourth brisa also reworked to fit the Talmud's conclusions, it would be identical to that statement. The following chart will offer a summary of the textual findings and their assumed origins. So the examination of the statements points to a fairly coherent attitude toward the conversion procedure. Not only did they bear witness to the same stricter tendencies as those implied in the Babylonian Talmud version of the Tanaic text, but they also attested to a process by which the agreement was created. So the anonymous layer, the perspective of the Talmud is not only expressed by means of the choice of the early text, their precise wording or rewording, or the structure of the tractate is also reflected in interpretive comments on earlier material, enabling us to uncover the later conceptual framework and institutional developments. Together they merge to create something that can be called the lecturing voice of the Talmud, as well as presenting reworking Tanaic materials, claiming that the majority opinion argues in favor of strictness, and concluding the discussion with statements. The later layers of the Talmud read strict and institutionalized standards in the conversion into the earlier texts. So the rhetoric of the obvious. In the discussion of the first brisa, the Talmud refers to the Sinai revelation as the archetype for the conversion procedure, and comments that women must have immersed at Sinai, since if they had not, what act did they perform in order to enter under the wings of the Shekinah? What is the basic assumption underlying the question? Obviously, is necessary of immersion for conversion. The necessary of immersion is only a minor consideration in comparison to the basic principle guiding it. The most important point is the concept of a mandatory ritual framework for conversion. Something must be done in order to declare a person a convert. As in many other cases, a rhetorical strategy of the later layer of the Talmud presents things as obvious, and by doing so reveals what was later considered as normative, but was not necessarily regarded as such earlier. The rhetoric strategy convinces the audience of the Talmud that conversion into Judaism always involved a certain ritual framework. It is not only this strategy of the obvious that promotes these values, it is also implied meaning of the phrase to enter under the wings of the Shekinah. In our tractate, this signifies to undergo a valid conversion. By using this expression in the technical sense, our tractate reflects its emphasis on the function of conversion as a ritual that confirms a new status. Indeed, in the Babylonian Talmud, the phrase is undressed from other connotations attached to it in Tanaic and Palestinian literature, where it also marked the religious change undergone by the convert, or in Israelites' efforts to bring non-Jews into the Jewish group or to acknowledge God. It might also be that the original form of the phrase uses the word kanes, to enter, in the first conjugation to gather, marking the gathering of converts, and not the fourth conjugation to enter, as in our tractate. The manner in which the phrase is used in the Babylonian Talmud expresses a redefinition of its semantic sphere. The conceptual system held by the later redactor and transmitters of the Babylonian Talmud here invades the very meaning of the words they use. And not claiming here the usage of the meaning of the phrase in Babylonian Talmud is innovative. One can recall similar uses in earlier texts. However, its use in our unit overrides the variety of meanings offered in earlier stages and thus reflects the prevailing Babylonian Talmud tendency, a court for conversion. Earlier, I pointed to the word bifnenu, in our presence, introduced during the discussion of the second prices, introducing the concept of a certain institutional conversion procedures by the owners of the text, those who are the us, in which the procedure is done in their presence. The word is a subtle reference by the anonymous layer to that what is stated explicitly later. Indeed, the anonymous layer's attempt to introduce the concept of the court into the earlier sources is much more obvious in the following link in the discussion. Here, a story about the request to wait a day for immersion is interrupted as the source of the need for a court. The contribution of the Babylonian Talmud becomes clearer when this passage is compared to a similar account in the Palestinian Talmud, where a rabbi was asked to wait for the next day for immersion of a female convert. The important account testifies to the performance of immersion by authoritative rabbis, yet it is only our Babylonian Talmud text that interprets this as stemming of the need for a court. The process is a nice illustration of the anonymous layer's tendency to read assumptions into earlier texts, both Tanaic and Amoric. If our attention was exclusively focused on the segment of the sugya, we could have said that the later redactors and transmitters of the Talmud read the concept of the court in the Tanaic source in the early Palestinian story. However, immediately after this passage, the early Amoric statement implies the concept of a court, and later on, it is explicitly mentioned in the name of the town and the fourth price in our text. Earlier in this discussion, I pointed out the mention of a court in the Bryce is suspicious. In the second part of the Bryce, Rabbi Yehuda did not refer to a court of conversion, but rather to witness conversion. The same shift is also present in Reb Shesha's explanation of the third brisa. The acceptance of a convert who can bring witnesses explained as acceptance of a secondhand witness who claimed that they heard he was converted in a certain court. This comment seems to suggest a higher degree of inclusiveness and acceptance, as it would open the gates to those who had only secondhand witnesses. But actually, Reb Shesha is reading the concept of a court into Tanaic material and assuming that conversion can only take place in a court. My observation here is similar to that offered by Fan Robert in his discussion on Akiva's permissive view on the menstrual blood. While the ruling itself presented as less strict than former rulings, the very text establishes the authority of the sages in the field. Similarly here, in appearance of a meticulous view, actually conceals a conceptual framework in which the authority over conversion procedures is handed to, if not taken by the rabbis. Three different applications of reading the idea of a court into Tanaic material are offered. In the second brisa, is the anonymous layer incidentally adding bifnenu. A third brisa in the imperative comment of Reb Shes. The application of the fourth brisa is the most elusive one since its presence in the first part of the brisa. All, however, are probably later textual products reflecting the move from the witness conversion model to the later court-controlled conversion. This shift may also explain the above-mentioned amendment to the fifth brisa attributed to Rabbi Yochanan, increasing the number of sages who must be present from 2 to 3. Many scholars have noticed this. I wish to emphasize how it fits in the overall coherent and consistent tendency of the whole unit of the Babylonian Talmud. The tractated conversion left us some clues about the earlier model of conversion, which its layers tend to replace with the newer one, starting with the reference to a court in the anonymous comment to the second brisa. I surveyed many other expressions of this idea. The necessity of court for conversions is a Babylonian concept, read or added into different layers of our tractate, and creating the impression that early Tanaic establishment for this requirement. Circumcision and immersion revisited. Another delicate expression of the anonymous stratum is the advocate of stringent standards in the conversion appears in the discussion of the need for immersion and circumcision. Here, too, we notice the strong agreement of the unique Babylonian Talmud phrase in the Tanaic material and the tendencies promoted by the lecturing voice of the Talmud. The Babylonian version of the Brisa is the only source to present the peculiar view according to which immersion without circumcision is valid. As noticed by other scholars, this view is not documented by any other Talmudic source and seems to dismiss one component of the conversion as well attested to, even the source of the Second Temple period. Offering such a lenient view seems to go against the tendencies of our tractate. I prefer to read as a rhetorical device intended to undermine the other view of the Brisa, which is satisfied with circumcision only. This rhetorical function would become clear upon reading the anonymous layer of a sugya, which is actually the only other Talmudic text to contain the idea of a valid conversion without circumcision. In the anonymous comments of the second price of the debate of Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is reduced to an arithmetical debate on whether 2 acts or only 1 act is needed for conversion. 2 are needed, 1 is sufficient. According to this reduction, Rabbi Yehuda holds that only 1 act is needed, and thus immersion without circumcision can also be valid. This presentation produces a surprising match between the anonymous layer and the unusual Tanaic view of Rabbi Yeshua in the first Brisa. Once again, we seem to be an invented Tanaic view interrupted with the first Brisa. It also suggests the anonymous analysis of another Tanaic text. Indeed, the arithmetic concept of only 1 is needed is also hinted at the wording of the first Brisa. The views of Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yeshua are presented in strikingly symmetric form. So convert immersed but not circumcised. Rabbi Yeshua said he is a convert, as we found that our mother is immersed but we're not circumcised. A convert who was circumcised but not immersed. Rabbi Elazar says he's a convert as we found our fathers who were circumcised but did not immerse. The symmetric presentation has the same rhetoric function as anonymous layers of arithmetic reduction. Both equate the value of the views attributed to Elazar and Rabbi Yeshua. Both equate the possibility of a conversion through immersion alone with that of conversion through circumcision alone, a view commonly discussed in the Palestinian Talmud and probably still held by early Palestinian Amorim on the validity of circumcision alone as a means of conversion, is thus given the same value of the rare, fictitious, and ungrounded view attributed to Rabbi Yeshua, only immersion that thus leading to the rejection of both views. One is not a convert unless he is both circumcised and immersed. By paying attention to the rhetoric of the Babylonian phrase in the Tanaic materials, we notice the same strategy of the anonymous layer to undermine the view of Rabbi Elazar, according to which circumcision alone is valid. Indeed, the anonymous comments of the first Brisa suggest that even Rabbi Elazar agreed with Rabbi Yeshua about the validity of immersion without circumcision, and their only disagreement was to the issue of whether circumcision without immersion is also sufficient for conversion. The Talmud does not only undermine this view, it actually ridicules it. The following chart will demonstrate how the anonymous layer is intensified the presence of the view that only immersion is sufficient. To summarize the argument, our Talmudic unit attested to a rejected view claiming the validity of conversion of males without circumcision. The view is attributed to a Tana in one Brisa, and it's also hinted at the interpretation of the view of another Tana in another Brisa. I suggested the introduction of this novel, though immediately rejected leniency into the discussion, is actually a rhetorical device aimed to undermine and ridicule the very idea of conversion based on only 1 act, and hence serve as a means to reject a former conversion model based on only circumcision. It is very reasonable to assume that the move towards the inclusion of immersion as a crucial component of conversion was much earlier than the textual developments identified here. However, the rhetorical emphasis of this change is also an important development. So, rhetoric of the text. Our reading is the lecturing voice and the perspective of the Talmud suggested by its lead us to the innovative aspect revealed by the method offered in this paper. My reading is guided by an effort to identify the rhetoric of the Talmud, the textual strategies through which the certain agenda is promoted, structure, form, and the choice of words are phrasing. These rhetoric devices work across the different chronology layers of the text. They are the means by which the layer is presented as obvious. The stringent is characterized as the view of the majority, and the lenient is suggested only in order to undermine and reject it. In the following paragraphs, I will present some other examples of rhetoric in our tractate. Rhetoric, rewording phrases. In the convincing article and transmission of the Talmud in the Genoic Parak, Brody claimed that there was a long period during which the Talmud was already structured and the sugya well organized, yet the exact wording of each link in the chain of the sugya was still open. Delivering the same content in different wording, precise wording, is thus not very important. Moscovich, speaking from a similar perspective, defined the phrasing in one of the brises in our tractate as stylistic reformulation to make statements, implying that the style is new, but the content is all the same as it was in the past. The analysis I presented here shows that in some cases, different phrasing of earlier material do carry new meanings, even when they preserve the same halakhic view. The significant difference lies in the conceptual framework, hinted at the divergent phrasing and wording. The view of Rabbi Lozer in the Babylonian Palestinian Talmud is the same view, yet the way in which it is presented in the Babylonian Talmud is integrated into even stems from the later concept that led to its rejection. There are a few more examples of the mechanism in our tractate. So we're going to skip over this. It's very interesting. The nature of how the Talmud is constructed, but we're looking at the tractate of conversion demonstrates a relatively coherent and consistent tendency towards a stringent and controlled conversion procedure performed as a status confirmation ritual, marking the change of the status of the convert and his approval and acceptance by society. Its tendencies are discernible in various aspects of the Talmudic text and the additions and attributions characterizing its unique version of Tanaic materials. In the concluding American statement of each discussions and the reading of concepts into earlier materials by late Amorim and the anonymous voice of the Talmud, in a rhetoric implied by its specific wording of the phrasing, and finally even the structuring of the text as a tractate. The form and content of the text are fused to create a strong sense of a new literary craftic work, which is our tractate. The chronological image produced by the text and the earlier study, Shlomo cautiously suggested perhaps the Amorim and the later redactors of the Talmud not only interpret early materials and place it in Talmudic discussion, but also reshape it based on their own view of the Halakha interpretation methods. The conclusion reached above show that the analysis of our sugya would confirm this hypothesis. The Tanaic texts presented very significantly from their parallels. The earlier, more concluding statements demonstrating striking agreement with the Babylonian Talmud, versions of the Brises, or even with issues raised in late Amoric anonymous comments. The Brise's phrasing, the analysis layers, the Talmudic discussions share the same rhetoric, the very same views that are explicitly expressed as a later interpretation of one Brise are also documented in the unique Babylonian version of another. The lecturing voice of the Talmud, a unique version of early materials, both in the Tanaic and American strata, produce the combined cultural work of the text. While they are presented as three different layers of the text, distinctive in their form, their presumed different dating and variety, degree of authority, their content presents strong similarity and agreement, promoting the same agenda. The attribution and form of each layer claims a different source of origin and a different level of authority, but the analysis of the content points to a certain unity. The chronological image presented by the Talmud is an integral part of its rhetoric, creating a sense of Tanaic authenticity and authority for a procedure and an institution that were only stabilized much later. Even the early beginnings can be traced to Tanaic times. The very form of tractate is a crucial component in the creation of the chronological image, but also emergence from various details. To clarify this point, we should look again at the image of immersion and circumcision, this time from a chronological perspective. In the following paragraph, I will retreat to the classical model prescribing the history of rabbinic legislation based on the attributions found in the Mishnah, Halakhah, Midrashim, and Palestinian Talmud. At best, this description is fairly accurate historical account. If not, it is the chronological image as stemming from sources other than the Babylonian Talmud. In any case, this picture is a source for comparison and enables us to see the unique chronological prism supplied by the Babylonian Talmud. Immersions of converts was mentioned as early as the debate of Hillel and Shammai. In the Mishnah, according to the Palestinian Talmud, the demand for both immersion and circumcision was already held by Rabbi Yeshua, as we might even trace the transmission of this teaching of him back to Rabbi Akiva and from him to Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, who included it as part of the demand for threefold conversion. In earlier Amoraic days, Rabbi Yochanan made an effort to impose the view in the north. Yet even later in the 3rd century, the sages were inclined to approve conversion without immersion a posteriori. All this implies a gradual enforcement of the demand for both immersion and circumcision. However, our Talmud tractate of conversion gives the impression that the early stage of the Tanaic period, the majority of the sages held the stringent view against the minority view of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. It's not only the attribution of the view of the sages that creates the chronological delusion, but also the later question of the anonymous layer. And the sages say he is not a convert unless he is immersed and circumcised. The Omer Rav Kiya Bar Arba Omer Rabbi Yochanan, he is not a convert unless he is immersed and circumcised. This is obvious. In case of individual opinion against that of the majority, the law follows the majority. We established the one statement was probably phrased according to his view about a specific case, and the words of the sages were reworked to present the same later prevailing views expressed. The Pshita question of the lecturing voice of the Talmud presents the commonly assumed chronological relationship between the two phrasing and subtly suggests the existence of an early Tanaic legislation, which should no longer be stressed by the early Amoraic generation. Another example of Babylonian creation of a chronological perspective is our finding regarding the court of conversion. As observed earlier, the move from the witness conversion model to the court-controlled conversion model is expressed in the various chronological layers of our tractate. So even if the Babylonian innovation, the student of the tractate is led to believe that it was instituted by the Tanoim. Intentional redaction or diffusion of late concepts. At this point, I would like to make an important clarification. Do not consider the finding presented here as the product of a late redactor, intentionally reworking the structure of the text and its content to fit his agenda. I believe that what we're witnessing here is a much more delicate process, a gradual development of the stabilization of the conversion procedure, which fed back into the gradually developing Talmudic text, and maybe even vice versa. Even the creation of a false sense of chronological development should be seen as a product of a naive perception of the history of conversion, as a later reality was assumed to stem from the earlier traditions, and thus was gradually projected back into early unstable text through a prolonged process of transmissions and reorganizations of sources. The Brises and Mimers were not fixed and canonized as the text of the Mishnah. The texts were open to minor emendations reflecting the zeitgeist of the later Babylonian Morim, Talmudic redactors, and even later transmission agents. As the Talmud is a product of collective formation and transmission, one should not expect every single detail to match the prevailing tendencies. Indeed, here and there we can spot stringent views that were rejected by the lecturing voice of the Sugya. The idea that the court has to consist of experts is rejected. The identification of the majority of the first brisa with Rabbi Yossi and the second brisa might undermine their implied stricter legislation, as now presented the view of an individual. The ruling at the end of the fourth discussion rejected the stricter view expressed by Bravina in the course of the discussion and in the concluding statement. The last two examples of the lenient legislation are also problematic for my claims about the structure of the text. Both are brought after the concluding statements, and the first correlates to the Talmudic discussion of the first and second brises into one sequential text. In terms of the form of the text as a tractate, it seems that these latest comments were added without any sensitivity towards the clear structure shaped in earlier stages. However, although these comments do not match the tendency of the text, they do have an important role in establishing our perception of the text chronologically, as I demonstrated earlier. Surprised by the similarity of Rabbi Yochanan's view that the majority of the Tanoim, the anointed layer of the Talmud, established and assured the relationship between the two distinct layers of legislation, and the Tanaic texts were subject to the amendments that are based on Rabbi Yochanan's view. The anonymous text is naively unaware of this process. The same is true of the amendment of Rabbi Yochanan to the fifth brisa from 2 to 3 sages. Again, this is a place where our text cracks, as if revealing its own evolutionary process, in contrast to the first and third brisas, which simply match Rabbi Yochanan's statement and are therefore suspected of being amended versions. In the case, the Talmud explicitly mentions an emendation of the Tanaic text. As such, it produces the impression of a Talmudic text as a layered text, in which the words of Rabbi Yochanan, the Amor, do not impinge upon the Tanaic text. To a certain extent, such comments establish the hierarchical relationship between the separate components of the Talmudic discussion and support the creation of the chronological image. We identify cracks and deviation in all three aspects surveyed here: the content, tendency towards stringency, the structure, arranging the text as a tractate, and the chronological image, attributing novel perceptions to earlier text. Although the Talmud testifies to a unified tendency in these realms, it still preserves here and there some other approaches. These findings support our understanding that the unified tendency should not be attributed to a single intentional redactor, rather to a prolonged process of introducing new perspectives through the unstable transmission. This process never ended and probably was not controlled and organized, and hence it left signs and other tendencies in the Talmud text scattered here and there. Although I used the term rhetoric, which implied an editor with deliberate intent, planning his words in order to convey his message as an orator does, I perceive the textual development identified here as a product of prolonged development through transmission, which enabled the expression of the dominant view. The real chronology of the text. If indeed texts presented as Tanaic or Amoraic were reworked, and hence they no longer attest to the common view at the time of their attributed tendency, then the Talmud blurred the real chronological of the developments of our field, creating a chronological curtain. Can we penetrate this chronological curtain and identify the real chronology of the text and the institutions and legislation suggested in it? Three different developments have to be considered: the development of the text, the development of the form, and the history of the conversion procedure. There are three distinct questions: when and where the unique phrasing of the Tanaic and early Amoraic statements occur, when was the external Tanaic material organized into the form of the tractate, and lastly, when did the concept of institutionalized conversion, the accompanying strictness about conversion, evolve? These chronological questions open an endless speculative sphere. Every claim could be undermined by an equally reasonable suggestion. The Talmud attributes the amendment to the fifth price to the Rav Yochanan, and even this can be read not as deliberate change, but as reconstruction based on other equally authentic Tanaic material. One could suggest that the unique version of the Tanaic sources are based on authentic Tanaic texts. The agreement between the later layers of the Babylonian version and the text would be then interpreted as the result of the Babylonian faithfully following their authentic perceived traditions. In other words, we can spot the Palestinian origins of the Babylonian Talmud unique version. In such cases, we could claim that the Tanaic texts of our tractate do indeed demonstrate the phenomena of Abrisus absorbing later comments into their later versions, but that the process has already taken place in the land of Israel. This same can be claimed about the structure of the unit as a tractate. It might be an authentic Tanaic collection of sources on the theme of conversion that did not make it into a perceived Tanaic or Palestinian work. The repetitive statements might imply the existence of preliminary Palestinian sugya on the subject that is not documented in any known collection. Such arguments might weaken my claim for a Babylonian origin of our sugya, its contents, and its tendencies. In the following, I will try to justify my understanding of the text and its structure as a Babylonian product. Just going to skip through some of this. Reconsidering the history of the conversion procedure. As a result of the findings presented in this paper, we should reconsider the history of the conversion procedure. What was the Babylonian contribution to this institutionally? Certainly one can propose a similar picture according to which Babylonian Morim invented the procedure and then reworked earlier materials in order to endow it with higher authority. However, it is clear that the literary representation of the conversion procedure as offered in our Babylonian Talmud tractate draws a picture of a much more stabilized and established procedure, more stringent than in probability was earlier, and controlled and supervised by a court. The history of the conversion procedure should be introduced on the basis of typology of initiation and entrance ritual. A huge variety of grades and modes of entrance lies between the two extreme poles. One is a model of a group with no conversion ceremony and no entrance procedure. This model can work in completely isolated and closed groups and other groups with no clear identity and thus with blurred boundaries. Towards the end of the scale in the position proposed in our sugya and more strictly developed in post-Talmudic times, namely an institutionalized entrance ceremony taking place at a defined time and place, integrating a series of conditional acts perceived as a symbolic entrance into the group and conducted under the supervision and control of an authorized members of the accepting group have the mandate of approval. This study cannot contribute to our understanding of the pre-rabbinic period. The limitation is dictated by the text of the Babylonian Talmud tractate of the conversion itself. The text avoids any reference to sacrifices brought by the convert and discusses conversions in our time after the destruction of the temple. Had there already been a well-defined procedure perceived as a preconditioned entrance ritual, or was there an earlier stage in which the components of the conversion were already present, wandering molecules in the primordial soup of the Second Temple Judaism, and only integrated into a distinct system later on by the rabbis? In such a scenario, practices like circumcision can mark the conversion of males, an act of individual identification with the Jewish group, but not necessarily as part of an authorized procedure confirming acceptance by the group. Immersion in newcomers might be practiced for the sake of entrance to the temple for the first time, or as a result of the concepts of non-Jewish impurity, or repentance and penance for the newcomer's sin of a non-Jew, but it might not have been perceived as a condition for entrance into the group. We should assume a very long evolutionary process leading from such imagined origins to the conversion procedure presented in our sugya. This process definitely did not come to an end in Tanaic days, but must have continued in Amoraic Babylon. Milestones in this process would have included the perception, circumcision, and immersion as preconditioned acts of entrance. thus inclusion in a single procedural framework, the importance of witness conversion, and later authorized control of these acts, and finally the introduction of a supervisory court. In Tanaic literature in the Palestinian Talmud, we can identify occasional features of the more advanced conversion model. This might also be echoed in Roman legislation and other non-rabbinic sources, and might be supported by a comparison to the evolution of institutional conversion procedures in Christianity. The evolution of institutionalized conversion took place during the early Palestinian Morg generation, yet the official conversion ceremony and its performance under the supervision of a court are only documented in our tractate. At the end of the process, conversion was no longer in the hands of the convert, but had come under the control of the court. A nice illustration of the development appears in the Babylonian Talmud. It is also not in the hand of the convert. Rav Abba and Rav Yochanan, a convert needs 3. Law is written in this case. Who will guarantee that these 3 will be available to him? This Talmudic remark is not only an interpretive analysis of the implication of the need for a court, but also reflects the essential shift granting the court authority over conversion and removing the authority from the convert. Rather than enabling us to deduce precise dates for the different phases in the evolution of the conversion procedure, our tractate shows us that it was a gradual process lasting into the Amoraic period and further developing in Babylon, although it later perceived and presented as having been fully established by the Tanoim. At the end of the discussion of the active timing of the development of the rabbinic conversion procedure, I have to admit that the chronologically blurring strategies of the Talmud have succeeded. We can only assume a prolonged and gradual process that continued even in the middle of the first millennium in Babylon, but we cannot put our finger on any decisive moment in this period. In her critique of the documentary approach to the Talmudic literature, Christine Hayes wrote, "First, the Syncretic scholar maintains that the diverse source materials of the Talmud were so thoroughly reworked and recontextualized by Talmudic redactors as to neutralize their ability to provide information about the circles in which they originate. Second, the Syncretic scholar speaks of each rabbinic work, including the Talmuds, as a single unit, as though each were produced by a single authorship. Yet Hayes recognizes that the composition of the redaction of the rabbinic works form an important determinant of each work's substance, and that it is also true that the traditional sources are shaped by literary, rhetorical, and other concerns. Thus, she concludes the nature of rabbinic documents as redacted works that at times efface and at times preserve the heterogeneity of their source material, justify the judicious combination of both syncretic and source critical approach. I hope the methodology presented in the study both exploits the advantages of the syncretic approach and overcomes its weakness. There is no need to claim the existence of a single late redactor in order to demonstrate the function of the later conceptual framework in shaping the Talmudic text. Even when discussing the rhetoric of the text, I do not consider it to be intentionally shaped with consistent strategies of presentation. Rhetoric is the means by which structure, form, and figurative choice of words convey the content, serving as a means of implicit expression of the same coherent message. Such forms of figurative language expose the conceptual word of the speaker, even when he has no intention of doing so. They reflect unique perceptions that we held in the later phases of independent evolution of the Talmudic text. These places in which our tractate display cracks and the consistent tendencies that fail to be expressed are an important demonstration of the duality of the Talmudic text as presented by Hayes. They are a product of the evolutionary formation of the text, which was probably not a consistent and conscious editorial effort, but rather a gradual diffusion of new conceptual frameworks and the institutions into a text evolved through transmission. The method offered here does not paralyze our ability to detect the authenticity of certain views documented in the Talmud. On the contrary, it might enable us to do so by identifying the reworked material, drawing our attention to the voices of the generations who reworked the original materials. In this way, we might be able to reconstruct original Halakhic views and concepts using a reductive methodology, increasing our familiarity with the dynamics of later changes, which enable us to distinguish original or earlier views from innovative and reworked ones. Conclusion: I hope to establish that the unified structure of the tractate justifies reading it as a coherent, discrete unit. The content also demonstrates a relative consistent tendency towards the institutionalization of conversion procedure. The text offers a court-supervised ritual and emphasizes its function as an entrance procedure into the Jewish community. The procedure as shaped in our text is presented as a stricter model of the acceptance of converts The unified structure of our sugyos should be read as a symbol. It symbolizes a process of unification that led to the organization of various materials as collective, multivalent, and multi-layered in Talmudic text still offers a certain unity. This unity is reflected not only in the structural organization of different parts of the text, but also in the stressing of certain ideological and halakhic tendencies. The form of the textual unit defined here as the tractate of the conversion matches the evolution of the conversion procedure described in the text. The form of the Babylonian tractate of conversion can serve as a metaphor for the process documented in it, just as the Babylonian Talmud delivers a stabilized, organized, and well-crafted tractate of conversion. It also introduces us to a crystallized, organized, and stabilized procedure of conversion. The conversion ceremony as a social phenomenon is the comprehension of a long social process of change and affiliation into the defined time frame of specific ritual. To a certain extent, rabbinic literature created a similar picture of the history of conversion, compressing centuries of gradual development of the institution into a much shorter and earlier period, thus leading us to attribute the entire development to its early Tanaic stages. This paper has demonstrated the gradual nature of the process and the later stages as development is documented in the Babylonian Talmud. There is a basic reason to claim that the concepts and preceptions unique to the Babylonian Jewish milieu in the mid-first millennium CE made a significant contribution to the shaping of conversion to Judaism. Fascinating. Okay. So thank I still got a minion watching. I got to take a short break. Then I'm going to address the chat. Okay, yeah, that was really fascinating. I wanted to get a complete, that was a long read, and I'm not sure how many people were listening through that, but I wanted to get a complete understanding of the history of the current conversion process of having a rabbinic court. So I'm going to try to read through the chat. Okay, I only have a few comments because I guess this is kind of hard to listen to. I mean, we got some severe scholarship going on here. Have I debated Melky on Christianity? And he hasn't really challenged me. Like, I don't know how good his scholarship is. Like, he has his opinions, but I think his scholarship is lacking. If he wants to discuss, I have a chat with him on my channel where we just had a friendly discussion. He's became a little bit more confrontational with his supersessionism recently. But I think his scholarship is lacking. I mean, I don't think he would stand a chance in the debate. Yeah, Oliver D is getting bored of this. I'm searching for the truth. We're looking for, Mark Smith, if you're still here, if he has a question. That was one of the longer readings. I'm looking for the truth here. We're looking at the history over thousands of years of the conversion process to Judaism. I still have 9 different articles more to go. I could take a tiny break, and I'm just sitting here resting to rest my mouth because I got a lot more to read, and I'm still on the Tanaic period. So we looked at the history of conversion in the Bible period to the rabbinic law of the Talmud, and then we're going to move into Europe and modern Halakhah of Ashkenazic Jewry into the current status of Israel. So there's still a lot to go. So I'm just catching up with my social media. Okay, I'm sorry. I've been reading for hours, so I appreciate people watching. I'm going to be, checking people's comments and stuff like that. And that was probably the longest of my reads. There's going to be a lot more stuff coming. Saying we're still 2,000 years ago. So just checking my social media. Okay. Okay, Goose Bear's here, passively listening while sort of napping without actually sleeping. You know, this complicated stuff. So we're covering thousands of years of history here, trying to understand the process of converting to Judaism. We're still in the era of about the advent of Christianity, and I'll timestamp this later. If anyone in the chat has questions. So Simic, I'm not sure if this is a serious question. Okay, back to work. Re-enter screen share and keep this going. Like I said, this is largely for myself, or just to present and leave out there, and it'll be timestamped. It's Duvid's dedication to scholarship, and we could have a more interactive. Join my Discord if people want more discussions. So here we have another Shaye Cohen hypothesis of this. So Ben Noack, I appreciate you listening. Your comments, join my Discord. We discussed this at length. So there's quite a bit of scholarship here. I just went over a huge article about the history of the Talmud and how the current system of circumcision and immersion in a rabbinic court that's still applied today, how you had the shift after the destruction of the temple with the advent of rabbinic Judaism, and how that shift occurred with textual analysis of the Talmud. So that was good scholarship there. So let's keep it going. Okay, so here's some more Shaye Cohen, who's this is in the Harvard Theological Review. Shaye Cohen's obviously one of the more respected Israeli scholars. To the Orthodox, he might be considered a heretic. And I'll just read parts of this. This more Reformed perspective, historical analysis that the Orthodox would probably consider heretical. So, crossing the boundary and becoming a Jew. So this one's pretty interesting, and it has more a theological, philosophical approach to what it means to become a Jew. And then we'll move into the Middle Ages and then into the modern era. So who was a Jew in antiquity? How was Jewishness defined? How did a non-Jew become a Jew? How did a Jew become a non-Jew? In their minds and actions, the Jews erected a boundary between themselves and the rest of humanity, the Gentiles, but the boundary was always crossable and not always clearly marked. A Gentile might associate with Jews and observe Jewish practices, or might convert to Judaism and become a proselyte. A Jew might avoid contact with Jews and cease to observe Jewish practices, or might deny Judaism outright and become an apostate, or the boundary could be blurred through marriage of a Jew and a Gentile. Conversion to Judaism, conversions from Judaism, and intermarriages between Jews and non-Jews were not unusual occurrences in antiquity, and the Jewishness of these boundary crossers had to be determined by the various jurisdictions and groups. The organized Jewish community and municipal or provincial governments and the imperial government each had an interest in determining whether a given individual was a Jew. For example, in the year 80 CE, a Gentile in Ephesus converted or claimed to have converted to Judaism. The local Jewish community would have had to determine whether it would accept him or her as a member. The municipal government would have had to determine whether this person could now enjoy the privileges that traditionally had been extended to Jews, and the imperial government would have to determine whether this person was now subject to the Jewish tax levied upon all the Jews in the Roman Empire as punishment for the 60 to 70 war. There was no reason to assume that all these jurisdictions would necessarily have reached identical conclusions in every case, or to assume that the boundary definitions used by the Jewish community of Ephesus would necessarily have been identical with which was operative in other organized Jewish communities of Asia Minor, or for that matter, Italy, Syria, Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, and Babylon. The proselyte's social status, too, was subject to conflicting judgments. How did this person born to a Gentile see himself? How was this person seen by her spouse, relatives, friends, other Gentiles? How was this person seen by native-born Jews? Once again, there's no reason to assume that these questions will have received uniform answers. A Gentile who engaged in Judaizing behavior may have been regarded as a Jew by Gentiles, but as a Gentile by Jews. A Gentile who was accepted as a proselyte by one community may have not been regarded by another, nor should we assume that the proselyte of another community was necessarily treated like those of another, because the Jews of antiquity held a wide range of opinions about the degree to which proselytes become just like the native born. In this essay, I hope to illustrate some of these generalizations by studying the process by which a Gentile in antiquity, mid-2nd century BC to the 5th century CE, became less a Gentile and more a Jew. How did a Gentile cross the boundary that separates the nations of the world from Judaism? How did a Gentile become a Jew in the eyes of the Gentile themselves, in the eyes of the contemporary Gentiles, in the eyes of contemporary Jews? I propose to describe and classify 7 forms of behavior by which a Gentile demonstrates respect or affection for Judaism. I begin with forms that do not imply the Gentiles becoming a Jew, and I'll end with those that do. These forms are not necessarily sequential. They're not stages in a process, nor are they forms mutually exclusive. A Gentile might easily behave in such a way so to be able to be classified in more than one category simultaneously. I freely admit the paucity of evidence and the frequent obscurity of the meager evidence that does exist give a tentative character to my analysis. My 7 categories are chiefly of a heuristic value. The essay concludes with a discussion of God-fearers, Judaizers, and converts. In order to reflect a pagan's perspective, though, this essay, I write the word God with a lowercase g, no matter which divinity is intended. A Gentile can show respect or affection for Judaism in 7 ways. By 1, admiring some aspect of Judaism. 2, acknowledging the power of the God of the Jews or incorporating him into the pagan pantheon. 3, benefiting the Jews or being conspicuously friendly to the Jews. 4, practicing some or many of the rituals of the Jews. 5, venerating the God of the Jews and denying or ignoring the pagan gods. 6, joining the Jewish community. 7, converting to Judaism and becoming a Jew. 1, admiring some aspects of Judaism. Some pagans admired various aspects of Judaism. Josephus writes, but of course he probably is exaggerating, that throughout the world, Gentiles attempt to imitate our unanimity, our liberal charities, our devoted labor in the crafts, our endurance under persecution on behalf of our laws. And this is aside from the adoption of Jewish customs. Many Greek and Roman writers describe Judaism or Jewish heroes in a positive terms. In passage preserved by Augustine, Varro states that the aniconic worship of the Jews accurately reflects the origins and admire piety of humanity. Before the vulgar turned to the images that could be seen and felt, and intellectual of the 1st century CE cited the opening verse of the Septuagint as an example of higher noble style. Moses was widely believed to have been a distinguished legislator. Such admiration easily paralleled in the Greek and Roman reactions to other Oriental or exotic religions is unexceptional and does not necessarily indicate any peculiar closeness to Judaism. 2, acknowledging the power of the God of the Jews. Many Gentiles in antiquity recognized that the God of the Jews was a powerful God. The author of the magical papyri routinely invoked the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Eos Sabaoth, the 2nd century CE, one intellectual, a disciple of orator Herodias Atticus, quoted 2 verses from Deuteronomy 28 in the warning curse he included in the epitaph for his son. The pagan knew that a curse backed by the authority of the God of the Jews would likely be effective. Greco-Jewish literature is filled with stories about Gentiles, usually kings or other dignitaries, who witnessed some manifestation of the power of the God of the Jews as a result venerate the god and acknowledge his power. The most spectacular example is Heliodorus, an emissary of Seleucus IV, who tried to seize the treasury of the Jerusalem temple but was thwarted by a miraculous display of divine might. Heliodorus learned an important lesson. He bore testimony to all men of the deeds of the supreme God, which he had seen with his own eyes. In Maccabees, the reverent Gentile appears in the Hebrew Bible too. Jethro hears the story of the miraculous exodus from Egypt and declares, "Blessed is the Lord. Now I know the Lord is greater than all gods." Hiram, king of Tyre, is so impressed by Solomon that he declares, "Blessed is the Lord God of Israel, who made heaven and earth." In the book of Daniel, King Nebuchadnezzar addresses the seer and proclaims, "Truly your God is God of gods and Lord of kings and revealer of mysteries." Even bolder proclamations are put in the mouths of Cyrus and Darius. In somewhat different vein, many Gentiles incorporate the God of the Jews into the pagan pantheon. In the Hellenistic and early Roman periods, numerous pagan dignitaries offered sacrifices or gifts to the gods of the Jews in the Temple of Jerusalem. Even Alexander the Great was said to have done so, and the dignitary was the ruler of the Jews. The political meaning of his gesture was clear. By sacrificing the God of the Jews, he confirmed his sovereignty over the Jews because he represented the people before their God. The theological meaning of the gesture was clear as well. The Jews are a respectable nation, and their God is a respectable deity. An empire has many nations with many gods. The destruction of the temple in 70 meant that the Gentiles could no longer sacrifice in Jerusalem to the God of the Jews, but they still could recognize the God as one of the supreme deities of the world. The early 3rd century provides two spectacular, perhaps fictional examples of this trend. The Empire Elagabalus included Judaism and Christianity among the religions to be incorporated in the cult of the god Heliogabalus, and the Palatine Hill, and the Emperor Alexander Severus maintained a private chapel for Apollonius, Christ, Abraham, and Orpheus, each of whom pointed the way to the supreme God. Private individuals could adopt the same theology. Many Neoplatonists identified the God of the Jews with the father of all the gods. Numinous even argued that the teachings of Plato were basically the same as those of Moses, and frequently supported his arguments by quotations from the work of Moses and the prophets. Of course, the identification of Jewish God with the supreme God long antedates the synchronism of the High Roman Empire. Herodotus had already sought Greek equivalents for the Oriental deities he encountered, and after the Jews became part of the Hellenistic world, their God too had been fitted to the Greek pantheon. For who was this God if not Zeus or Dionysus with another name? The conceptual distinction between Gentiles who acknowledge the power of the God of the Jews and incorporate him into their pantheon, and Gentiles who venerate the God of the Jews and deny and ignore the pagan gods is very clear. The Gentiles of category 2 do not stand in any special relationship with the God of the Jews. They behave as normal pagans behave when confronted by a foreign god and foreign religion. Their behavior is easily parallel to the attitudes of the pagans of antiquity toward other gods. Jethro, in spite of his declaration, Alexander Great, in spite of his sacrifice, and Numinus, in spite of his theology, remained pagans and polytheists. Augustine comments that Alexander the Great did indeed offer sacrifices in the temple of God, not because he was converted to his worship through true piety, but because he thought through impious vanity that God ought to be worshipped together with false gods. Even Heliodorus, in spite of his conversion experience, remains a pagan and a polytheist. In contrast, the Gentiles of category 5 have adopted some degree of exclusive loyalty to the one God, the God of the Jews. Number 3, benefiting the Jews or being conspicuously friendly to Jews. From the 6th century BC to the 20th century CE, the Jews have lived, with a few relatively brief exceptions, under the domain of Gentile powers. Many of these powers in antiquity were benevolently disposed towards the Jews. Monarchs, generals, and dignitaries bestowed favors upon the Jews, protected their rights, and granted their requests. In many cases, the benefaction was preceded by the offering of sacrifice to the Temple of Jerusalem. Jewish storytellers told elaborate tales about dramatic meetings of Jewish sages with Gentile kings, in which the king honors the sage and grants the Jews a variety of favors. A high priest with Alexander, Yochanan ben Zakkai with Vespasian, Rabbi Judah the Patriarch with Antonius, and Samuel with Sapor. The Jews of Bernice honored a local Roman official named tedious for executing his responsibilities in a manner well disposed toward the Jews of a community, mirroring the actions of the public officials. Private individuals might support the Jews in their political struggles or benefit the Jews through gifts to the community. For example, erecting a synagogue. Clearly, these Gentiles respected Judaism. There's no reason to assume that they had any special affection for it. Tolerant monarchs routinely benefited from the native populations that together constituted the polyethnic empires of antiquity. Private individuals might have had any number of reasons to associate with Jews, support them, or bestow a gift on the local Jewish community. From a theological perspective, Gentiles who acknowledge the power of the God of the Jews are closer to Judaism than those who simply treat the Jews kindly. But from a social perspective, the Gentiles of Category 3 are closer because they have a friendly relationship with the Jewish community. As a result, both Gentiles and Jews could regard these Gentiles as pro-Jewish, even if they had no real evidence that such was the case. The Alexandrian nationalists, who regarded imperial rule as, among other evils, too pro-Jewish because the Romans consistently supported Jewish rights, called one Roman Empire the cast-off son of the Jewish Salome, and suggested that another was overtly influenced by his Senate, which was packed with impious Jews. We may doubt whether either of these claims was true. The Jews tended to regard Gentile benefactors as motivated by some special affection for devotion to Judaism, but we may doubt whether this conclusion is necessarily correct. The point is demonstrated already by the biblical accounts of Cyrus. The founder of the Persian Empire had his own good reasons for benefiting the Jews, just as he had his own reasons for benefiting the Temple of Marduk in Babylon. But in the eyes of the Jews, the only way that Cyrus' actions could be understood was to imagine that the king recognized that he was enjoying the largesse of the God of heaven and was commanded by the God to build a temple in Jerusalem. Centuries later, Philo suggested that Petronius, the governor of Syria, who refused to follow Caligula's instructions to erect a statue in the temple, was motivated not only by his innate kindness and gentleness, but also by his affection for the Jews. Philo says he had himself apparently some glimmering of Jewish philosophy and religion. He may have studied in the past because his interest in culture, or after his appointment as governor of these countries, which have large number of Jews in all their cities, namely Asia and Syria, or his mind may have been so disposed through some voluntary, instinctive, and spontaneous inclination of its own towards things worldly of serious attention. It's most unlikely that Cyrus permitted the rebuilding of the temple Jerusalem because he feared the God of heaven, the God of the Jews. It is also unlikely, or at least completely unnecessary, to believe that Petronius protected the Jews because he felt some special attraction to the Jewish religion. The culmination of this understandable but unhistorical Jewish perspective is the statement of some storytellers that the Gentile kings who benefited the Jews, Alexander the Great, for example, converted to Judaism. 4. Practicing some or many of the rituals of the Jews. In a series of passages, Philo and Josephus boast that Gentiles throughout the world from ancient times to the present have adopted Jewish practices and displayed devotion to our religion. Josephus adds, there is not one city, Greek or barbarian, not a single nation to which our custom of abstaining from the work on the seventh day is not spread, and where the fasts and the lightings of lamps and many of our prohibitions in the matter of food are not observed. Seneca laments the customs of the accursed race have gained such influence that they are now received throughout the world. The vanquished have given laws to their victors. For all the obvious exaggerations of the boast of the lament, they reflect some measure of reality. In the city of Rome, at least in the latter part of the 1st century BCE and throughout the 1st century CE, pagans of both the upper and lower classes observed the Sabbath by lighting lamps and fasting. In the following century, Sabbath observance extended to Gentiles in Egypt and Asia Minor as well. Some Gentiles in Asia Minor frequented synagogues on the Sabbath and perhaps observed other Jewish laws as well. Josephus has the cryptic reference to Greeks who honor our practices because they're unable to refute them. And of course, later centuries provide abundant evidence for the observance of Jewish rituals in the churches of Syria and Asia Minor. Some Jewish practices, for example, attendance to synagogues and public ceremonies and consumption of kosher food, inevitably bring their practitioners into contact with the Jewish community, while other rituals, for example, fasting, lighting lamps, abstention from pork, refraining from work on Sabbath, do not. Therefore, Gentiles observe practices of the first sort were perhaps more Jewish than those who observe practice of the second, but no ancient evidence confirms this assumption. On the contrary, in the eyes of the Gentile, non-Jew observes any of the Jewish laws, even those who have no social component and is engaging in Jewish behavior. It is a well-known passage. The Roman poet Juvenal in 127 or 8 writes of a father who, because of his fear of the Sabbath and abstention from pork, is apt to have a son who turns to Judaism. Plutarch and Dio Cassius go even further. In his life of Cicero, the biographer reports an anecdote according to which an orator asked a suspected Judaizer why he, a Jew, involved himself in a case featuring a pig. For Plutarch, someone who observed Jewish rituals can be called a Jew. De Cassius, historian of the early 3rd century, makes this point explicitly. He writes, the citizens of the country have been given the name Jews. I do not know how this title came to be given to them, but it applies also to all the rest of mankind, although of alien race, who are devoted to their customs. Dio is not necessarily talking about converts. He does not even mention circumcision. For Dio, anyone devoted to a Jewish way is called a Jew. The members of the Jewish community and the Gentile practitioners of Jewish ritual probably would have disputed this liberal use of the name Jew. They would have said that a pagan who follows Jewish ways is nothing more than a pagan who follows Jewish ways, just as other pagans affected the ways of Isis, Mithras, and other philosophical schools without actually converting. But in the eyes of the outsiders like Dio, the practice of Jewish rituals puts the practitioner over the boundary that separates Judaism from the rest of the world. 5. Venerating the God of the Jews and denying or ignoring the pagan gods. Some Jewish texts describe a category of Gentiles who were so devoted to the God of the Jews that they venerated him almost exclusively, even if they did not observe his laws. Philo's obscure and much debated discussion of uncircumcised proselytes probably refers to Gentiles of this type. The proselyte is one who circumcised not his uncircumcision, but his desires and sensual pleasures and other passions of the soul. But what is the mind of the proselyte, if not alienation from belief in many gods and familiarity with honoring the one God and Father of all? These proselytes apparently do not observe the Jewish laws, they remain uncircumcised. Instead, they renounce polytheism, worship the one God, and follow a philosophic way of life. The romance Joseph and Asenath, probably written in Egypt by a contemporary of Philo, describes Asenath as a proselyte of this type. She destroys her idol, renounces polytheism, and becomes a servant of the one God. The text says nothing about her observance of Jewish laws except for abstention from sacrifices offered to idols. Numerous legends recount how Abraham, the archetype for all proselytes, destroyed his father's idols and was the first to recognize one God. Practically all the legends discuss Abraham's monotheism, not his observance of Jewish rituals. The author of Second Maccabees gleefully imagines Antiochus Epiphanes on his deathbed beseeching God for assistance in return for a promise that he would become a Jew and would visit every inhabited place to proclaim the power of God. For Antiochus, being a Jew meant proclaiming the power of the God of the Jews. Various strands of rabbinic tradition seem to be familiar with the monotheistic proselyte. Anyone who denies idolatry acknowledges the entire Torah is a widely repeated rabbinic statement. One version is read, anyone who denies idolatry is called a Jew. According to one opinion, a Gentile attains the status of a resident alien and may live in the land of Israel only after renouncing idolatry. Similar to most versions of the Noahide laws, the practice that a Gentile must avoid in order to be reckoned a righteous Gentile include the prohibition of idolatry. By avoiding idolatry and by observing some ethical norms, a Gentile fulfills all that rabbinic Judaism requires of him or her. Perhaps the polemic against idolatry, which recurs with some regularity in Greco-Jewish literature, and the appeal of Gentiles to lay aside their images, which appears only seldom, are connected with this ideology. None of the text, not even Philo's account of the proselytes, implies that Gentiles of this sort were granted membership in the Jewish community. If a Gentile destroyed his ancestral gods and declared exclusive loyalty to the God of the Jews, his neighbors might have regarded him as a Jew, but there's no sign that the Jews did the same. When the Babylonians heard that Daniel, with the king's approval, had destroyed the great dragon whom they revered, they concluded that the king has become a Jew, for he has destroyed Bel and slayed the dragon and slaughtered the priests. But neither the narrator of the story nor Daniel regard the Persian king as a Jew. He was a Persian king with a peculiar devotion to the Jewish God. The princes of the royal house of Adabin are said by Josephus to have venerated God before converting to Judaism and practicing Jewish laws, but their circumcision and conversion, the princes studied the Torah but did not practice it. This is the implication, and it is only after circumcision and conversion that the princes ran the risk of being regarded by their subjects as devotees of a foreign customs. Here then are Gentiles who are devoted to the God of the Jews, but who are not devoted to his laws. The line between the polytheists of category 2 and the monotheists of category 5 is clear in theory, as I discussed above, but is not always clear in practice. In Pergamon, a Gentile erected an altar to the God, the Lord, the eternal existent one. Was the Gentile a monotheist devoted to one God, the God of the Jews, or is he a pagan who incorporated the God into his pantheon? Some Gentiles who declare their respect for the God of the Jews use language which caused some interpreters in antiquity to assume that these are declarations of monotheism. Gentiles who worship the Jerusalem temple or sent money to support it also are difficult to classify conduct that was normally or expected of an enlightened and benevolent monarch was thoroughly exceptional for a private citizen. The Gentiles from across the Euphrates who came to the temple to bring sacrifice, and the God-venerating Gentiles of Asia and Europe who enriched the temple with their donations, perhaps belong to category 2, perhaps category 5. Number 6, joining the Jewish community. Some Gentiles became members of, or at least achieved as intimate status within the Jewish community without undergoing a religious conversion. Perhaps they underwent a nominal conversion, but their conversion was not the result of religious experience or newly gained devotion to the God of the Jews. There are several types. Early Christians grew in part through a conversion of the entire household to the new faith. The conversion of a master or mistress would bring along the conversion of the children, slaves, retainers, and perhaps the spouse. We may be sure that the involuntary members of the household had substantially less enthusiasm, or at least at first, for the new religion than did their chieftain who initiated the conversion. But all alike became members of the new community. Judaism Byzantine period benefited from several mass conversions led by the princes of various tribes, but ancient Judaism provides no parallel. As far as I know, the only attested conversion of an entire congregation to Judaism, in this case of Valeria, described in several rabbinic accounts. She converted to Judaism with her female slaves because of the legal technicality. Some of her slaves became free upon the conversion, but they continued to serve her nevertheless. More common is the simple case, the acquisition of a Gentile slave by a Jew. A male slave would be circumcised and upon manumission attained the status of proselyte. Thus, the Jews in late antiquity actually followed this practice as strongly suggested by the imperial legislation, beginning with Antonius Pius repeatedly forbade the practice. A female slave, too, would attain the status of a proselyte among manumission. These slaves, even if they assented to their conversion, as the Talmud requires them to do, cannot have been motivated by a deeper, sincere love of the God of Abraham. They were converted to Judaism for the religious convenience of their owners, and yet they were accepted as proselytes after their manumission, and even before that they were regarded by rabbinic law as least as proselytes in the making. Some Gentiles endured conversion for the sake of marriage with a Jew. Josephus records that Azizus, king of Emesa, was circumcised for the sake of marrying Drusilla, and Polemo, king of Sicilia, was for the sake of marriage with Berenice. The sincerity of these conversions can be gauged by subsequent events. Berenice abandoned Polemo, and he therefore abandoned his Judaism. A very different case upon the conversion and convenience attested in the war of 66 to 70. Upon being captured by the rebels, the commander of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem, one Metilius, saved his life by promising to Judaize as far as circumcision. If Josephus is to be believed, the Idumeans and Etrurians were compelled by the Maccabean conquerors to accept circumcision and Judaism, thus providing two clear examples of forced conversions. In this discussions of conversions, the rabbis prohibit conversions for the sake of marriage, gain, or any other non-religious consideration, but it's safe to assume that such conversions were not rare. The social consequences of intermarriage between Jew and non-Jew will have varied. In all likelihood, if a Gentile man marries a Jewish woman, he would not thereby enter the Jewish community. In most such cases, at least before the 2nd century, the offspring of the union took the status of the father and would not have become members of the Jewish community. In contrast, if the Gentile woman was married to a Jewish man, she was supposed to abandon her pagan gods and follow the same religion as her husband. There was no ritual conversion. The act of marriage to a Jewish husband was de facto an act of conversion. By association with her husband, she joined the Jewish community in some way, although she probably would have been regarded by her contemporaries and probably would have regarded herself as well, not as a Jew, but as a Gentile. Her children, of course, were Jewish, but these were the offspring of a Jewish father. Because they were the offspring of a Jewish father. This system is presumed by the various sources of the first century. Josephus Philo, New Testament, but the rabbis of the second century presume a different system entirely. According to rabbinic law, the status of the offspring of the intermarriage followed that of the mother. The rabbis did have a ritual for the conversion of women. If the Gentile wife converted to Judaism, then she and the children would bear after her conversion would be Jewish. If she did not convert, neither she or her children would be Jewish. What impelled the rabbis to introduce these changes is not known. 7. Converting to Judaism, becoming a Jew. Conversion to Judaism entails 3 elements: practice of the Jewish laws, exclusive devotion to the God of the Jews, and integration into the Jewish community, namely 4, 5, and 6. The 3 elements are stated forthrightly in the book of Judith. While Achor the Ammonite saw all that the God of Israel had done, he believed firmly in God and was circumcised, joined the house of Israel, remaining so to this day. Tacitus writes that the Jews instituted the circumcision of the genitalia in order to be recognizably by their difference. Those who cross over into this manner of life adapt the same practice, and before anything else are instructed to despise the gods, disown their native lands, and regard their parents, children, and brothers as of little account. Juvenal too sees in conversion the denial of the pagan gods, the worship of nothing but the clouds, the practice of the Jewish laws, notably circumcision, hostility towards all non-Jews. Most descriptions of conversion, however, mention only one of the 2 of the 3 elements. In several passages, Philo praises the proselytes for having the courage to abandon their kinsfolk by blood, their country, their customs, and their temples, and the images of their gods and the tributes and honors paid to them, and to undertake the journey to a better home, from idle fables to the clear vision of the truth and the worship of the one and truly existing God. Moses commands all members of the nation to love the incomers not only as friends and kinfolk, but as themselves in body and soul. For Philo, then, the crucial elements of conversion are the denial of the pagan gods, the belief of the God of Israel, the integration into the Israelite polity. It is striking that Philo does not explicitly associate the process of conversion with the observance of special laws, notably circumcision. We may presume that Philo would have required the proselyte, upon acquiring membership in the Israel polity, to observe all the laws observed by Israelites. In a much briefer description, the author of the Apocalypse of Baruch sees proselytes as a people who have left their vanities to take refuge under your wings, and those began by not knowing and who that then knew life, and mixed themselves in the race apart among peoples. Josephus nowhere says explicitly that conversion to Judaism entails the rejection of the pagan gods. Only one passage refers explicitly to a social integration of the converts. The Jews of Antioch always drew to their religious ceremonies with great multitudes of Greeks, whom they made in some way part of themselves. In general, Josephus defines conversion to mean the adoption of the practices and customs of the Jews, and all the practices and customs of the Jews. Josephus singles out circumcision. For him to adopt the customs of the Jews and to be circumcised and synonymous expressions. In the 2nd century BCE, circumcision achieves prominence for Jews and Gentiles alike as the Jewish ritual. In subsequent centuries, many Gentile writers confirmed Josephus' view that the acceptance of circumcision is the acceptance of Judaism. Although they knew that circumcision was practiced by other nations too, these writers persisted in regard to the ritual as quintessentially Jewish, probably because the Jews themselves so regarded it. The Greek-speaking Jews in the Second Temple period and the Hebrew-speaking Jews after 70 CE debated the meaning of circumcision, the ritual's exact place in the conversion process. But as far as known, no Jewish community in the antiquity accepted male proselytes who were not circumcised. Perhaps the God of the Jews would be pleased with Gentiles who venerated him and practiced some of his laws, and perhaps in the day of the eschaton, Gentiles would not need to be circumcised to be part of God's holy people. But if those Gentiles wanted to join the Jewish community in here and now, they had to accept circumcision. The third element of the conversion process was the integration of the proselyte into the Jewish community. This integration would be manifest in various ways. Whatever separation the Jews observed in their dealings with Gentiles would no longer affect the proselyte. The proselyte would be counted as a member of the synagogue, would be allowed to participate in sacred meals, would be expected to bring his or her legal cases before the communal authority, and to pay his or her share in the communal taxes, both the local imposition of the offerings to the central institution of the land of Israel, the temple and the patriarchs, would be allowed to sit with the Jews in the theater, and after death would be buried in proximity to other Jews. In some, the proselyte was just like the native born. In the eyes of the outsider, proselyte became and could be called the Jew. In the Acts of Pilate, upon being asked by Pilate to define proselyte, the high priest replied, "They were born children of Greeks and now have become Jews." The life of Septimius Severus reports the emperor prohibited his subjects from becoming Jews. Ambroister writes, "The proselytes are those who have been made Jews." Epictetus says that a convert to Judaism, that he is a Jew in fact, and is also called one. In the eyes of outsiders, even those who have not converted to Judaism can be said to become Jews. Gentiles with an unusual attachment to the God of the Jews can be said by their neighbors to have become Jews. Gentiles who practice Jewish rituals can be called Jews by other Gentiles. Tacitus and Juvenal do not use the terminology, but clearly regard proselytes as Gentiles who rejected Gentile society and joined the sinister and tight-knit group of Jews. In the eyes of outsiders, then a proselyte was called or became a Jew. Proselytes became citizens or members of the Jewish polity, but in the eyes of the Jews, did the proselytes become Jews? Apparently not. Jewish sources put the locution exclusively in the mouths of the Gentiles. Otherwise, Jewish texts, both in Hebrew and Greek, use other terms to describe the process of conversion. Numerous passages in Philo and rabbinic literature praise the proselyte and enjoined upon Jews the equitable treatment of those who have entered their midst. Josephus writes that kinship is created not only through birth, but also through the choice of the manner of life. The rabbis state that when the conversion ceremony is complete, the proselyte is like an Israelite in all respects, but none of these passages demonstrate that the proselyte achieved real equality with the native born. Proselytes probably had an ambiguous status in the Jewish community. Many epitaphs in the synagogue inscriptions attached the label proselyte after the name of the person being commemorated. This practice highlights the ambiguity. On the one hand, the Jewish community accorded membership status to the proselyte. He or she could obtain honor and power in his or her adopted community. On the other hand, the membership status of the proselyte was anomalous, and the proselyte felt obligated to call attention to this fact. According to the Acts of Pilate, the high priest, who have just explained that proselytes have become Jews, take it as obvious that the testimony of native-born Jews is more reliable than that of incomers. In the communities that produced and preserved the Qumran scrolls and rabbinic literature, proselytes did not attain equality with the native-born. One Qumran text prohibits the proselyte from entering the temples. Another records the temple of Israel divided into 4 groups: priests, Levites, Israelites, and proselytes. According to the Mishnah, a proselyte should not say "our God" and "God of our fathers" in his prayer, nor should he recite the Deuteronomic formula for the land you have sworn unto us, our fathers, and given us. After all, his fathers and our fathers were worlds apart. The status of the proselyte in rabbinic law is filled with contradictions and ambiguities, because in some respect this person born a Gentile is indeed like an Israelite, but in other respects is decidedly different or inferior. Even Philo clearly implies in one passage that proselytes are decidedly inferior to natives. In the eyes of an outsider, proselyte or convert was a Gentile who became a Jew, but in the eyes of Jews, a Gentile who converted to Judaism became not a Jew, but a proselyte, that is, a Jew of a peculiar sort. According to rabbinic law, the peculiarity was inherited. The son of a proselyte had the legal status of his father, unless his mother was a native-born Jew. How the proselytes saw themselves is unknown. If they voluntarily added the proselyte on their inscriptions, they knew that they would be different from the native Jews. Some proselytes assumed Jewish names upon their conversion, indicating a real desire to adopt the new identity and become Jews. So, conclusion. A convert or proselyte becomes a Jew by believing in the God of the Jews, by abstaining from actions prohibited by the God and performing other actions mandated by the God, and joining the Jewish community. But converts were not only Gentiles who expressly interest in or sympathy for Jews and Judaism. Gentiles could extend some measure of recognition to the God of the Jews, could observe some of the precepts, could befriend and benefit the Jews, or at a most basic level could simply admire one aspect or another of Judaism, all without any intention or desire to convert to Judaism. The boundary that separates Jews in Judaism from pagans in paganism is distinct but broad. The Gentiles who straddled the boundary or lived in its proximity represent a wide variety of behavior and belief and should not be lumped together indiscriminately. If we need to designate all these Gentiles with one term, the modern term sympathizers seems best precisely because it's so vague and does not imply the existence of a homogeneous category. Gentiles of category 4 and 5 can be called adherents, a term introduced by Knock in contract with a convert. An adherent accepts a new system of ritual and belief as a useful supplement to and not as a substitute for his old way of life. Jews and Judaism in antiquity were hardly unique in their ability to attract sympathizers and adherents. Such categories are amply attested in the history of religions. In Rome in the 1st century BC, the goddess Isis exerted a powerful attraction on many poets and intellectuals who remained under her spell but did not undergo conversion. Similarly, philosophical schools in antiquity won souls through conversion but more often attracted hangers-on who adopted some but not all the tenets of the school. The Jews of antiquity in both Greek and Hebrew termed these Gentiles, or at least some of them, fearers of God or venerators of God. A use is attested in Josephus' Acts rabbinic literature, the Aphrodisias inscription, or perhaps in other Jewish inscriptions. The fact that Jewish venerators of the Jewish God could also be designated Theobius merely introduces some uncertainty in the interpretation of certain inscriptions, but the basic point remains. These terms are primarily theological. The Gentiles venerate God, but the manner in which they express their veneration, the depth of their veneration, can be deduced only in the context of each attestation, and often not at all. There's absolutely no reason to assume that all venerators of God throughout the Roman Empire over the course of several centuries followed a single fixed pattern in practice and belief. In some Jewish communities, Gentile venerators of God attained status within or belonged to the community. The recently published inscription from Aphrodisia lists 52 Theobais who stand in some relation with another group that consists of 18 people, all whom 3 are proselytes and 2 are Theobais, and the rest native-born Jews. At Miletus, a section of the theater was reserved for Jews in Theobais. An inscription from Pantispason refers to the synagogue of the Jews and the Theobais. Jewish communities of these Greek cities allowed outsiders to join as members or to affiliate loosely. Such an arrangement is hardly unusual in a public inscription. A professional corporation of Ravenna at the time of Diocletian listed the members and officers of the groups as well as the affiliated members or sympathizers, but the example of Aphrodisias and Miletus hardly prove that everywhere Gentile venerators of God could join the Jewish community. In Aphrodisias and Miletus and other cities of Western Asia Minor, the Jewish communities saw themselves, and by the 2nd century CE at least, were seen by their gentle neighbors as part of the general society. These communities attracted sympathizers of all sorts and accorded them some recognition under the title venerators of God. In other cities, the relations between the Jewish community and the general society were not nearly so open and friendly. In these communities, we may doubt whether sympathizers attained membership of any kind. In some communities, as in Alexandria in the 1st century, the tension between Jews and the Gentiles was so great that virtually no Gentiles became adherents or proselytes, at least none is attested. How the Gentiles of Aphrodisia, Miletus, and Capitum venerated God is unknown. In the eyes of the Jewish community, any Gentile benefactor, any Gentile well-disposed towards Jews or Judaism might be called the venerator of God. Whether they really venerators of the God of Jews and whether they saw themselves as venerators of the God of the Jews are questions that remain unanswered. The Jews of antiquity are entitled to view their friends and benefactors in a way that they choose, but we do not have to believe them. That Theosebia can have a non-theological meaning is confirmed by analogy with the word Judaize. The word is best known for its usage in Paul, where it means to adopt the rituals of the Jews, especially to live a Jewish mode of life, specifically to adopt circumcision. This usage is found elsewhere, to be sure, but in one passage, Josephus uses the participle Judaizers to describe those Gentiles who mingle with the Jews and support them in their political struggles in the cities of Syria. The ambiguity of both terms is well illustrated in the passage of Acts of Pilate. The Roman governor tells the Jews that you know that my wife venerates gods and Judaizers rather much with you. Does Pilate mean that his wife supports the Jews in their political struggles, or that she practices some Jewish rituals, or that she believes the Jewish God more than fervently than all the other gods, or all 3? If we seek to produce a single definition of Judaizer or God-fearer, and if we limit that definition to the realm of Jewish practices alone, we labor in vain. So I particularly enjoyed this article. Yes, Shaye Cohen's very interesting. I read quite a few of his stuff. in the half-Jew one also. Church of Entropy, if you're still here, thanks for joining, or thanks for the shout-out. Okay, so let's keep it going. Now we're going to enter the Middle Ages, and then we're going to come to, I got one article in the Middle Ages, and then we're going to come to the modern era. So a lot of information to cover. Hope some people are enjoying this, gaining from it. I've been going almost 4 hours now. So, God provide me strength. I still have a lot to cover. Okay, from Golden, converts to Judaism. The Jewish ethos sees the Jew as unique by virtue of his being the offspring of a chosen group of people who left Egypt, stood at Mount Sinai, received the God's Torah, and entered into eternal covenant with God. The ethos constituted the foundation of the Jew's identity during the Middle Ages. The concept is expressed in the personality of the Jew and is transmitted in a direct and unmediated way to the descendants. Thus, only a Jew himself, the descendant of Jews, can recite the formula of the blessed. Bless you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandment and commanded us as a descendant of those who directly received the Torah from God and were sanctified and commanded by him. Only a Jew and the descendant of the Jews can address God in prayer using the phrase, our God and the God of our fathers, because God is indeed his God and the God of his ancestors. Similarly, he may thank God in the blessing after meals by giving him the godly land which you promised to our forefathers, because he is a direct descendant of those who stood at Sinai and received that promise. This approach is closely related to attitudes examined during the course of the study, according to which the nature of a Jew is not subject to change. Hence, even if he converts to Christianity, he is now immersed in the purity of the Christian religion, which is seen as tantamount to idolatry. He still remains a new Christian, a Jew in essence. We have seen above how this statement applied to apostate changes due to the influence of historical events. Did the attitude concerning one who joins the Jewish religion change in a similar manner? As soon as a proselyte joins the Jewish group, a Halakhic definition found in Yevamot applies to a proselyte who converted is like a newborn infant. The proselyte is thus born anew. All of his previous family connections are completely nullified. This perception of religious conversion as an act of death and rebirth is known in many other societies. Therefore, at least in theory, a father and a daughter who were converted may marry one another. The biological son of a convert does not inherit from his father, and biological relatives who converted may testify against one another in rabbinic court. The Halakhic logic is flawless. Familiar relations are absolute only when they are within the Jewish framework. Even when one departs from Judaism and cuts himself off from it, cannot sever his familiar ties and remains within the ethnic family, which is part of his ethnic identity. By contrast, one who joins the ethnic family as a proselyte severs all his previous family ties, which are nullified in an absolute way. Nevertheless, during the Mishnaic period, it was clear that even if a convert is seen as being born anew as a Jew, he is a different kind of Jew in that he is unable to use these literal expressions indicative of his connection between the Jew in the present and the chain of his ancestor going back to Sinai. His connection to God is based upon the relationship to God of the patriarchs, is different from that of the other Jews, which derives from the ancestral relationship. As against the approach of the Jerusalem Talmud, another seemingly marginal approach takes shape, stating that both Jews and converts have a common father, the patriarch Abraham. As Abraham made the substantive jumps from serving idols to believing in the one God, he is considered the paradigmatic convert, and he receives from God the title the father of many nations. Therefore, his children, the proselytes, may recite the blessing and express themselves literally like all Jews. This approach seems marginal in comparison to the direction developed in the Mishnah, which emphasizes the difference of the proselyte within Jewish society. Moreover, in the framework of the Talmudic discussion regarding those things one must tell the proselyte prior to conversion, one of them, more in Revold, states that converts are as difficult to Israel as a sore. This is an explanation of the verse of Isaiah 14:1, and aliens will join them and will cleave to the house of Jacob. It may be during that period of Reb, a Babylonian who immigrated to the land of Israel during the first half of the 4th century. The proselytes indeed constituted a problem. He was evidently exposed in Palestine to the fact that after the Roman Empire became Christian, heavy punishment were imposed upon those who converted to Judaism to the extent of being sentenced to execution. The aphorism continued to echo throughout the history of Judaism, and its various interpretations reflect the essential suspicious attitude towards the newcomer. Rashi, at the end of the 11th century, explains the term sore by stating that proselytes can harm the Jewish society in three different ways. First, they are not expert in the mitzvah and lead innocent Jews astray. Moreover, all the Jews pay for their mistakes. In addition, they disturb the ideal state within the Jewish community in which all Israel are responsible for one another, a situation prevented because converts have become mixed within Israel. These comments of Rashi, brought on a gloss on his words of the Talmud, reflect his opinion of the proselytes of the period, or at least a fear or suspicion regarding these converts who attempted to enter the gates of the Jewish people. The medieval sages, until the end of the 12th century, did not modify these harsh formulations. It is not clear how widespread the phenomenon of conversion of Christians who wished to join the Jewish camp was prior to the 12th century. It may be that until that time, joining the Jewish people was perceived as a convenient transition to a quality, prestigious group. The Halakhic decision concerning the acceptance of converts during the Middle Ages relates strictly to the motivation of the prospective proselyte. The worse of the situation of the Jew, the stronger became that note emphasizing the need of purity in the convert's intention in joining Judaism. During the course of the discussion, two views took shape. The one held that it is permissible to convert even someone whose intention have not been proven at present, as it may be assumed that the final analysis, the conversion will be for the sake of heaven. Thus, for example, a certain young woman came and wished to convert in order to marry a Jewish man. The rabbis accepted this, relying upon the precedent of those cases in the Talmud of people who converted out of fear, as in the time of David and Solomon, or Mordecai and Esther, or the famous case of the man converted by Hillel. The second approach holds that the entire conversion depends upon proving the true intentions of the convert. Rashi emphasizes in commentary on the Talmud that accepting the yoke of the commandments is of the very essence of conversion. Likewise, in Germany at the beginning of the 12th century, Ravan and other Tosafos in his wake underscored that alongside informing the potential proselyte of the commandments, one must examine whether or not his motivations are pure or whether there is some ulterior motive for the conversion. In their language, if it was not because some cause. At the end of the 13th century, Mordecai ben Hillel states, then in his opinion, one ought to not accept a proselyte unless it's very clear that he wishes to join the Jewish people without any ulterior motive. However, he qualifies his words, saying, I have written that which seems to me to be correct, and from my teachers this measure seems right, but do not rely upon my understanding. During the Middle Ages, the rabbis interrogated potential converts thoroughly, and only if they were convinced that they were not doing this in a sincere and innocent way did they convert them. Above and beyond the above-mentioned discussion, which may have been theoretical, medieval Talmudic commentators elaborated at length upon the subjects of circumcision and immersion of the proselytes, and the extent of contemporary source describing the actual reality per se. Reb Gershon Bar Yaakov was a mole circumciser who lived in Germany during the 13th century, wrote a book on the matters of circumcision. According to him, one must be meticulously regarding all stages of the ceremony. Initially, one teaches the convert and warns him regarding the difficulties involved in Judaism observing the mitzvah. Thereafter, he must be circumcised. Following that, he is immersed in water, and only then can he recite the blessing, blessed art thou who sanctified us with the commandments command us concerning immersion, by which he becomes a Jew. At the immersion itself, three rabbinic sages or distinguished members of the community must be present, serving as a court whose function is to witness the final stage of entrance into Judaism. During its course, they again inform him of the light and serious mitzvahs and their punishment and their reward. He must accept these upon himself, and only then is he immersed in water. Rabbi Gershon testifies in the case of Mainz, in which a convert was first immersed and thereafter circumcised, and it was ruled that he must be immersed a second time. That is to say, the details of the ceremony of transition were serious and valuable. The most striking change in the ideological attitude towards the proselyte appears at the end of the 12th century, a change that may be traced to the writings of Yitzchak ben Moshe, the Or Zarua, northern France, and Eliezer ben Yohav Levi in Germany. First, the expression relating to the proselytes is generally moderated the negative Talmudic expression, evil after evil will befall those who accept converts. Converts are as difficult as a sore is explained by Rabbi Yitzchak, referring to those who accept converts indiscriminately and without examining whether or not their intentions are sincere. He supports this perception by means of historical value criticism against the fathers of a nation. He states that because of the refusal of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to convert Timnah, she became the concubine of Elisab, son of Asa, from whom was born Amalek, whose entire purpose was to harm Israel. Thus, Amalek was the punishment visited upon Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob because of their refusal to accept as a convert a woman who wished to attach herself to the people of Israel. On the other hand, he expresses the positive role played by Joshua, who accepted Rahab the harlot as a convert, by Naomi, who accepted Ruth the Moabite as a convert, and by Hillel the elder, who accepted a proselyte, the man who said, "Convert me so that I may be high priest." In other words, he emphasized those cases in which people acted to accepted converts and succeeded, as against those in which they rejected potential converts and failed. Similar during the period of Tosfos, greatly modified Rashi's words concerning those who convert others. The expression proselytes are as difficult to Israel as a boil is explained as reflecting a positive perception of proselytes. In their view, converts are difficult for Israel because the Torah warrants in 24 separate places that one must not harm them or cause them pain or oppression. Because Israel is scattered about the world, and a result of many converts join their nation, and because converts are meticulous in observing the commandments and remind those who are born Jews to what extent they are not careful about the mitzvah, that a seeming criticism of proselyte is reinterpreted in a positive direction. Secondly, Rabbi Yitzchak also changes the Halakhic approach to concerning the convert. He is firmly opposed to the decision of Rabbeinu Tam regarding the inheritance of the proselyte. He writes that a convert who has been circumcised but for whatever reason was not immersed and lived for a lengthy period in time in the home of Jews does not render their wine non-kosher. He is no longer considered a Gentile. He further emphasized that a woman converted while pregnant and gave birth, there is no need to immerse the infant in the mikveh for conversion. He is simply circumcised like any other Jewish infant. Rabbi Yitzchak also rules with great sensitivity that if a person converted together with his mother and she later died, that he may mourn for her. This decision is opposed to Halakhic logic, which strongly emphasized that a convert is born anew, hence his previous biological connection no longer exists. At the end of the 12th century in Germany, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yoel Halevi heralded the change in attitude towards the convert. In the case of Rabbi Yitzchak, we need to conjecture as the reason for the change. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yoel Halevi would find the departure from her previous views expressed for more clearly. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yoel Halevi was deeply impressed by the quality and religious devotion of those Christians who decided to convert to Judaism. He describes with great emotion a certain proselyte, Rav Avram, son of Rav Abraham, who underwent the transition from Christianity to Judaism in Speyer, then went off to his own city, probably Cologne, where he lived with the local Jews for a considerable period of time and learned the way of the life of the Jews, the Hebrew language, and the Jewish scripture. When Rabbi Eliezer saw the convert was using Latin Bible in order to understand the Hebrew and the Pentateuch, he explained to him that it was forbidden to learn the Torah in a language other than Hebrew. Rav Abraham answered them as rabbis inspire. Those who converted him taught him that it was acceptable. Thus, despite his principal misgivings, Rabbi Eliezer Halevi came to the conclusion that it was allowed to read the Torah in the script of the monks because of the special situation in which both the Jews and proselytes found themselves. When Rabbi Eliezer ben Yoel Halevi heard that the inhabitants of Würzburg did not allow Rav Abram to serve as a prayer leader while staying in their city, due to the ruling of Tractate Bikurim that a convert, rather than saying God of our fathers, must say God of the fathers of Israel and God of your fathers, he wrote, in his day, it was preferable to follow the ruling of the Jerusalem Talmud, stating that convert is like a Jew in every respect because he is considered the son of the patriarch Abraham. This situation needs to be understood against the background of Jewish self-perception during the medieval period, so long as the convert ameliorates his own situation by converting, or there is the possibility that he would derive some sort of benefit from doing so. The Ashkenazic authorities were hesitant to accept him, and the suspicion of him remained. The intuitive suspicion of proselytes is based upon the self-perception which sees Jews in the present as the direct descendants of the Jews who stood at Mount Sinai, enjoying direct contact with God via the Torah. Against them are all those who wish to join or penetrate the exclusive group. The attitude towards proselytes began to change as the situation of the Jews became more difficult, as the number of Jews who converted to Christianity grew, and the danger to one who converted to Judaism was also exasperated. The Christian who joined the Jewish group lost all of his property and even placed his very life in danger. The criterion for joining the Jewish group became the danger to the life that entailed his martyr-like behavior, facilitating a new value perception of the convert. The people of Israel saw itself as a distinct extended family, beginning with the patriarch Abraham and continue on via his preferred son Isaac and Jacob, the preferred son of Isaac, to the creation of the nation with all its tribes. The son of Jacob stood at Mount Sinai at the time of making the eternal covenant with God. The emphasis upon the shared genealogical origin of the people of Israel, which constructs the people as a single unit deriving from its common ancient ancestors, whose direct descendants allude to them in prayers, makes it difficult to accept the proselyte. He has no common father and no common essence with other Jews, beginning with the patriarchs and taking shape in Mount Sinai. In the Middle Ages, this tension was intolerable, and therefore the patriarch Abraham was called upon to bridge it. Already in the chronicles depicting the death of the Jews as martyrs in the First Crusade, the writings at the beginning of the 12th century, there stands out the behavior of the convert in the town of Xantum, who asked the most distinguished member of the community whether he, as a proselyte, can enter paradise after dying a martyr's death. The very posing of the question testifies to the fact that the proselyte lived with the feeling of being different from his Jewish brethren. In his responsive Moshe's Cohen marshals the words of Rabbi Yehuda from the Jerusalem Talmud, written 700 years earlier, as Abraham, the father of the proselytes, you may enter the paradise with all the righteous and with Abraham. Note the presence of other proselytes in the list of those who died as martyrs in Cologne. Particularly interesting is the figure of Yaakov ben Rab Sulam, who, because his father belonged to a family that was not honorable, took a proselyte as his wife. He commented to those around him that for his entire life, people had treated him with contempt, but now he was dying a distinguished martyr's death. The use of the figure of Abraham in connection to proselyte is decisive on two levels. Abraham became the first convert when he turned from worship of idols to the belief in one God. By this act, he endangered his life, was thrown to the fiery furnace, and saved by God. Abraham was also the archetype of one who converts others, according to the traditional interpretation of the verse, in the souls which he made in Haran, according to which the word soul refers to the proselytes whom he converted. It is thus that Abraham appears in Midrashic and medieval literatures as a figure who was reborn, who abandons pagan religions, and who endangers his life by the very act of conversion. Thus also depicted the Gentiles who converted when they saw the spiritual heroism of Daniel's three companions, Hananiel, Mishael, and Azariah. And those who err in spirit and come to an understanding, those who murmur will accept instruction. Is taken as referring to the Gentiles who were present in the manifestation of the greatness of God of Israel, join the people of Israel, and become understanding and accept instruction. These include Jethro, Rahab, and many other converts to Judaism. In the wake of the actions of Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, the name the son of Abraham was given to every proselyte as his patronym, thereby designating that he had been born anew. In the Middle Ages, in the image of the proselyte also included the subject of martyrdom. From this stage on, whether the threat of martyrdom appears, proselytes are able to carry the new name with pride, with the confirmation of the Jewish society around them, and they are called Abraham or the son of Abraham. In one of the memorial books, at least 3 proselytes are listed, of whom 2 came to the world of the church, all of whom died as martyrs for Kiddush Hashem. In the memorial book, the list related to the city of Weissenberg, we find Rav Abraham, the son of Abraham from France, who was the head of all the barefoot ones, who became disgusted with the images and took shelter the shadow of the eternal living one, and was burned for the unity of the name. He had evidently lived the end of the 12th century and is the person mentioned in Tosfos alongside Rav Yitzchak. Rav Avram from Augsburg, who was disgusted with the gods of the nation and cut off the heads of the images and trusted in the life of the universes and underwent severe sufferings and was burnt for the unification of the name on Rosh Chodesh Kislev, which was Friday the 25th year of the 16th millennium, November 1264. Rabbi Yitzchak ben Avram, our father from Würzburg, who was burned for the unification of the name. In 1264 and 65, a proselyte named Avram was burned at the stake in the city of Augsburg or Weissenberg. The description of his acts correspond to that of the patriarch Abraham as described in the Midrash. Like Abraham, the convert was willing to die for his new faith and was put to death by the fire of Christians. 2 liturgical poems were written in his honor to commemorate his martyr's death are extant. It would appear that these poems were used on the memorial day of the proselyte's martyr. The Piot Marav Tuvka, How Great Is Your Goodness, was composed by Mordechai ben Hillel, a close disciple of Meir of Rottenburg, and the author of the most comprehensive commentary of Talmud of his day, who himself died as a martyr. The author asked God to the end of the period of the exile and bring the redemption, and emphasized how loyal the Jews are to their God that they do not sin, and primarily that they're willing to sacrifice themselves in order to demonstrate that it cannot be made to change their religion. The example he cites to prove that is that of Abraham the proselyte and the Jewish inhabitants of the city of Zinzig. He emphasized the identity between the patriarch Abraham and Abraham the proselyte. Abraham the proselyte is perceived here as virtually identical to Abraham himself, the first proselyte and the father of all proselytes. And he now becomes a sweet fragrance, a burnt offering, a service on the mountain where the Lord shall be seen. That is a sacrifice offered on Mount Moriah, where Abraham bound his son Isaac, following a tradition that was established in the Puritan from the time of the First Crusade. The city of Zinzig is Mount Moriah, and the Jews who died there for Kiddush Hashem, including the proselyte, and compared to Isaac. For the perspective of Mordecai, there is no difference between the proselyte and the Jewish martyrs. The comparison between the proselyte who chooses to forego his life as a Christian and the other Jews is based upon a reconstruction of the transition of the proselyte from his life as a Christian to that of a Jew, based upon the example of Abraham in the Midrash, which describes the transformation of Abraham the idolater to Abraham the Hebrew. Abraham identifies the falsehood involved in the worship of idols and discovers faith in the one God, smashes the idols, and is brought to trial before King Nimrod, who orders him to be thrust into the fire in order to prove that whether his God is really the true God. Abraham enters the inferno and is miraculously saved. Mordecai describes the 13th century proselyte Abraham, who arrived at the conclusion of that Judaism was the true religion, as defying the religion from which he had come as a false and idolatrous one. And like Abraham, he broke the idols of Christianity. Also like Abraham, he understands that the Christian God is wood and stone, pagan, created by human beings. He was circumcised at an advanced age, and he roused discussion when he engages in polemics with idolaters concerning the nature of the true God. Like Abraham, he wanders here and there in order to continue his Jewishness, and he is caught and taken to be executed by fire. In this liturgical poem, we accompany the proselyte as he is taken to be executed, wrapped in talis and tefillin. Prior to his death, he is questioned about his faith. He may have been asked this by church officials in the hope that he would recant and confess his sins before being executed, and he answers, "Know to whom this talis and tefillin belong. This is the proselyte." Just before his death by fire, he paraphrases the word used to Tamar in Genesis. Our author here uses the words said in Tamar in order to prove her righteousness and her unshaken faith, referring to the personal effects of Judah that were in her possession. Mordecai places in his mouth the proselyte a clear attack against Christianity when the proselyte says regarding circumcision, "I remove not only the foreskin of my heart, but also the foreskin of the flesh." This is a protest against the words of Paul in the New Testament, but a full expression of the inclusion of the proselyte within the people of Israel appears in the liturgical offer, applies to the proselyte in the phrase, "By those close to me I shall be sanctified," the expression used by Moses to confront his brother Aaron upon the death of his sons. Proselytes are those who are close to God. They are the exemplary Jews. In this piet, Rav Moshe ben Yaakov defines Avram the proselyte in accordance with his faith and his deeds. He's prepared to be burnt alive rather than recant and believe in the hanged ones, and he cuts himself off from the pagan world, and he himself had been circumcised like Abraham. Okay, you're very interesting. Thank God, 13 people watching, got all things good. As seen in different writings that actually the converts in the, God forbid, the Crusades were the most likely to accept martyrdom, and that had possibly even been a way for them to prove their Jewishness was to accept martyrdom. So I'm just looking at the chat. Okay. So it's fine. Just looks like people are talking to each other. Enjoy your friendship. Okay, so we're getting further into history. I'm going to approach the modern period first. I'm down to, I still got quite a few, so it's probably going to go another few hours. This still quite a few material. I got like 9 more articles, so hope people are enjoying and learning a bunch. Let's keep it going. Maimonides, Rambam's historical approach to the laws of conversion, by Mejia, Contemporary Problem. In the recent debate about conversion raging in the political Halakhic and academic arenas, there are roughly 2 distinct and opposing camps. One camp claims that the validity of a conversion to Judaism is dependent not only on the correct rituals being performed during the conversion process, but most importantly also in the adoption of a distinct lifestyle and belief system, observant, usually fervently observant orthodoxies. The defenders of this proposition have even gone as far as positing that when a convert ceases to observe Jewish law as fervently as once did, even after years of doing so, their original intentions can be brought into question, and therefore the convert can be retroactively annulled. This camp places paramount importance on the lasting ideological and behavior transformation, as well as the original purity of intention as the key markers of valid conversion to Judaism. The other camp claims that although proper intention and commitment to Judaism, ideological and practice are certainly important and desirable, it does not have the same ability to impinge upon the validity of the conversion if the proper rituals were performed. In other words, the level of commitment to the ideology and practice of Judaism before or after the conversion determines if one is a good Jew, but not whether one is a Jew or not. Conversion for this camp is not contingent upon the inner process of the candidate, nor can be undone by any of her future actions. So troublesome proof texts. In the realm of the Halakha, the first camp is eager to call on a long list of latter-day authorities to support its view. Many rabbis since the 19th century expressed views that make conversion contingent upon motivation and ideological compliance. Most of them hail from Ashkenazic Orthodox camps that arose in response to the challenges of modernity in Eastern and Central Europe. As the second camp, its strongest argument is the view of conversion comes from quoting the Rishonim, and in particular the Rambam, Rav Moses ben Maimon. On the topic, he says, a convert whose intentions were not checked, nor who was informed about the commandments and their punishment, but was circumcised and immersed in front of 3 laymen, he is a convert. Even if we know that he's converting for an ulterior motive, if he was circumcised and immersed, he is no longer considered a Gentile, although we are suspicious of him until his righteousness becomes apparent. And even if he returns and worships an idol, he is considered as a sinning Israelite. The importance of the Rambam's support lies not only in his weight as a Halakhic authority in his own right, but also because Rav Yosef Karo Shulchan Aruch quotes his opinion almost verbatim, thus canonizing it in the eyes of many as the final word in Halakha. The view of Rambam, although it mentions the fact that the convert's righteousness needs to be confirmed by behavior, places the onus of validity of the conversion on the rituals, circumcision, and immersion. This almost sacramental view of conversion is surprising, to say the least, coming from the mouth of a rabbi who introduced the idea that the central part of Judaism was the attachment to a series of beliefs. For the Rambam, the essence of Judaism is its philosophical and theological content and not the rituals that embody them. Thus, it is only natural to expect that in the process of converting to Judaism, the determinant issue would be to confirm the reception of these fundamental religious truths and not the rituals performed. In one of his earlier texts, he seems to apply the attachment to these beliefs as the essence of being Jewish. When these 13 principles of faith are established for a human being and he believes in them truly, he has entered the congregation of Israel, and it is our duty to love him or forgive him for all that Hashem commanded us concerning mutual love and brotherhood, even if he does what is considered a transgression because his appetite or being overpowered by his evil inclination. He is punished according to the size of his rebellion, not to the size. He is punished according to the size of his rebellion, but he still has a share in the world to come and is considered a sinning Israelite. But when a human being raises doubts concerning one of these principles, he is considered outside the congregation of Israel and rebelled against Israel and is called a heretic, an apikoros, and a cutter of the shoots, and it is our duty to hate him and destroy him. And of him it is said, I will hate those who hate the Lord. There seems to be then stark tension between the Rambam's Halakhic approach to conversion and his philosophic and religious definitions of Judaism, although many authors in the past decades may have a career of pointing out the disparities between the philosophical Maimonides and the great Halakhas, the Rambam. We have plenty of evidence that the author was not shy in introducing particularities in his philosophical religious worldviews into his Halakhic framework. Given the strength of his commitment to a content-driven and defined Judaism, there must have been a profoundly strong reason for him not to side with his philosophical self, as it were, this issue, and introduce radical change to the topic at hand. In his ideal description of the conversion process, the Rambam introduces these theological concepts as the core values that the new Jew must busy themselves with. This process is described in the Talmud, and although he preserves most of the language of the Talmud, he also seamlessly adds his own requirements to the process. And we inform him of the principles of the religion, which are oneness of God and the prohibition of idolatry. And we expand upon this, and we inform him of some easy commandments and some hard commandments, and we do not expand upon this. And we inform of the sin of Lekich, Gita, Peah, and Meiser, Shaye, agricultural commandments. We inform of the punishment of the commandments. In his reworking, the reformulation of the rabbinic process of conversion, the Rambam goes on as far as emphasizing the theological acceptance of the philosophical principles while de-emphasizing the original rabbinic requirement of instructing the convert in some key commandments. Thus, the text shows us how far he was willing to go in integration of his philosophical approach to conversion into the Halakhic rulings, and yet he does not go far enough as to overturn ritual as the central factor for determining if a conversion is valid or not. Sagi and Zohar answer this puzzling question by claiming that the Rambam recognizes two different strata of Jewish identity: an ethnic strata predicated collectively on the Jewish people, and an axiological religious stratus that applies exclusively to the individual. Now, for the Rambam, the latter is paramount and defines the purpose of Judaism, allowing people to develop intellectually correct notions of the Creator. However, this is the goal of Judaism and not its precondition. Very few people indeed achieve perfection in this intellectual realm. Therefore, belonging to the lower, simple ethnic definition of who is a Jew should not be contingent upon the goal that only a blessed few achieve. This is an interpretation of the Rambam that can be appealing to a modern and especially Israeli audience for whom the break between ethnicity and religion is a familiar concept. However, it seems to me that the author would have found this categorization alien, if not aberrant. In other words, to our modern eyes, for which these two are distinct and independent categories, the Rambam may be separating ethnic belonging from a religious fulfillment in Judaism, but I do not think he is doing so willingly, or this is the source of the tension in his writing. As per the text quoted above from the Prushla Mishnah, Jewish people devoid of a religious mission is unthinkable in the Maimonidean philosophical and halakhic project. In my opinion, the tension manifested in the halakhic works of the Rambam is actually part of its ingenious solution to the tensions that is found within the rabbinic corpus itself. Despite his additions and reinterpretation of the halakhic project of the Rambam does not wander far from his rabbinic sources. If there are tensions within the Mishnah Torah, these tensions can usually be traced back to diverging opinions within the Talmudic and rabbinic corpus. Concerning the puzzling leniency of the Rambam in matters of conversion, the tension stems from the internal difference among the sugya from which the Rambam builds his approach to the topic, which covers almost the entire rabbinic corpus on the issue. By taking a closer look at how he quotes, interprets those different sugya, and how he solves the tension between their seemingly contradictory content, we will be able to better understand the original tension within the work of the Rambam himself and how he solves it. The Rambam deals with the laws of conversion in 2 chapters of the book on forbidden relationship. It is the correct process for conversion is described in 3 separate times. Each view is consistently more strict than the one that preceded. The first version requires circumcision immersion as the basis for conversion, together with temple offering when it was standing. The second version requires all of the above, but is preceded by a lengthy examination of the convert's motivation. The third version adds the process of speech of discouragement as well as a basic curriculum for the prospective candidates need to be taught. Given the legendary care with which the Rambam wrote the Mishnah Torah, this contradictory redundancy should not be assumed casually. These 3 processes are different because each manifests the author's reworking of different sugya on the issue of conversion. The fact that each of them has different requirements for conversion is subtly solved by the Rambam's thought, placing each of these approaches as a step in the historical development of conversion itself by making explicit some temporal markers that were implicit in the sugya. The Rambam traces a historical genealogy of conversion and its requirements from the revelation of Sinai to our days. By explicitly setting these sugyas as descriptions of different historical realities, the Rambam solves the tension within the rabbinic corpus, different descriptions of conversion. This, in turn, as we shall see, will also shed light on the causes of the Rambam's puzzling, lenient approach. Before that, we shall analyze each of these sources individually. Conversion at Sinai. The beginning of the Rambam's analysis of the process of conversion begins with a detailed analysis of the preparations undergone by the Israelites before receiving the Torah at Mount Sinai. According to the rabbinic sources, the entire people of Israel converted before receiving the Torah, and every conversion that happened subsequently needs to conform to the pattern set at the momentous occasion. It is noteworthy that the rabbinic antecedents of conversion are set historically in the generation that left Egypt, and not, as one could easily assume, in the person of Abraham. This rejected choice would have certainly pleased the Rambam. Throughout the work, Abraham represents the self-taught philosopher who reaches the basic beliefs about a unique incorporeal creator by strength of his intellect alone. If we were to look for a better candidate to embody the idea of conversion as an adoption to the right set of ideas, we could not do better than Abraham. Strangely enough, faithful to his rabbinic proof text, the Rambam does not mention Abraham even once in his treatment of conversion. This does not mean that he is content with quoting the Talmud verbatim. Indeed, in the addition of reworking the Talmudic text as they appear in the Mishnah Torah, we can start to adumbrate his solution to the problem. Presenting the text side by side will prove enlightening. So the Babylonian Talmud in Croesus, Rabbi said, "As for you, so shall it be for the convert. In the same way that your forefathers entered the covenant only through circumcision, immersion, and a blood offering, so too they will not enter the covenant but through circumcision, immersion, and a blood offering." So the Rambam here, through circumcision, through immersion, and through an offering, and thus throughout the generations, when a Gentile wants to enter the covenant and to gather themselves under the wings of the Shekhinah and to receive upon himself the yoke of Torah, he needs circumcision, immersion, and offering. And if it is a female convert, immersion and offering, since it is written, "As it is for you, so shall it be for the convert." In the same way that you entered the covenant through circumcision, immersion, and offering, so thus the convert through the generations enters the covenant through circumcision, immersion, and offering. If the Rambam's formulation of the Sugya's content, he makes explicit the fact that this foundation procedure throughout which the Jewish people became Jews also holds throughout the generation. I believe that this is certainly something that the Sugya conveys, and the Rambam is not reading into this into his interpretation. The fact that Rambam is introducing an epochal and historical sensitive reading of the material can easily confirm by the explicit contrast he makes in the next halakha between the conditions of the convert throughout the generations and the application in these times. What is the sacrifice needed of the convert? An animal burnt offering, or 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons as a burnt offering. Yet in these times when there are no sacrifices, he shall be circumcised and immersed, and when the temple is rebuilt, he shall bring his sacrifice. The Halakhic ruling of the Rambam stems directly from the rabbinic text. It is of the opinion that the rabbis that when sacrifice is impossible, conversion can happen independently of it, however, presenting the material from the time frame in which there is a before and after will allow for a more nuanced reading of the material as a whole. In other words, in his codification efforts, and by the addition of these clear temporal markers throughout the generation in these times, the Rambam is organizing rabbinic sources of conversion into a cohesive system of evolving legislation. In other words, by sensitizing his readings to particular historical context in which rabbinic legislation emerges and how each successive stratum adds to the previous one, he can build a cohesive view of the process of conversion in which later practices can differ with earlier ones without contradicting each other. Conversion in the time of the kings. The second description of the process of conversion introduces the figure of the rabbinic court that is in charge of assessing the motivations of the convert and the power of receiving and rejecting. The impetus for this, it seems, is trying to answer the paradox that great leaders, Samson and Solomon in the Jewish biblical past, married non-Jews without any mention of conversion. His solution to these great leaders did indeed convert their non-Jewish spouses, but since they did not follow the proper procedure of examining their motivation, Scripture considered it as if they were Gentiles. This is not to say that Rambam denies their conversion. After all, these sets of Halakhah conclude with the troublesome lenient proof text that we quoted at the beginning of the essay. However, the Rambam claims these women have fallen short of the idea of conversion by coming to the ritual with the wrong set of motivations, all of which was absent of the description of the process at Sinai, and therefore absent from the Halakhic requirement throughout the generations. Something new has been added to the laws of conversion. His own words: "Do not imagine that Samson, the savior of Israel, and Solomon, king of Israel, who is called friend of the Lord, married Gentile women in their gentlehood. Rather, this is the secret, that the proper mitzvah is that when a male or female convert comes to convert, we inspect after him, or lest they be motivated by money, or that they might win, or by power that they might acquire, or by the fear to enter our creed. And if he is a man, we examine after him, lest he has set his eyes on a Jewish woman. And if she is a woman, we examine after her, lest she has her eyes on an Israelite man. And if no such pretext was found, we inform them the difficulty of the yoke of Torah and the toil that is entailed in its fulfillment on those who are ignorant so that they may desist. And if they accept this and do not desist, and we see them that they are returned out of love for Judaism, we receive them, for it is said, and she saw that she was stubbornly following her, and she stopped talking to her. The issue of the motivation is introduced into the discussion about conversion as the way of fulfilling the proper mitzvah. What could have served as a catalyst for the introduction of a new requirement of the law of conversion? As with the first set of rules, it was very helpful to review the rabbinic sources from which the Rambam is deducing these laws. The only possible source for these laws, in my opinion, is a pair of consecutive sugyos in Yevamos 24, which discuss the issues of proper motivation, love of Judaism versus improper motivations, pecuniary, sexual, political, for conversion. In the first of these two sugyas, there is a tension between the statement of Reb Nehemiah that claimed that all conversions with extraneous motivations are not valid, and Rab's claim that the Halakhah follows the opinion contrary to Reb Nehemiah that they are valid converts. The latter ruling is followed by the Rambam in its final statement, in which all converts who properly follow procedure, regardless of motivation, are accepted. Nevertheless, he seems to be creating room for the Halakhic system for the concerns expressed by Reb Nehemiah's statement by introducing the examinations of motivations as a strong desire in the conversion process. The second sugya, which discusses the moratorium on conversion that will exist in the Messianic age and existed during the days of David and Solomon, also finds ways into the Rambam's argument. In Isser Bia 13:15, the Rambam discusses the fact that no rabbinic court receives convert during the time of David and Solomon. However, given the exegetic direction of the argument, the Rambam transforms the absolute moratorium on conversions of the Talmud into a moratorium only on the great court. In fact, the Rambam states there were many conversions to Judaism during the Davidic monarchy in front of laymen, that is, without the sanctification or supervision of a proper court. It is this way that Solomon and Samson converted their wives with the terrible consequences that we all know. However, although not ideal, he's willing to recognize that these conversions are valid. In my opinion, the Rambam's presentation of this rabbinic material as belonging to a particular historic stage of development, that is, historical sensitive material, can provide an answer to our question, given the preeminence of the material that figures David, Solomon, Samson, and the mention of Israel's propensity, prosperity, and power as enticing motivations to convert. I think the Rambam is presenting that the catalyst for the introduction of stricter evaluations of intent in front of the Beis Din was a historical response to said periods of power and prosperity, whereas the condition for conversion at Sinai were quite reduced, and the greater desirability of conversion during the golden age of the Davidic kingship forced the development of the new requirements. In the first set of laws in the Mishnah Torah describe conversion throughout the generations. The second set of requirements suppose a far more developed and complex scenario where people might be interested in converting for ulterior motives, and although sexual motivation has found a way to endure as an incentive for conversion, all the other ulterior motives would make very little sense in any other historical context outside of the noted biblical one. Furthermore, I do not believe that historical sensibility is the one that's being forced upon the source of the Rambam. The rabbinic discussions on the development seems to clearly understand the conditions for conversion evolve and differ according to the needs of the mandates of the time. The Sugya says, Reb Nehemiah said, neither lion converts nor dream converts nor the converts of Mordecai and Esther are converts until they convert at the present time. The anonymous voice of the Talmud inquires, how is it said at the present time, rather like the present time? Both Reb Nehemiah and the anonymous Stam are aware that the conditions for conversion are stricter and therefore different at the present time than in previous times. The Rambam seems to complete the picture by clarifying that what this means practically is to inquire motives in front of a court, as is done in the conversion ritual of an exilic reality. In the historical conception of the rabbis and the Rambam, this is not viewed as a projection of exilic ceremony and its peculiarities into a mythical past, but rather as an argument a forte of today, when Jews have no political power or social appeal. We examine the motivations of the converts, how much the more so should we do at a time when these powerful motivations were in place. Thus, in the evolution of conversion, we have moved from a simple ritual that sufficed as a propedeutic for receiving the Torah at Sinai to a second stage of regal privilege, where the system needs to be protected by the court as a gatekeeper, albeit not exclusive or absolute one for those who seek admission for their own gain. Conversion and exile. Third and final presentation of the laws for conversion is based almost word for word on the seminal Brisa of Yevamos 47a and b, that all the other codes of laws among Rishonim and Mishnah Torah, except is the only definitive rabbinic stance on the issue. Here, aside for the requirement of circumcision and immersion and an analysis of the leading motivations by a court, there's a vague description of basic curriculum that the prospective convert needs to learn before becoming a Jew. Seeing the beginning of the Brisa paired to its Maimonidean treatment and pattern of historical evolution once again appears in both texts as clear defined factor. In the Talmud's age, as the Rambam's previous reality that defined belonging to the Jewish community was exile, the first question posed to the seeking convert in the present time is whether she is willing to withstand the contemporary perils and risk of Jewish life. Far behind are the days where the court was trying to sniff out freeloaders and opportunists, with the opening question of the court is making sure the convert knows the complex and dangerous social and historical reality joining into, while also pervading the collective by pushing away those who are not willing to commit to the very real downside of Jewish existence in exile. As we did above, the underlying text mark clear additions made to rabbinic text by the Rambam. So here and we inform of the principles of religion, which are the oneness of God and the prohibition of idolatry. And we talk extensively about this exposition. And we inform of some of the easy commandments, some of the hard commandments, and we do not burden him. And we inform of the sin of Leket, Shekhinah, Pei, and Meiser Sheni. And we inform of the punishment of the commandments. We do not say to him, what do we say to him? Know that until you came to this religion, if you ate forbidden fats, you are not liable for excision. If you desecrated the Sabbath, you are not liable for stoning. Now, after you convert, if you eat forbidden fats, you are liable to excision. If you desecrate the Sabbath, you are liable for stoning. And if you not burden him, and you not go on to detail, lest you cause him to be bothered and go astray from the good way to a bad way, since in the beginning you only attack people with words of appeasement and ease. It is said, I drew them with human cords and then with bands of love. The opening of both texts clearly emphasizes that the description applies exclusively to the present time, and even if the text were less vocal about the temporal contingency of the situation, it is hard to imagine the description of Israel as being persecuted, oppressed, or despised in the heroic age of biblical kings that we described in the previous section. These texts speak directly to a people that has lost its political autonomy and is subject to frequent persecution. It is not hard to understand why these circumstances, the conditions for conversion, would be more demanding. Further, given the Jewish life has been divested of its social and political perks, it is easy to understand the addition of the curriculum of commandments that now is essential to the conversion process, devoid of national power and territory. It is a religious obligation that defines the Jewish experience. It is a portable fatherland of Torah obligation that defines the social limits of Jewish peoplehood, and is why they are designated by the rabbis of the Rambam as a key element of the process of conversion, and not something that the convert can assimilate later after the conversion, as could be construed in the first two stages of historic development. Aside from setting the rabbinic text in its proper temporal context in the third stage in developing history of conversion, it seems to me that Rambam is doing something even bolder. As we mentioned at the beginning of this article, one of the most blatant additions of Rambam's philosophical agenda to the process of conversion manifests in this part of the argument. Here the Rambam makes his own addition to the conversion curriculum set by the rabbis. While in the Talmudic account, the extended curriculum consists in learning some easy commandments, some hard commandments. One author says that one should not spend too much time in the rabbinic curriculum, but should emphasize learning the principles of religion, which are the oneness of God and the prohibition of idolatry. Our author has placed the traditional conversion curriculum on the second plane and has emphasized theology. By doing so, he is not only reinterpreting a rabbinic tradition, but according to a historic reading of the process of conversion, he is inaugurating a fourth stage in the development of conversion. For the rabbis of the Talmud, the introduction of learning as part of the conversion ceremony was a way of responding to the political needs in exile and how they changed the essence of what it meant to be a Jew. For the Rambam, the introduction of theology is a necessary part of the process, serves a similar purpose. The great risk to which he and his generation are responding is not the dissolution of Jewish identity through the catastrophes of exile and lack of a homeland. Rather, he saw a heresy and theological lack of sophistication as the greatest threat to the nature of Judaism. Thus, any newcomer to the faith should be exposed to these principles before any other by emphasizing theological commitments, he does not only modify the existing rabbinic process of conversion, but really inaugurates a new stage in which these concerns take center stage, even onto the extremes that we are witnessing in our generation, in which non-Orthodox converts are disqualified because of their converting rabbis' seeming lack of fealty to the entirety of the doctrine set forth by Maimonides himself and the 13 principles of faith. Given that lack of belief in these principles puts one out of the pale of the Jewish religious polity, then these rabbis do not even count as a proper lay witnesses for the confirmation of a convert. So the four historic stages of conversion, they're interdynamic. In his Halakhic presentation of the topic of conversion, the Rambam presents three different sets of requirements, and the desiderata for a Gentile become Jewish. We have shown that these three different presentations stem from individual treatments of the topic of conversion in rabbinic literature that imply historic sensitivity to particularities of when and to whom these laws would apply. The Rambam, in his close reading of the text, emphasizes this historic sensitivity and organizes the Halakhic of conversions as representing different stages of the historical development that build on the innovations and requirements of their immediate predecessors. The three historic stages of conversion are conversion at Sinai, conversion in the prosperous age of the king, conversion in exile. Each stage requires a more careful selection process and evaluation aside from the ritual requirement of conversion, immersion, and sacrifice when applicable. Given the additions and particular modifications that the Rambam applies to a rabbinic text and describes the third stage, we posit that the Rambam himself was describing a fourth stage of conversion, which could be characterized as conversion in exile during a time of perplexity, adding several theological requirements that were not present in any of the previous stages. With this information in mind, we can revisit the original question of his essay, how can the Rambam hold doctrinal commitment on such a high esteem in his halachic and philosophical works, while at the same time accepting the validity of conversions that does not guarantee or even examine the doctrinal commitment of the candidate. According to our analysis, he is forced to accept the validity of these conversions on halachic and not on ideological grounds, although we have been focusing on how the Rambam justifies the addition to the corpus laws on conversion throughout the ages and because of the different challenges posed during each historical period. By setting these laws as stages in historical process, he has ascribed precedence to the original stage. Thus, the essence of conversion is defined by the foundational experience of the conversion at Sinai, while any other further development throughout the ages, however necessary and justified, stands vis-a-vis the experiments of a Qumrah, a halachic stringency. The laws of conversion in the present time show several layers of rabbinic development in the legislation with concrete pedagogical and social goals, and yet these developments cannot replace or overturn the halachic way to the original Torah definition of conversion, which, like the rest of Torah, holds value throughout the generations. It would not be a stretch to consider this Sinaitic ruling or conversion holds the status of a definition of conversion, while all the rest of the stages simply express evolving developments and fences applied to the concept. Thus, according to this analysis, the Rambam is forced by the weights of his own sequential reading of the rabbinic text on the topic to go against his ideological preference and insist that the ritual definition of conversion, circumcision, and immersion hold is valid even when the different historical updates to the law are not being observed. The analysis of the Rambam's halakhic approach to conversion can also shed some light on the contemporary debate that brought it to our attention. Following his historic argument, we find that he would side with one camp in affirming that every generation is indeed entitled to articulate their demand and preferences for the process of conversion, to add them to a halakhic process. Thus, the community has the right to raise the bar as high as he wants the expectations, procedures, and limitations according to particular needs of the time. The Tatchila conversion should be challenging and demanding process that requires absolute commitment and purity of intention. Or I think the Rambam would also articulate the views of the opposing camp by claiming that B'diavad, after the fact, the basic ritual is the bedrock upon which the eternity of the institution of conversion is built. Therefore, he would accept converts who fall short of ideal ideological commitment, provided that they had performed the correct ritual, and he would do it not for the sake of social or political reason, as it argued today, but because of a halakhic necessity. Learning from the Rambam's commitment to the halakhic grounding, even when it contradicts his own preference and ideology, could certainly add some balance and sanity to the discussion that has threatened to pull the Jewish people apart for quite some time. Okay, and with that, we are ready to move into the modern era. Yeah, I have too much, OV. I guess thanks for joining. I have too much to cover to stop and explain. Like, I've already been at this for close to 5 hours, and I'm probably going to be at for another 2 hours. So join my Discord if you want more discussion, or if there's more demand, we will go more in depth. But there's just too much to cover for me to do more than just read this for now. But this is important, and I'm going to timestamp, and hopefully this will be there for perpetuity. So let's move into some contemporary readings of conversion. We'll look into more Reform and secular conversion. And then we'll move into the modern practice of Orthodox conversion. And so this one I had to download. So this is from like the 50s. And we're looking at more sociological aspect of conversion here in America, Reform and conservative conversion. Although the subject, in the footsteps of Ruth, a sociological analysis of converts to Judaism in America, although the subject of conversion is a major theme of social scientific study of religion for years, research on the subject is characterized by a number of important lacunae, with the present paper seeks to identify and begin to fill. First, and perhaps most importantly, Judaism has not been a proselytizing religion since the ascendancy of Christianity in the 5th century. Therefore, the social science literature dealing with conversion is focused exclusively on conversion within a Christian context, and more recently within the context of the study of the new religious movements, which became popular in the West in the early 70s. The study of conversion to Judaism is notable by its absence from the corpus of the general science literature dealing with conversion. In the rare cases where modern scholarship is focused on conversion to Judaism, the approach has been almost exclusively historical or rabbinic in orientation. This paper contends the lack of social science attention to conversion to Judaism has resulted in a somewhat skewed understanding of the conversion phenomenon in general. In the seminal analysis of the existing body of conversion research literature, Richardson describes two prevailing paradigms that account for the conversion, the active and the passive. The paradigm that has prevailed in much of the tradition literature of conversion suggests Richardson and the Pauline experience associated with the New Testament story of the conversion of Paul of Tarsus on the road to Damascus. And this paradigm of conversion is a result of a cognitive emotional breakthrough brought on by an experience over which the convert has no control, hence passive. The Pauline experience is also seen from a single life-changing event, which has the once and for all result of replacing an old self with a new. In some, writes Richardson, the prototypical experience is psychological, deterministic, and assumes a passive subject. It might be added that the passive paradigm is also highly individualistic. It ignores the social psychological insights of Mead and more recently Berger, who have argued the maintenance of human identity in general and religious identity in particular is dependent on both the cognitive support and meaningful plausibility structure that the individual internalized and social support reference group that reinforces the beliefs, choices, and lifestyle of the individual. A significant shift in the traditional paradigm occurred sometime in the mid-60s, marked by most notably studies of Loflant and Stark on the Unification Church. Subsequently, other research began to focus attention on what Baylock and Taylor called the role of the seeker in searching out the cognitive components of a new belief system, as well as establishing links with the reference group that would support the seeker in his or her emerging new choice. Indeed, Laughlin and Skonov delineate 8 different role depositions and seeking strategies reflected in the motives of personal conversion accounts. These motives reveal the variety of ways in which individuals play an active role in becoming converts to a new religion. Despite the striking differences between two paradigms, Richardson's analysis fails to take note of one very important similarity between them. Both see conversion as a process and or condition that is fundamentally related or characteristic of an individual's relationship to a new faith and its community or church, whether in the context of Christianity or the context of new religious movements. Both the passive and active paradigms see conversion as a process that brings an individual into a new relationship with a large secondary group. The conversion is seen as an event that brings an individual into a new relation with his or her chosen community of faith. The desire to establish that relation is assumed to be the principal object of the conversion. Curiously, none of the studies in neither of the two paradigms have focused on the role of primary groups in either facilitating conversion or supporting the lifestyle of converts. To be more precise, no consideration has been given to the model of conversion to which a convert's relation to the larger faith community is both stimulated and reinforced by more intimate primary group ties, namely family ties. The point of departure for analyzing conversion to Judaism is more appropriate in the model of the biblical figure Ruth, the Moabite, and that of the Paul. The biblical legend placed in the historians the act of Judges recounts the story of the couple of Bethlehem, Nomi and Elimelech, who traveled into the land of Moabites because they are famine in their own land. There they raised two sons who marry Moabite women, one named Ruth and the other named Orpah. In the time Nomi's husband and her two sons died, leaving her with only two daughters-in-law as relatives, Nomi decides to return to the land of her people and suggests to his daughter-in-laws that they too return to their father's houses. It is then that Ruth utters her mother-in-law, Naomi, the famous words, "Where you go, I shall go. Your people will be my people. Your God will be my God. And where you die, there I shall die also." Story of Ruth portrays a model of religious conversion that has little to do with either the ecstasy of divine revelation or of gradual purpose quest for a new religious identity. Rather, Ruth's conversion seems to emerge out of profound human bond born of a family relationship. Ruth desired to make Naomi's people her own people and Naomi's God her own God, connected to a deep attachment of Ruth to Naomi herself and perhaps an attachment to the memory of her dead husband. Ruth is neither a passive agent or some mysterious spiritual force, nor an active spiritual seeker who wants to break away from the Nomes or the Moabites. Rather, she is a loving widowed daughter-in-law who wants to retain the intimacy of her family bonds. She appears to choose conversion as a way of securing those bonds. In point of fact, then, the classical model of conversion to Judaism suggests an alternative paradigm altogether, where the two paradigms described by Richardson would seem to be both ego-centered. The paradigm suggested in the Ruth story appears to be family-centered, appears to be motivated by a desire to keep the family system intact. In the contemporary American context, series of studies of intermarriage have shown that marriage between Jews and Gentiles result in the conversion of non-Jewish spouses to Judaism in about 25 to 30% of cases. More of these studies show that about 95% of all conversions to Judaism occur within the context of intermarriage. Furthermore, these studies have shown that the Jewish partners in intermarriage convert out of much less frequency in fewer than 5% of the cases. These findings suggest that, at least in some cases, conversion to Judaism, the existing paradigms that account for conversion have failed to take into account the role of family, particularly husband-wife relationship, as either the precondition for conversion and the social matrix within which a new required Jewish identity is supported. It might be noted parenthetically that Hogue have also found that conversions into and out of Catholicism occur overwhelmingly in the context of intermarriage, yet conversion research has not taken into account the dynamics of intermarriage in either of his paradigms. The purpose of this present research is to begin to fill in the gap in conversion research in general and the study of conversions of Judaism in particular. The study seeks to demonstrate conversion is indeed a significant feature of the modern American Jewish life, particularly in the context of marriage between Jews and Gentiles. Conversion results from certain familial relationships that appear to be quite independent of the personal psychological dispositions of the person involved. The Jewishness of the convert appears to be more a point along a continuum of becoming Jewish rather than a sharp point that demarcates Jew from non-Jew. Fully, converts are just like born Jews on the specifically religious dimensions of Jewishness, but fall somewhere between born Jews and Gentiles on the social cultural dimensions. Okay, so this is in America, and I just want to show here you got some modern data of conversion here in America. So here, like 80s in different areas, about 400 converts, and you look at different towns. In the tens of them. So the short sample, you got 400 households with converts. What's the percentage of converts? Not that much, only a few percent of the larger Jewish population. Who's converting? About 4 out of 5, 3 out of 4 converts are women. So generally, converts are Jewish women. Non-Jewish women who married Jewish men. Median age here, around 40. Mostly married women. Educational levels. So just different data that I wanted to show because on conversion data in contemporary America. Okay. Age factors, converting from Catholicism, Protestant, none, other Jewish. Pew might have other data on this that's more recent. Looking for correlation factors of different things that might make something more likely to convert. Different levels of what the religious performance of the converts, what they do. Passover Seder, Hanukkah candles, most popular. Yom Kippur, relatively at similar levels with the born Jews. It's things like keeping kosher. This is mostly among secular and Reform Jews. You got synagogue affiliation, contribution to charities. So interesting data. It's worthy of more research. I just wanted to include some data on contemporary conversion here in America. Okay. So here's a better data, another study on conversion to Judaism by Reform and conservative rabbis in America. And I'm just going to look mostly at some of the data here. And this is mostly in the 50s. So here you have the CCAR is the conservative body, and the RAA is the Reform body. So from like 1952, 1953, there were about 1,000 conservative conversions, about 500 Reform conversions. You got Rabbi Leo Fram from Detroit, who reported 27 conversions in 1952 and 53. That was the most of one rabbi. Different rabbis, over a 5-year period. Different rabbis, some had converted to over 100. So interesting data. This is going back to the 50s. I couldn't find more recent data about the number of converts. Presumably, the number of converts in America is down. That this probably would have been the heyday of conversion for Reform and conservative Judaism. As an Orthodox conversion may be up, but those numbers are relatively small. This also has what they required. So, here you're talking more secular conversion, just a course of less than 3 months as opposed to Orthodoxy, which is definitely more than a year. The type things that they were required to learn: Jewish history, and these are just like a third: Jewish history, theology and ethics, customs and ceremonies. Hebrew, very small, only 5% of these converts were at Hebrew or Bible, so it was more history, theology and ethics, customs and ceremonies. For conservative, the amount of Hebrew was much higher than Reform. And today, that's probably not the case. Circumcision, some Reform didn't even require circumcision for conversion. Marriage, at present, marriage is the predominant motive for conversion. Out of the 9,544 persons whom 453 Reform rabbis estimate to have converted in their rabbinic careers, 94% was related to marriage. We also see the vast majority, about 80% of those conversions were conversions of women to Judaism. That 4-to-1 converts to Judaism are women. Different levels. How many rabbis? Most rabbis are converting like one person a year. Some people are converting a lot more. Some of the jobs, profession. The converts move on to work for Jewish organizations, or even teach Judaism, or even become president or leaders within the Jewish community. So it's an interesting statistic I wanted to include. Let's read the conclusion. At least 2,000 non-Jews are being converted to Judaism each year in the United States. The number is gradually increasing. Only about, note that this article was written in 1954. Only about 1 in 20 of these proselytes become Jews without involvement of marriage. The prospective proselytes undergo a period of preparation averaging 3 to 4 months. Reform and conservative rabbis agree that most of the converts are at least as good Jews as born Jews, and in many cases much better. The depth of Jewishness is sometimes determined not so much by their formal conversion as their attitudes and feelings of their Jewish marriage partners, relatives, and associates. In the opinions of the writer and most of the 785 Reform and conservative rabbis who participated in the study, these proselytes constitute a valuable spiritual asset to Judaism and the American Jewish community that challenge Jews to be more worthy of their spiritual heritage. They are a constant reminder of the modern Jewish neglect obligation to share this heritage more unselfishly with those who are dissatisfied with the faiths of their fathers and who are yearning for a more meaningful explanation for human existence, a more satisfying way of life. Okay, I got 6 more papers. I've been at this for almost 5 hours. Appreciate people tuning in. And take a quick break here for a second. Stand up. I'm going to show this book, standing, stretching. Here's this book, Ben Gurion. We're going to get into the modern age, showing the rise of conversion, secular and conservative. So when Israel first formed, the question was who was a Jew. Israel did not necessarily go with the leading opinion of the rabbis. Ben Gurion sent letters out, and we cover this in some of the papers, to the leading rabbis, and got a variety of opinions, but he also got opinions about who is a Jew from scholars, historians, and as we saw from some of the stuff I was reading, that the Jewish scholars and historians have a vastly different interpretation of Judaism than the actual rabbis. So now I'm going to get into the contemporary problems of the who is a Jew question and the extreme disagreement between the Orthodox communities and some final articles. And so this will look at the current statistics of what's happening in Israel and the who is a Jew question. I've been researching this for 2 months, so I've been reading books like leaders of Israel, like the Orthodox, Eliashiv, the Chazanish, the Brisker Rav Shach, that were extreme oppositions to the policies of Israel. And conversion was one of the main factors where they were just opposed to how conversion was being handled by Israel, and like patrilineal descent, the right of return. And Israel has this dual part of rabbinic authority. So the who is a Jew question in Israel is only partially answered by the rabbis, and they've turned to secular scholars, poets, historians that have came up with a different interpretation. As I tried to read some of these different interpretations. Okay, so let's try to finish this up. Who knows, I might have 2 more hours left. There's a lot of stuff here. So, I hope people are gaining from this, and I'm going to timestamp it, and it'll be in perpetuity for people to benefit from my research. And, people could join my Discord. Let me see if I scroll all the way up, add my Discord again. So people want to join my Discord to further discuss this, encourage that, and to make comments on the video. Okay, so here we're going to have the modern era of conversion. This article was mentioned in other studies. Israel is approached, that Israel is taken to conversion, the chief rabbinate, the official state policies and laws, and some more scholarship. Let me see, I guess I have 2. These are from the same people, and then a look at Sephardic approaches to conversion. So we'll see how much I cover this. So this is a nice This is a nice introduction to the history of the modern Orthodox approach to conversion. Although it's written from like an open Orthodox, modern Orthodox critic of Orthodoxy that wants to wrestle away control of Orthodoxy to a more modern approach. And we'll see the contemporary, the ultra-Orthodox have basically gained control of conversion away from not only the Reform and Conservative, but also even the modern Orthodox. So Mark Engel, Conversion to Judaism, Halakhah, Hashkafa, and Historic Challenge. Just make sure the sound's working. Jewish community underwent cataclysmic changes during the course of the 19th century, and while most of world Jewry was religiously observant in 1800, a large majority was no longer devoted to Halakhic tradition by 1900. 19th century Orthodox rabbinic leadership had to cope with the rise of Reform Judaism, the spread of Haskalah, and the breakdown of communal authority over its members, the defection of Jews from Torah mitzvahs and from Judaism altogether. The dramatic erosion in religious observance led to various responses among 19th century Orthodox rabbis. Rabbi Moses Sofer, known as the Tam Topher, was recognized as the most authoritative Orthodox voice who shaped traditionalist opposition to Reform Judaism, and indeed to all those who challenged the hegemony of Halakhah. Their daughters should not be accepted for our sons so as not to be drawn after them. Their sect should be considered like those at Sadok and Boethius and Nan and Saul, they among themselves and we among ourselves. The Tam Sofer argued forcefully for maintaining the sanctity of every law and tradition. He is famed for the aphorism of everything new is forbidden. His religious worldview has identified Jewishness with scrupulous observance of Torah and mitzvahs and acceptance of the Halakhic way. Although Hassam Topher's position was dominant, other Orthodox voices called for a more tolerant attitude towards those who veered away from the Halakhic way of life. Rabbi Tzvi David Hoffman in Berlin favored a cooperative separatism. Orthodox need to maintain their distinctiveness, but also had to find ways of cooperating with the non-Orthodox. In an earlier generation, Rav Yaakov Ettinger had sought to ameliorate the Halakhic status of non-observant Jews through the classification of Tinik Shel Nishba, compared to a child who has been captured at birth and raised by non-Jews and therefore could not be held responsible for their ignorance of Jewish law and customs. Thus, while the non-Orthodox masses certainly fell short of Jewish religious requirements, they should not be rejected out of hand. They simply do not know any better. The Halakhic arrangement fostered a more sympathetic approach than that taken by Orthodox isolationists. But the hardline and more tolerant Orthodox rabbis were pious and learned Torah scholars. Both groups sought support for their views in the Talmud and Halakhic literature. Why did they come to different conclusions? Their difference did not stem, I believe, from different interpretation of Halakhic texts. Rather, their Halakhic stances reflected different religious worldviews, Hashkafa, with different evaluations of how to address the challenges that faced them. The Tam Topher viewed Torah-observant Jews as the real Jews and non-observant Jews as betrayers of Judaism who had to be delegitimized. For true Judaism to flourish, it was necessary for Orthodox to separate itself to the greatest extent possible from the non-Orthodox. The spokesman for a more conciliatory Orthodox, he focused on the principle that all Jews, religious, observant or not, are part of the Jewish people and need to see themselves as members of one peoplehood. Thus, ways had to be found to bridge the gaps between Orthodox and the non-Orthodox. As Orthodoxy continued to lose ground in the non-observant Jewish population, the rejectionist position gained traction within the mitzvah-centered community. The opinion hardened that strong measures were needed to insulate Torah true Jews from the sinful brethren and to distinguish between those who observed the mitzvahs and those who rebelled against Torah. As a hardline position gained sway regarding non-Orthodox Jews, it also had a profound impact on Orthodox views relating to the acceptance of non-Jews as converts. Since Orthodox rabbis increasingly emphasized mitzvah observance as the essence of Judaism in order to differentiate clearly between themselves and the reformers, they came to see the conversion process entailing a full commitment by the convert to observe all the mitzvahs. Eventually, the position arose that any conversion that took place without the convert's total mitzvah commitment was not a valid conversion at all. Professors Avi Sagai and Tzvi Zohar, in their study of Halakhic literature related to conversion, suggested that the first Halakhic authority to equate conversion with total commitment to observe mitzvahs were Yitzchak Smelchus and this was not until 1876 where Smelkus wrote the basic principle of regard to proselytes in our time is to ensure that they truly take upon themselves to perform the central beliefs of religion, the other commandments, and the Sabbath, which is a central principle because Sabbath is centered as an idolater. If he undergoes conversion but does not accept upon himself to observe the Sabbath and the commandments as mandated by religion, he is not a proselyte. It is ruled if he undergoes conversion and accepts upon himself the yoke of the commandments, while in his heart he does not intend to perform them, it is the heart that God wants, and therefore he has not become a proselyte. Rav Isaac Sassoon's research on the topic of conversion led him to the writings of Rav Akiva Yosef Schlesinger, an influential European halakhicist whose views were in some ways even more extreme than that of Reb Shmelchus. Rav Schlesinger believed a proselyte should not only accept all the mitzvahs, but should adopt the appearance of Eastern European Orthodox Jews, make sure once the checks, searches, and intimidations and intimations of the prospective converts are done, that they take it upon themselves to be of the number of the downtrodden Jews recognizable by their distinctive name, speech, and attire, and were applicable by tzitzis, side locks, and a beard. The view of Reb Shmelkus, Schlesinger, and other like mind emerged as mainstream Orthodox halacha up to our own day. This is true not only in the Haredi Orthodox world, but also in the establishment of the institutions of so-called modern Orthodoxy. When the author became a rabbinic student at Yeshiva University, learned practical halacha from Rev Melik Schachter. He articulated the position of Rabbi Shmelkus as though an absolute uncontested halacha. In 1965 article, Rabbi Schachter noted, needless to say, conversion to Judaism without commitment to observance has no validity whatsoever, and the spurious converted person remains in the eyes of halacha, a non-Jew, as before. When a generation after me, my son Chaim studied for Smicha in Yeshiva University, his teacher of practical rabbinics told his students not to perform a conversion unless they were willing to bet 100,000 of their own money that the convert would be totally observant of halacha. Essentially, he was echoing the view that conversion to Judaism equals 100% commitment to observe the mitzvahs. Without such commitment by the would-be proselyte, the conversion lacks halakhic validity. The dominance of this view has come to the general public's attention in recent rulings by the Orthodox rabbinic authorities in Israel. 2006, Rav Shlomo Amera, Israel's Sephardic chief rabbi, announced that Israel's chief rabbinate would no longer accept conversion performed by Orthodox rabbis in the diaspora unless they were approved by an approved list. Rabbi Ammer made the unprecedented ruling because he and the rabbis with whom he works believed that diaspora rabbis were converting people who did not become religiously observant enough. In order to raise standards and create uniform standards, the chief rabbinate decided it would only recognize conversion performed in accordance with the strictest interpretation, acceptance of the commandments, and only by Bati Dinim who pledged to follow the standards espoused in the chief rabbinate. The Rabbinic Council of America, the largest Orthodox rabbinic group in the diaspora, fell into line with the chief rabbinate. It established a conversion committee to propound standards that would be found acceptable to Rabbi Amar. It essentially adopted the view that conversion equals 100% commitment to observe mitzvahs. It set up a system of regional courts which alone would have the power to certify conversion. Members of the RCA who do conversions outside of this framework will not have their conversion certified by the RCA. Even more shocking than this blatant undermining of the diaspora Orthodox rabbinate, in many ways more horrifying, was the ruling of the Beth Din Ashdod and upheld by the Rabbinic Higher Court in Israel. This ruling retroactively annulled the conversion of a woman who had been converted 15 years earlier in Israel under the auspices of an Orthodox Beth Din. The rabbinic judges found that this woman had not been religiously observant enough after a conversion. Thus, she and her children born after conversion were deemed to be non-Jews. This in spite of the fact that she and her children had been living as Jews in Israel for these past many years, and her conversion had been performed by Israeli Orthodox rabbis. At a time when thousands of people are seeking conversion to Judaism, the Orthodox Beth Din establishment is raising increased obstacles to them. Unless converts are willing to promise sincerely to keep all the mitzvahs, they will be rejected as candidates for conversion. If they have already converted, they now must fear that a Beth Din might invalidate their conversions retroactively if they do not maintain the proper level of religious observance. The Jewish status of thousands of Halakhic converts and their children are placed under a cloud, causing an immense grief to the individuals involved and to the Jewish people as a whole. In their zeal to raise standards, current courts have been applying even more stringencies. Numerous potential converts have contacted over the past years, painful stories. So the current policy of the Orthodox rabbinic courts establishing are causing anguish to thousands of would-be converts and their families and turning would-be converts away from Orthodoxy and preventing an untold number of Jewish children from being born. So then he goes into a lot of the Talmudic sources, but I just wanted to show that for the historic backdrop, and this person's arguing for more liberal policies. So I wanted to show how okay, thank you. Thanks for the note. Let me see. We got an issue here. Okay, so let me see. I guess I'm going to stop screen share. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. So let me see. Been at for so many hours. I hope I'm not having tech issues. So we're seeing basically there's been a period of multiple the current conversion practice that is practiced by Israel is basically a new phenomenon, and there's multiple reasons why that may be, and we could try to understand why that might be the case. I'm trying to. Okay, let me see if I could fix this. I could screen share because it'd be a shame. I have a lot more to get through, and okay, let's see if that's made a difference. Okay, let me see if I could re-enter a screen share. Okay, so now we're going to look at the current state of conversion. So we did a lot of historical backdrop. Was there conversion in ancient times period at all to the Middle Ages, to the Rambam, and now we're in the modern era, and we're moving up to the current state of Israel, where basically, conversion, was there no conversion in ancient times? Was it basically just a racial thing where conversion was basically just for Jews, to more strictening to the current days, where basically in order to be a convert to Judaism, you have to practice orthodoxy 100%. You have to make a commitment. If you fall back on it, you're no longer a Jew. So you see that what it means to be a convert has definitely changed over the period of time. And so let's look at some of this Avi Sagai and Svi Zohar that have been mentioned in some of these articles. Okay. So Ger, Jewish identity, modernization, and analysis of Halakhic sources. The overwhelming majority of Jews in pre-modern times were, by birth and early socialization, part of the collective identity experience at an immediate given. The holiness and significance of that collective were derived from and expressed through a life according to Torah. Only in extraordinary situations was a person born as a Jew faced with the need to explicitly formulate the content of his identity. Reflective discourse on the nature of Jewish identity was the provenance of theologians and philosophers. Relatively rare in pre-modern times were cases in which a person not born to a Jewish mother applied to join the collective. However, it was precisely in such cases that there existed a clear call for defining Jewish identity, the conditions under which a Gentile was accepted for a Giyyur, thus expressed the collective definition of what it takes to be a Jew. This definition was embodied in Jewish law Halakhah. In modern times, the traditional concept of Jewish collective identity was increasingly undermined by several cultural and social forces. One area in which there was reflective was the convert, Gentiles who themselves did not intend to live out their life according to Torah and thus indicated their rejection of traditional Jewish identity, nevertheless applied for conversion. In many cases, such applicants were already attached to a non-observant Jewish spouse. In this article, we examine the ways in which Halakhic scholars living in modern times are related to the acceptance of these candidates for conversion. Our thesis is that their response to such cases reflect their perception of the possibility for Halakhic redefinition of Jewish collective identity. At least since late antiquity, there exists a form or procedure for joining the Jewish collective. Procedures known as conversion include circumcision, immersion, and must be conducted under the auspices of a court consisting of 3 eligible Jews. Indeed, the very possibility for a person born as a non-Jew to become a Jew was considered to exist only because it was both defined and legitimated by Halakhah. Halakhah also rules that before embarking on a process of conversion, the court should be convinced that applicant's suitability. One criteria for suitability relates to the motives which lead the applicant to opt for conversion. A person must be judged to be choosing Jewishness not for ulterior, but rather for intrinsic reasons. Typical ulterior motives mentioned in the Talmud include hope for a political advancement or marriage to a Jewish spouse, where pure intrinsic motivation is characterized as for the sake of God. A classic historical influential formulation of guidelines for the court in this matter was praised by the great codifier Maimonides, who read this before. Maimonides' ruling was incorporated in the definitive code of Jewish law by Rav Yosef Karo in the Shulchan Aruch and considered authoritative by all subsequent rabbis. Thus, sincere religious motivation on the part of the Gentile candidate became a criterion for the court to proceed with the conversion. The positing of religious motivation as a condition for the court's acceptance of a candidate for conversion posed no basic difficulty as long as a society, both Gentile and Jewish, was traditionally religious, and those usually